This is the Demon Beast Detector. Fiend Blade Peng Hai had been paying close attention to Li Yao's work. He knew that Li Yao's patent had been approved and that he was cooperating with the Mountain Sea Sect to manufacture it. However, there had been some trouble during the promotion. While Li Yao was on his way here, Li Yao had briefly introduced the recent events that happened to the Mountain Sea Sect, too. The commercialized Demon Beast Detector included a body and an introduction jade. Peng Hai inserted the introduction jade to his mini crystal processor and browsed through the document. He nodded his head while he was reading. Good. If its actual performance could fit the description, no, if the actual performance could be above 80% of what it is depicted, the Demon Beast Detector will be a piece of very competitive magical equipment. Senior Brother Peng, are you questioning the quality of the magical equipment refined by myself? Li Yao smiled. He never lacked confidence when it came to magical equipment. Peng Hai smiled, too. He put the Demon Beast Detector on his left ear. As Peng Hai's telepathic thoughts flooded in, the Demon Beast Detector emitted a faint red light, making him look 10 times stronger than he already had looked. Peng Hai shook his head hard, but the Demon Beast Detector was absolutely still. Such a work pattern indeed makes it much more convenient than the traditional probe magical equipment that is usually worn on the wrist. Besides, it is very light, too. Not half as cumbersome as what the 3 magical equipment magazines exaggerated. They say that it will influence the body balance. The target users of the Demon Beast Detector are middle-level and low-level cultivators, whose speed will be too low to be affected by the Demon Beast Detector, Peng Hai said unapprovingly. He took off the Demon Beast Detector and thought for a while before he said, "Your assumption makes sense. The Zephyr Guild must be stirring things up behind your back. Back when I was in the Crimson Nimbus Guild, I reached out to the Zephyr Guild due to business affairs several times. Their young master, Qiu Guanyu, was indeed brutal and merciless. No wonder everybody calls him the Shark. The Zephyr Guild is a major refining sect that has survived for over 100 years. It is particularly good at refining precise magical equipment. However, the crystal processor technologies have greatly advanced in recent years. The functions of many kinds of traditional precise magical equipment can be replaced by a small crystal processor now, resulting to a significant loss of market for the Zephyr Guild. The Zephyr Guild still seems to be thriving at present. But when a boat is too large, it is very difficult to turn its direction. If it goes on like this, chances are that it will collapse within the next 10 years. That's why the vigorous and resolute young master Qiu Guanyu has, in effect, become the true leader now. He is working hard on the transformation of the Zephyr Guild and shifting it to a bigger market. This year, the Zephyr Guild has released miscellaneous detectors, hoping to dominate the market of the probe magical equipment. However, the detectors that they put out to market are all meant to worn on the wrist. However precise the detectors may be, they're congenitally defective compared with your Demon Beast Detector. Stopping others from making money is like killing their patents. The Zephyr Guild has been a powerful sect for 100 years. It can do anything in order to survive when it is pushed too far. The business tricks that you've seen are only the beginning. In its long history, the Zephyr Guild has been in a good relationship with the 3 magical equipment magazines. There won't be any trouble for it to find some second-rate critics to post several negative reviews. The crystal camera supplier's violation of contract is easy to explain, too. The Zephyr Guild has a high demand of crystal cameras every year. I assume that it placed a tremendous order to the crystal camera supplier in order to let the supplier breach the agreement with the Mountain Sea Sect. This way, even if the supplier has to pay a penalty to the Mountain Sea Sect, it can still gain a much higher profit from the Zephyr Guild. It is even possible that the crystal camera supplier has been bought out by the Zephyr Guild. Yet the Mountain Sea Sect didn't know anything about it. According to your description, financial information of the Mountain Sea Sect, which should be a top secret, was leaked out. The upcoming rupture of capital chain is known by the entire cultivation world. There must be a mole in the Mountain Sea Sect. Li Yao nodded in agreement. He knew that he was right to visit Peng Hai. From the little information that Li Yao had given to him, Fiend Blade Peng Hai had inferred the causes and the possible outcomes of the whole event. He was truly one of the most brilliant cultivators of his generation. Li Yao sighed and said, I've managed to get a sum of money that can get the Mountain Sea Sect through the trouble temporarily. But a few $100 million is far from enough to fight against a conglomerate such as the Zephyr Guild. Peng Hai pondered a while. Eyes glaring sharply, he said, it's not completely undoable to compete against the Zephyr Guild. But I need to confirm something with you first. Is this personal? If you are only angry because you have been humiliated by the Zephyr Guild, I suggest you just put it down and let it go. The road of cultivation is long and hard. It's best if you can save the time and effort for training, isn't it? Li Yao was silent for half a minute. He looked at Peng Hai in the eyes and said, it's not personal that I want to defeat the Zephyr Guild. First of all, as a refiner, every piece of magical equipment created by me has undergone painstaking procedures. They're like my children. If I don't counterattack when my magical equipment is being smeared, I will feel guilty whenever I see my own work and I won't be able to refine better magical equipment in the future. Secondly, Brother Guan Xiong of the Mountain Sea Sect saved my life before. I have to return the favor. Thirdly, my dream goes far beyond just being a random refiner. I am going to be the best refiner in the Heaven's Origin sector. Daily work of a refiner costs much more than the training of a battle-type cultivator does. For a battle-type cultivator, as long as he has enough strength, he could just go to the dark desolate domain where, by any luck, he would improve significantly after just one trip. Things are different for a refiner. In order to be the best refiner in the Heaven's Origin sector, I'll need to build the most advanced refining workshop, not to mention the amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that I need to purchase, which could be a waste of money if I chose the wrong ones. Cultivation is a money-burning job. Cultivation of a refiner is a tremendously money-burning job. I need money. A lot of money. The Demon Beast Detector has very bright market prospects. I'm confident that it will bring me huge returns which can resolve my shortness of money and allow me to be fully dedicated to refining. Those are my reasons why my struggle against the Zephyr Guild is not personal, but because of a fundamental contradiction of interests. The seriousness in his junior brother's words touched Peng Hai, who, to him, did not look like a college student, but more like a master of a sect. Li Yao had grown a lot during the last year. Peng Hai was more optimistic about Li Yao's future now. He smiled and said, all right. Since it is not personal and is related to your fundamental interests, it is reasonable to try to beat the Zephyr Guild with all the resources at your hand. It's true that the Zephyr Guild is a conglomerate in the field of magical equipment refining, where it can deploy much more resources than you and the Mountain Sea Sect can. But don't underestimate yourself. The resources at your disposal are not insignificant. However, before you put the resources into use, there is a critical question that needs to be answered, which is about your position. Where exactly is your position in the competition between the Zephyr Guild and the Mountain Sea Sect? You are just a partner of the Mountain Sea Sect. Ostensibly speaking, the Zephyr Guild has not been targeting you. How would you justify your undertaking to summon your resources to fight against the Zephyr Guild? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. Senior Brother Peng, I don't understand. Why do I need to justify myself? And what resources do I have? Peng Hai smiled. He pointed at himself. Am I not one of your resources? However, I am not going to help you that easily. It's true that you are my junior brother. But the Mountain Sea Sect has nothing to do with me. Why would I help the Mountain Sea Sect? Li Yao felt he was getting what Peng Hai was trying to say. Senior Brother Peng, do you Mianayuro? Peng Hai interrupted him. You said just now that you have a sum of money at hand. What was your original plan to solve the capital chain problem of the Mountain Sea Sect? Li Yao answered honestly, I was planning to lend the money to the Mountain Sea Sect. Peng Hai smiled and said, if you lend the money to the Mountain Sea Sect, the only profit you can get will be the interest. But if the Demon Beast Detector project is really as promising as you described, the Mountain Sea Sect is definitely going to flourish once it defeats the Zephyr Guild, and when that happens, the Mountain Sea Sect will gain astronomical revenues from the Demon Beast Detector. In that case, why don't you buy its shares now? Li Yao was dazed. Buy the shares of the Mountain Sea Sect? Peng Hai answered, correct. Right now, the Mountain Sea Sect is at a dead end. Nobody has hopes in them. I think it will be open to negotiations if anyone wants to buy part of its shares, provided that the majority of the shares is still under control. This way, when the Mountain Sea Sect rises in the future, you'll be able to receive a lot of dividends as a big shareholder. Isn't it much better than relying on the interest? Li Yao was tempted. But he felt it was too complicated for him to handle. Things like shares and holdings were too far away from him. He didn't even know where to start. Besides, it was going to be embarrassing for him to talk to his old friends such as Guan Xiong and Jiang Wenbo about buying their shares. Peng Hai saw through his hesitation. He smiled and said, it does not work as you're imagining right now. I have a proposal that I would like you to hear. First, I'll invest part of my assets and register a new sect, and you will buy the shares of the new sect to be its second largest shareholder. Then, we'll negotiate with the Mountain Sea Sect in the name of the new sect about the investment that we just discussed. Li Yao's eyes opened wide in excitement. He exclaimed, Senior Brother Peng, you're finally creating your own sect. If Peng Hai were to invest the Mountain Sea Sect in a big way under the name of his own sect, the potential benefits would be much more than the money itself. It was well believed that Peng Hai would be the youngest cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector to enter the core formation stage someday. His fame and influence were intangible assets. Once he became a shareholder of the Mountain Sea Sect, or even an honorary board member, it would be a lifeline for the Mountain Sea Sect. Peng Hai smiled and shook his head. Of course, I won't give my all to the project. This is meant to be a trial. After all, I only managed one department before when I was in the Crimson Nimbus Guild. I don't have any experience in creating or operating a big sect. I've been thinking lately that I should invest in a project first. I'll be more experienced in business affairs whether it succeeds or fails. You've come at the right time. Although I haven't read the feasibility analysis report of the project, I know that the Demon Beast Detector must be very promising, seeing that the Zephyr Guild has been so anxious and is moving so many resources against it. The cooperation is good for me, for you, and for the Mountain Sea Sect. I'm more than happy to join it. Li Yao was moved. Although Peng Hai talked that way, he knew that the main reason why Peng Hai was doing this was to help him. While Peng Hai was talking, Peng Hai turned on the spiritual crane messenger and typed in a message. Junior Brotherly, you know that, previously, I was mainly in charge of finding safe routes for business, which required more muscles than brain. I don't know much about magical equipment promotion either. Wait a moment. I'll introduce an expert to you. Within a moment, a solemn, professional woman who was in her 30s appeared quietly in the training room through the teleportation array over the roof. She was surrounded by more than 10 light beams where countless data streams were pouring down. The information was being absorbed at an amazing speed. Li Yao felt that the beautiful woman looked familiar. He thought he had met her somewhere, and probably more than once. Peng Hai said, Li Yao, come and meet Shang Tianling. You can call her Sister Shang. Then it occurred to Li Yao that he had seen Shang Tianling multiple times both on the Nexus and in the news report. She was a genius admin-type cultivator, and she had been in important positions in several major cultivation sects after she graduated from college. 3 years ago, she was appointed as the operations director of the Bright Valiant Tower, a cultivation sect. Through audacious and radical reforms, the rank of the comprehensive capability of the Bright Valiant Tower rose up by more than 100 and made it into the top 500 sects of the Federation. Senior Brother Peng was not wrong. She was truly an expert. But wasn't she the operations director of the Bright Valiant Tower? How did she end up here? Shang Tianling glanced at Li Yao and smiled. Peng Hai, I made the right choice to come here. Board members of the Bright Valiant Tower are too unambitious. They're so satisfied at the current status of the Bright Valiant Tower that they're frightened to make any change. Every operation proposal that entails the slightest risk has been disapproved by them. You are good. Not even owning a sect yet, you are already trying to declare war against the Zephyr Guild. Interesting. She nodded at Li Yao. I am Shang Tianling, personal assets and brand consultant for Peng Hai. I'm in charge of operating Peng Hai's assets, and also marketing the brand of Fiend Blade Peng Hai in the cultivation world. Knowing that he was talking to someone who used to be the operations director of a top 500 sect, Li Yao didn't dare to underestimate her. He said with utmost respect, Sister Shang, nice to meet you. I am Li Yao, Peng Hai's junior brother. Shang Tianling smiled. Vulture Li Yao. Your name has been quite popular recently. Many people believe that your achievements will be as good as Peng Hai's in the future. I think so, too. So, do you have a personal assets and brand consultant yet? If not, consider me. I can handle both of your affairs simultaneously. Li Yao didn't understand. What exactly is a personal assets and brand consultant? Shang Tianling answered, it's simple. Most of the non-admin type cultivators are not good at making money, they have to try and earn their money by instinct. Battle-type cultivators often go hunting demon beasts on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Creation-type cultivators such as you will refine magical equipment and sell it. But money-making is a tedious task. For example, if you have refined a piece of magical equipment and decide to sell it by yourself, it will take you quite a lot of time, not to mention the risk that you might not be able to find the most suitable buyer and sell it at the highest price. Let's say you've sold your magical equipment at the highest price. How will you make the best use of your income? By depositing it into a bank and enjoying the interest? This is the time when admin-type cultivators such as me get useful. As a personal assets and brand consultant, I can help you draft thorough promotion and marketing plans for your magical equipment. After you've made money, I can help you find the most suitable investments. When other sects want to cooperate with you, I'll be responsible for investigating the backgrounds and true purposes of those sects and choosing the best partner for you. In short, my job is to help my clients arrange their assets in their best interests so that they can devote themselves to cultivation without being distracted. As for brand, it's easier to understand. A man's name is like a tree's shadow. Every cultivator has their own brand. Fiend Blade Peng Hai is a brand, Vulture Li Yao is a brand, Fiend Star Li Yao is yet another brand. If your brand is operated well, it will leave a positive impression on the public, which will bring you great benefits. Apart from everything else, if you can pick up a few commercials every year, the money you gain will be enough to buy loads of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But if your brand is badly operated, you risk being considered to be an unsocial and eccentric freak despite your capabilities, which would be a shame. For example, your nickname is Vulture, and you were born in a magical equipment graveyard. If somebody fans the flames in secret, you'll be easily depicted into a brutal, bloodthirsty fanatic. Once your image is fixed, it will be troublesome to reshape it. How are you going to play around in the cultivation world if everyone regards you as a supervillain? But if I were to operate the brand Vulture Li Yao, I would highlight your struggle, determination, and persistency and build you into an anti-hero that lives in darkness, which is a quite popular image among juveniles. Li Yao finally got everything straight. He had used to be a cash-strapped, low-level cultivator and there was no need to worry about his assets and brand. But as his strength increased, the everyday stuff was starting to trouble him. Since he had entered a higher level of the world, it seemed that he could really use a personal consultant. Peng Hai smiled. Tianling, it's rare for you to be so interested in my junior brother. However, let's focus on the demon beast detector for now. You must have read the files already on your way here. How about it? Do you think it's worth investing? It is. Shang Tianling nodded her head. And I think your proposal is very good. Create a new sect funded by both of you and let the new sect invest in the Mountain Sea sect. It doesn't matter whether or not the new sect can make money. It's more about building up the brands of Fiend Blade Peng Hai and Vulture Liao. Peng Hai, although you are very likely going to be the youngest core formation cultivator of the Federation, it is only indicative of your combat ability. The cultivation world is still not confident about your ability to manage a big sect yet. Li Yao is the same. You have made remarkable accomplishments in the refiner's registration examination. But whether or not the very first piece of magical equipment refined by you can be commercially successful is still not certain. The outcome of this will have a huge impact on your future development. As long as the Zephyr Guild is beaten, both of the two brands will be established. Li Yao frowned. But, the Zephyr Guild is very influential in the trade of magical equipment refining and selling. Many suppliers and dealers of the Mountain Sea sect have been under the pressure from it. What can we do? Shang Tianling smiled. It is true that the Zephyr Guild has a huge influence on the magical equipment providers and sellers. However, if you are to look at it in the big picture, you'll notice that you too have as many resources as the Zephyr Guild does. Especially you, Vulture Liao. Me? Li Yao pointed at himself in confusion. He was just a college student. What resources did he have? Shang Tianling said, you alone are of little significance. But behind you is a giant named the Grand Desolate War Institution. You were the first student to earn more than 40,000 credits within 1 year in the Grand Desolate War Institution. Right now, you are a celebrity of the institution. Also, I'm told that the Grand Desolate War Institution has allotted a lot of its budget to the refining department, planning to make the refining department the 5th distinguished major of the institution. Besides, many combat sects on the Grand Desolate Plateau have been sponsoring the refining department, too. You happen to be the senior brother of the refining department, as well as the president of the Starfire Union, don't you? Li Yao nodded his head. His eyes were glittering, as he was beginning to understand where this conversation was going. Shang Tianling continued, I assume that you're probably in a good relationship with the leaders of the Grand Desolate War Institution, which has been raising you as a future star. They would definitely consider a few requests from you should you ask anything of them. So, if you can't promote the Demon Beast Detector in the market, why don't you promote it within the Grand Desolate War Institution first? You don't need to worry about the payoff of your promotion. Even if you are selling it below cost, as long as the staff and students of the Grand Desolate War Institution are willing to use it, our purpose will be fulfilled. Right. Li Yao felt like a bolt of lightning had struck his head, illuminating everything. The key to the problem was himself. The Grand Desolate War Institution had the best combat department of the Federation. The staff and students that went to fight on the Grand Desolate Plateau outnumbered those of any other university. Besides, many combat sects, as well as the military, had been sending candidates to study in the Grand Desolate War Institution or for co-op missions. If the staff and students of the Grand Desolate War Institution were to equip the Demon Beast Detector on a large scale, wouldn't it be the best advertisement? If soldiers and the students of the combat sects who studied in the Grand Desolate War Institution brought the Demon Beast Detectors back to the military or their cultivation sects, the Demon Beast Detector would surely spread like a virus unstoppably. There wouldn't be too much difficulty promoting it in the campus, either. Now that the Grand Desolate War Institution was supporting the refining department, the Demon Beast Detector, as a piece of magical equipment refined by a student of the refining department, would bring a lot of honor to the school if it turned out to be successful on the market. What's more, during the 1 vs 2000 competition of the Thunderbolt Cup, he had been wearing the Demon Beast Detector, which had caught much attention already. Ding Lingdang, Zhao Tiange, Lu Tianshanayuro, they were all his friends. He wouldn't meet too much trouble either among the teachers or among the students. With an acceptable price, it was even possible that the Demon Beast Detector would become the designated magical equipment for the students of the Grand Desolate War Institution. It would be purchased in bulk by the school, and when the students went to the wilderness, each of them would be asked to wear one. In that case, promotion wouldn't be a problem at all. Seeing his face, Shang Tianling smiled and continued, I'm also told that you returned from the thunderous Sound Mountain safe and sound after staying 10 days and 10 nights inside. It's definitely worth hyping, too. As for dealers, we don't need to go by the traditional selling pattern. The target users of the Demon Beast Detector are middle-level and low-level cultivators. They shouldn't be too old and probably are most enthusiastic about new things. I have a friend who's working in the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild as the marketing director. He mentioned that the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild was preparing to establish a unique marketing and shipping network. Maybe we'll be able to cooperate in the future. In short, since the Zephyr Guild has dominating advantages in the field of magical equipment refining and selling, we have to jump out of their home field and guide the war into a bigger battlefield. Li Yao nodded his head quickly. But there was something bothering him. I've heard of the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild before. It is a top 500 sect specialized in the art of flying sword. I don't see the relationship between flying swords and logistics. With a mysterious smile, Shang Tianling said, this is a business secret. You'll know it when you know it. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Mountain Sea Sect. Bam! A fist punched into the office desk that was made of iron mood, leaving a deep hole inside of it. The teacup, files, and the crystal processor on the desk were all jumping to the air because of the punch. The Zephyr Guild is outrageous. Sheng Wanjia's face was flushed with anger. The veins on his neck were bulging. His eyes were full of blood streaks, making him look like a crazy devil. Sheng Wanjia was just over 30 years old. He was the leader of the Mountain Sea Sect and an admin-type cultivator at the early level of the building foundation stage. He hadn't been feeling very comfortable as the leader. 2 years ago, Sheng Wanyu, his father and the previous leader of the Mountain Sea Sect, failed to break into the core formation stage and suffered serious internal injuries during his attempt, which stopped him from being able to lead the sect anymore. However, there was no other admin-type cultivator in the Mountain Sea Sect. Professional managers were getting popular in many of the southern sects, who were hired with a high salary for the daily operation of a sect. But as a conservative sect, the Mountain Sea Sect still preferred to determine its leader from its members. The Shengwan family was the largest shareholder of the Mountain Sea Sect. Therefore, as the son of the previous leader and also the highest admin-type cultivator in his sect, supported by the elders including Jiang Wenba and Guanxiong, Sheng Wanjia became the youngest leader in the history of the Mountain Sea Sect. When he'd just become the leader, Sheng Wanjia had been ambitious, too, hoping to build the Mountain Sea Sect into a first-rate sect of the Federation. However, he was soon taught a lesson by reality. The management courses he took in college were too theoretical to be put into use. To run a large sect such as the Mountain Sea Sect, there were countless issues that needed to be handled. Apart from everything else, the medical fees for the almost 100 retired cultivators of the sect were enough to give him a headache every day. The 100 cultivators were all creditable seniors who had fought blood battles and made great contributions to the Mountain Sea Sect in the past hundreds of years. Many of them suffered serious injuries for the Mountain Sea Sect and were only able to live on with the help of the expensive medications. His own father Sheng Wanyu was one of them, too. There was no way that he could leave them alone. However, the vitality of the cultivators was impressive, and they could live an extremely long life. Some of the seniors were more than 200 years old, who, although couldn't go to a battlefield anymore because of disability, seemed promising enough to live another 100 years with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the medication that they took every day. Naturally, they would count on the Mountain Sea Sect for the rest of their lives. It was not like that the Mountain Sea Sect could simply kick them out of its door. In that case, no one would be willing to fight for the Mountain Sea Sect anymore. As the saying went, it never rains, it pours. Before he was able to implement any measures as the new leader, the bad news came that Guan Xiong, the top expert of the Mountain Sea Sect, suffered heavy injuries and strength loss while he was on a patrol task commissioned by the military. The news slapped Sheng Wanjia into pure dumbness. The Mountain Sea Sect was a half-combat sect with two lines of business. The more important one was to undertake quasi-military missions from the federal government, or to hunt down demon beasts and probe for mother lodes in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau, which had been usually led by Guan Xiong and the combat-type cultivators in the sect. Guan Xiong being heavily wounded was equivalent to one of the Mountain Sea Sect's legs being crippled, the thicker one. The silver lining was that the Mountain Sea Sect received a few fat orders and a large sum of cheap loans from the federal government for Guan Xiong's gallantry. Shengguan Jia made up his mind and introduced a precise magical equipment assembly line with the loans, planning to transform the Mountain Sea Sect. However, transformation was not as easy as he had imagined. Precise magical equipment refined by the Mountain Sea Sect was silly and dumb. It met tremendous failure in the market. Right when he did not know what to do, he met the Demon Beast Detector project, which was full of potentials. This time, the Mountain Sea Sect really put all of the eggs it had left into the basket of the Demon Beast Detector project. The market research was quite satisfactory. After the upgrade of the assembly line under Li Yao's supervision, the product quality had significantly improved too. When Shengguan Jia thought the Mountain Sea Sect was finally going to have its day, a huge monster named the Zephyr Guild came from nowhere, which not only wanted to beat the Mountain Sea Sect in the market, but also intended to swallow the Mountain Sea Sect as a whole. The paper in Shengguan Jia's hands felt like a fire that was burning through his palm into his heart. Shengguan Jia almost lost control and teared the paper into pieces. Calming himself down for half a minute, he tried to hold back his anger and read on, "Another 12 dealers of 3 cities have terminated cooperation with us. No substitute crystal camera supplier has been found yet. The Falling Stars Mansion is willing to cooperate with us, on the condition of a 30% increase of price. They're only trying to take advantage of our trouble. The Zephyr Guild has proposed an acquisition plan again, with harsher requirements." Shengguan Jia closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt that he had smelled the scent of sulfur. The fire in his chest was burning more and more fiercely. As an admin-type cultivator, he understood the principle of business too well. Anything could be traded at a suitable price. However, deep in his bones, Shengguan Jia was a man born and raised on the Grand Desolate Plateau. He was as stubborn as the poplar in the desert. Apart from the fact that the Mountain Sea Sect was an ancient sect that had lasted for hundreds of years and had its own history and pride, apart from the sordid tricks that the Zephyr Guild employed in competition, including infiltrating the Mountain Sea Sect by espionage, the acquisition plan that the Zephyr Guild proposed alone was enough to let Shengguan Jia say no. According to the acquisition plan, the Zephyr Guild was only going to buy out the assets of the Mountain Sea Sect. As for the members of the Mountain Sea Sect, they would have to be tested by the Zephyr Guild to determine whether or not they were eligible to stay in the Mountain Sea branch of the Zephyr Guild. It was not difficult to guess that the disabled and the retired members who had made huge contributions to the Mountain Sea Sect wouldn't be eligible. They would probably be swept out like rubbish with a severance package. Although Shengguan Jia had been complaining about the disabled and the retired cultivators and thought they put a huge burden on him as the new leader of the sect, he couldn't bear to just drive them away. Other than everything else, he would fight against the shark Qiu Guanyu until the end just for the disabled and the retired members of his sect. Shangguan Jia bit his lip and read on, 3 allies who have been cooperating with us for decades all rejected our request of more loans? It's understandable. With everything escalating to this point, nobody is confident enough to lend their money to us. What? Another 3 shareholders have expressed their intention to transfer their shares to the Zephyr Guild? What? Like a fish struggling in a basket, Shangguan Jia's chest puffed out, and then collapsed in helplessness. He fell to his chair, unable to move anymore. Right then, somebody knocked at his door. It was his secretary's voice, Elder Guan and Elder Jiang are here. The Mountain Sea Sect had been uneasy recently. Many shareholders agreed to be acquired by the Zephyr Guild. After all, the Mountain Sea Sect was on its way to bankruptcy if things remained unchanged. But Guan Xiong and Jiang Wenbo were the 2 toughest anti-acquisition advocates. They were also Shangguan Jia's most trusted seniors. Please, let them in. Shangguan Jia cleared up his clothes and emotions and greeted the 2 elders. He was surprised at the delight on their faces. Pa! Guan Xiong launched a sound killer, which was a barrier that could prevent anyone outside of the barrier from hearing what was being said inside. Pa! Jiang Wenbo launched a rune, too. A yellow light scanned through everything inside the barrier, making sure that there was not eavesdropper magical equipment inside the room. Seeing their seriousness, Shangguan Jia was even more surprised. He asked, "My elders, is there anything wrong?" Jiang Wenbo looked at Guan Xiong and said in a smile, "Leader, have you ever heard of Fiend Blade Penghai?" Shangguan Jia nodded. "Of course I have. He is the youngest expert to arrive at the peak of the building foundation stage. He hunted down 2 strong demon beasts consecutively last year, which was big news back then. It is said that he is going to be the youngest core formation cultivator of the Federation. He used to be a marketing manager of the Crimson Nimbus Guild. With his work, the Crimson Nimbus Guild has been growing rapidly in recent years. The rank of its comprehensive capability improved by more than 70 in the list of the top 500 sects of the Federation in just 2 years. But I heard that he has withdrawn from the Crimson Nimbus Guild in order to break into the core formation stage. He is now an unaffiliated cultivator. Why do you mention Fiend Blade Penghai out of nowhere?" Guan Xiong grinned. "Leader, you're correct. But Fiend Blade Penghai has another identity. He is Li Yao's senior brother." Shangguan Jia's eyes shined, then they were gloomy again. He said, "I remember now. Penghai and Li Yao both come from the Grand Desolate War Institution. Of course he is Li Yao's senior brother. However, thousands of students graduate from the Grand Desolate War Institution every year. He might not know Li Yao at all, since he is much older than Li Yao. I doubt we can pull that string." Jiang Wenbo shook his head. "Leader, you're wrong. Li Yao and Penghai are not just both students of the Grand Desolate War Institution. They're both from Floating Spear City and they have the same Enlightenment Master. Theirs is the closest junior-senior brother relationship." "What?" Shangguan Jia stood up unconsciously. His heart was beating fast. All cultivators respected their Enlightenment Master very much. They might have many teachers in their life, but there would only be one Enlightenment Master. Such a junior-senior brother relationship was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Wenbo continued, "Li Yao has reached out to Fiend Blade Penghai and talked him into buying shares and investing the Demon Beast Detector project. Besides money, Penghai has influential connections and a marketing network in the south of the Federation. What do you think, leader?" Shangguan Jia rubbed his face hard, trying to calm himself down. Did Fiend Blade Penghai say that he wanted to take over the Mountain Sea Sect? Jiang Wenbo shook his head and said, "No. Fiend Blade Penghai is not interested in controlling the Mountain Sea Sect, nor will he interfere with the daily operations. He has put it very straightforwardly. Firstly, at his junior brother Li Yao's request, he decided to give the Mountain Sea Sect a hand. Secondly, he was very interested in the Demon Beast Detector project itself and hoped to make the pie bigger with our joint cooperation. Shangguan Jia smiled bitterly. He knew he had thought too much. The Mountain Sea Sect had been a second-rate sect since the beginning. Now that it was mired in trouble, Fiend Blade Penghai definitely wouldn't want to take it over even if he wanted to control a sect. Good. Shangguan Jia slapped his table. We're open to any negotiations as long as we can still fight the Zephyr Guild. Li Yao finally agreed to Fiend Blade Penghai's plan. They co-created a new sect with each of them providing part of the capital. This way, Li Yao and Penghai would be tied to the same boat. With mutual interests, their relationship would be closer, which was good for both of them. Fiend Blade Penghai was the leader of the new sect in name. The actual daily operations were run by Shang Tianling. In fact, there weren't too many affairs that needed to be handled, since it was an investment sect without many members. The bulk of its revenue was generated by investing other sections. The main target of the investments at present was, naturally, the Mountain Sea Sect. Li Yao devoted most of the money he earned in Serpent City to the new sect, which made him the second largest shareholder. Other than that, he left two sums of money to Grandpa Wang and his enlightenment master, Sun Biao. He also asked Shang Tianling to set up a trust fund with part of his money to help improve the teaching quality of Floating Spear City's mining clan high school, as well as the students who were gifted and in need. It took Li Yao an entire day to settle everything before he returned to the Grand Desolate War Institution as fast as he could. Li Yao was quite occupied for the next couple of days. On one hand, he needed to familiarize himself with the experts and researchers that just came to the refining department, each of whom had a unique personality and refining style. While Li Yao was getting to know them, he also learned a lot from them and found it very helpful. His lightning-like hand movement, natural instincts about magical equipment, and fantastic ideas about modification were praised by the experts. On the other hand, Li Yao proposed a series of plans to promote the Demon Beast Detector to the leaders of the school through Yuan Manchio. Since the Grand Desolate War Institution had invested huge amount of money into the refining department, naturally, it wanted the refining department to make a difference. As the first commercially valuable magical equipment crafted by a student of the refining department, the Demon Beast Detector didn't find much trouble getting support from the school. Just like that. When the Zephyr Guild was tightening the noose around the Mountain Sea Sect's neck with the capital chain and the dealers, a bigger storm was brewing in the seemingly quietness. 3 days later, the first lightning of the storm flashed. Li Yao, nice to meet you. I am Gao Xueman, a journalist of Predator, hosted by the Demon Hunters Association. Thank you for your time to take this interview. Seeing the short-haired girl in neat hunting clothes standing in front of him, Li Yao felt somewhat shocked. He knew that Fiend Blade Penghai and Shang Tianling were going to do something, but he didn't expect them to be so powerful. Demon Hunter was a very special career in the cultivation world. They were professional demon beast hunters. They might not be the strongest, but they boasted the most experience in hunting and wilderness survival. They could hunt down demon beasts in a much more efficient way than ordinary cultivators. For cultivators such as Li Yao, Ding Lingdang, or Guan Xiong, hunting down demon beasts was a way of training and accumulating wealth. But for a professional demon hunter, the hunting was a fulfilling process and ultimate gratification in itself. The Demon Hunters Association, as its name suggested, was a partnership of the fierce demon hunters. Predator, hosted by the Demon Hunters Association, was a very professional and influential magazine in the cultivation world. It posted the updates of the Grand Desolate Plateau and tips against demon beasts, as well as magical equipment introductions every day. Many cultivators read Predator to learn how to fight demon beasts and how to save their lives in the wilderness. Sales of Predator were not as high as the 3 magical equipment magazines. But it was more authoritative than them in regards of wilderness combat and survival. Critics of the 3 magical equipment magazines were all experts. But they might not be very familiar with the wilderness, which sometimes made their reviews impractical. However, the journalists and critics of Predator were renowned professional demon hunters who wrote their reviews based on the bloody lessons they learnt in real battles. If the demon beast detector were to be endorsed by Predator, the negative influences caused by the 3 magical equipment magazines would be greatly assuaged. Li Yao, I'm told that you survived 10 days and 10 nights deep inside the thunderous sound mountain in the dark desolate domain and returned home safely, which has been confirmed by the Thunder training camp. Also, from what I know, your crystal suit had been seriously damaged before it started, and you passed the 10 days with nothing but your saber. Gao Shuaman had done her homework before the interview. She smiled and said, "Your remarkable achievement has become well known now. Many of the readers of Predator are curious about one question. How did you persist until the end without your crystal suit when you are just a refinement stage cultivator?" Li Yao cleared his throat. He took out a well-worn demon beast detector from his pocket and said, "When I lost my way in the depths of the thunderous sound mountain, I nearly gave up all my hope. Thankfully, I had brought a piece of magical equipment refined by myself, which was the biggest reason why I could run away from the dark desolate domain that was full of perils although I was only a refinement stage cultivator." Li Yao only partly meant what he said. He had swallowed 10 drops of lion dragon heart blood in the thunderous sound mountain, and undergone a super pressure caused by the demon core explosion that was similar to the environment when the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique was created, which led to a major breakthrough of his body. Not only did he advance to the 11th level of the refinement stage, his body was even sturdier than any other body practitioner of the same level. Together with the daunting scent of the mutant lion dragon and the help of the Cosmos Ring, he eventually managed to get out of the thunderous sound mountain alive. However, he was not telling a lie when he said that the demon beast detector played its part too. Li Yao had long been informed that he was going to be interviewed. He had written a lot of scripts with interesting excerpts from his adventure and memorized them. Now that he started talking, his eloquence made Gao Shuaman nod her head frequently. As a journalist of the Predator, Gao Shuaman was an expert in wilderness combat and survival too. She raised questions now and then. Li Yao was telling the truth, although only partly, so he was not scared by her questions. He simply described him to be a reasonably good cultivator at the 7th level of the refinement stage and highlighted the importance of the demon beast detector. "So, you're saying that the demon beast detector is really a marvelous tool in wilderness survival?" Gao Shuaman was hooked, too. Based on her abundant battle experience, she sensed the value of the demon beast detector immediately. "You can have a try yourself, Ms. Gao, if you want." Li Yao had been prepared for this. He led Gao Shuaman to the field teaching zone of the combat department, which was a simulation of the wild environment where hundreds of different kinds of demon beasts were farmed. Gao Shuaman put on a demon beast detector and ran tests for an hour excitedly. The efficiency of the magical equipment was far better than she had expected. She felt that she hadn't enjoyed it enough yet when the tests were over. Seeing this, Li Yao brought out 5 demon beast detectors and intended to give them as gifts to the staff of the Predator. But Gao Shuaman rejected his offer and paid for them. Letting them keep several demon beast detectors was exactly what Li Yao had been hoping for. Gao Shuaman was quite efficient. The very next day, Predator posted an article titled with 10 Days in the Demon Mountain, which emphasized the fact that Li Yao was only at the 7th level of the refinement stage and the great usages of the demon beast detector. In the end of the article were some reviews written by Gao Shuaman and some other critics of the Predator. Their conclusion was far different from those of the 3 magical equipment magazines. As the very first commercialized magical equipment of a new refiner, the demon beast detector has a lot of shortcomings that could be improved. However, the ingenious idea to refine it into a monocle is a major breakthrough of probe magical equipment, whose significance has not been fully recognized by the cultivation world yet. For a high-level cultivator with amazing computational ability, the Demon Beast Detector matters little. For low-level cultivators who mostly go on missions in teams, it seems redundant for each team member to wear a Demon Beast Detector. However, in the cases where a low-level cultivator is unfortunately left alone in the wilderness due to an accident, a Demon Beast Detector would no doubt elevate his likelihood of survival. Although the article was posted on a secondary page, the lavish praises still caught much attention. The wilderness of the Grand Desolate Plateau was a place where anything could happen. Nobody could guarantee that they could be safe all the time. A team being scattered by a strong beast, leaving a team member in wilderness waiting for rescue. It was not unusual during a hunting task. Who would say no to a piece of magical equipment that was both convenient and able to raise their odds of survival? Li Yao continued to develop the cooperation with the Grand Desolate War Institution. The combat department was no doubt the most influential and in the most need of the Demon Beast Detector inside the Grand Desolate War Institution. For the two student organizations of the combat department, Ding Lingdang was the previous president as well as the incumbent instructor of the Iron Fist Club, and Fiend Blade Peng Hai used to be the legend of the Chaos Edge Hall who led it to its peak by beating the Iron Fist Club. Supported by Ding Lingdang and Peng Hai, the Demon Beast Detector project met absolutely no trouble in the campus. Also, many students still remembered Li Yao's fascinating performance and soaring credits in the last semester and were curious about the red magical equipment that he had been wearing all the time. The first 500 Demon Beast Detectors were sold to the Grand Desolate War Institution at a price 20% below cost, which were then redeemed by the students with their credits. There was no telling the actual performance yet. But 500 students walking indifferently and intimidatingly in the campus wearing a scarlet monocle was already an impressive scene. A few days later, when the students were back from their field trips to the wilderness, most of their trophies had significantly increased. Thereafter, the Demon Beast Detector was on fire inside the Grand Desolate War Institution. Yes. The demon beasts that I hunted down on this field trip are 10% more than usual. No wonder Li Yao's credits were soaring last semester. This piece of magical equipment must have been a lot of help. Huh. Did you notice that you are embraced by an aura of mystery when you put on a Demon Beast Detector? I'm going to stroll around the medical department and the liberal arts department tomorrow with my Demon Beast Detector. I bet a lot of girls will find me very attractive. Man, you're embarrassing yourself. The Demon Beast Detector is a piece of marvelous magical equipment designed to help you improve your hunting efficiency, and all you're thinking about is hitting on girls with it. I have but 4 words to comment on such irresponsible and selfish behavior: bring me with you. I have but 3 words for you two scumbags: let's go together. A lot of such observations were appearing on the BBS of the Wasteland Battle Network. Over the next couple of days, many students of the combat department were indeed wandering in the floating mountains of the medical department and the liberal arts department wearing their Demon Beast Detectors. As it turned out, students who were wearing their Demon Beast Detectors truly looked sharp and confident. One of the students, who had been in an ambiguous relationship with a girl of the medical department although they were in love with each other, decided to tell her his true feelings with the Demon Beast Detector boosting his confidence. Not that the Demon Beast Detector should take the credit. It was just a natural development of their relationship. However, half a day later, the news that some ugly guy of the combat department stole the heart of a girl of the medical department had become a heated topic on the Wasteland Battle Network. For the combat department, which was almost exclusively dudes, such a by-effect of the Demon Beast Detector was even more important than the improvement of hunting efficiency. Their demand for the Demon Beast Detector soared overnight. The Mountain Sea Sect failed to satisfy them although it tried to ship more Demon Beast Detectors to the campus. The students who got a Demon Beast Detector took selfies and posted them on the Nexus, inviting admiration and jealousy from their friends. Those who didn't were not content with the situation. They asked for more and nearly caused a riot. The fashion quickly spread across the entire Grand Desolate Plateau from the Grand Desolate War Institution. Many combat sects were cooperating with the Grand Desolate War Institution. The military had sent many soldiers to study there, too. The candidates received a lot of demon beast detectors from various channels. Compared with the frenzy of students, the cultivation sects were more cautious about the new magical equipment. Many of them compared the demon beast detector with the probe magical equipment that was popular in the market. A lot of differential analysis was posted on professional forums written by experienced cultivators, who, although might not be magical equipment experts, were quite believable because of their expertise. Their conclusions varied. Some of them had got used to the probe magical equipment that was worn on the wrist and already built up a set of tactics based on that position. It was not easy for them to switch to something new. Even so, they had to admit that the demon beast detector had a groundbreaking design which entailed the possibility that it might stand up to the on-the-wrist probe magical equipment as an equal someday. As a piece of brand new magical equipment refined by a fledgling, the demon beast detector had won enough praises, which were disseminated at an exponential speed like a contagious virus in the cultivation world. Qiu Guanyu, the shark of the Zephyr Guild, noticed the trend and immediately fought back. He poured countless resources and promised many benefits to the dealers and the crystal camera suppliers in order to asphyxiate the Mountain Sea sect, to the extent that it seemed that he was willing to perish together with his opponent. If he had the dealers under control, the marketing network for the demon beast detector wouldn't be able to develop. If he had the crystal camera suppliers under control, the productivity of the demon beast detector would be kept at minimum. The high praises alone were not enough to be transformed into sales and profit. As time went by, the Mountain Sea sect's cash flow would run dry, which would be the harbinger of its doom. This was Qiu Guanyu's plan. However, there was one thing that was beyond his expectations. 10 days later, in Ding Lingdang's home, Li Yao and Ding Lingdang were sitting in the living room, their eyes focused on a vivid, lifelike 3D that was being played in the hologram projector. The first scene of was the raging black clouds with lightning and thunder. The astonishing picture and music indicated that this had been made possible by large investment and that it boasted extraordinary ambitions. The camera ripped through the clouds. Inside the picture was now a series of grand and marvelous mountains looming in darkness that was covered by glaring lightning bolts. Savage roars of demon beasts reverberated with the ear-splitting thunders. Caption appeared in the bottom of the picture that read, "Thunderous Sound Mountain, a land of perils and dominated by strong demon beasts." Swoosh! An eagle-type demon beast with sharp feathers cut in the picture on the top right corner and dove down at the Thunderous Sound Mountain. The camera followed. After a thrilling freefall, it entered the forest. Then, the picture went black. Rustling noises came from the background, which were the sound of demon beasts fighting, chewing, and screaming. Suddenly, the noises vanished. Heavy breathing filled the background, which sounded as if something appalling was happening behind the audience. Captions showed up again on the black screen. A weak refinement stage cultivator has lost his way in the Thunderous Sound Mountain. He is about to become the dinner of a demon beast. The picture blinked. A foot stepped into a pit of water, splattering the mud out. A panicked man was running desperately in the forest. Half a second later, a maddened boar rushed into the picture and charged at the man. The next few scenes were switched very quickly, alternating between 3 or 4 perspectives every second. The full face of the man was never revealed. But one could feel the intense atmosphere by his anxious expression, his seeping wounds, his puffing chest, and the bloody tusks of the boar. After a few scenes of running, it seemed that the man had gotten rid of the boar. Hiding in a bush, he unsheathed his saber and took out a demon beast detector from his pocket. The caption read, "A saber and a demon beast detector." The man put the demon beast detector on his ear. There was still not his full face in the picture. But his pressed lips indicated that he had recovered from panic and was ready to fight at his full strength. Then, the camera was kept from the perspective of the demon beast detector. All kinds of information was displayed in the demon beast detector, showing its professionalism. It seemed that the man turned from a fleeing prey into a predator that had everything under his control. Beep! Beep! Through the dark forest, the demon beast detector easily discovered the boar that was hiding in the bush and displayed detailed information about it. Red copper boar, a middle-level demon soldier, had solid bone plates all around its body. The gap between the bone plates near its eyes is its only weakness. Meanwhile, just like all the other boar-type demon beasts, it cannot raise its head, which limits its view of above. It is recommended to attack from above. The camera descended. The man squatted, ready for the critical attack. 1 second later, he dashed out like an arrow and jumped up. His saber slashed down like a lightning bolt. Shwa! The picture turned crimson. The screams of the boar could be heard. The caption appeared again, bathing in blood. The picture blinked. More than 10 different kinds of demon beasts appeared in the forest, which were all identified by the demon beast detector. Data poured down like a waterfall, elaborating the specialty and weakness of the newcomers. Then, the camera zoomed in. A few slaughter scenes where the saber flashed up and down proceeded. The caption read, 10 days later. It was the darkness before dawn. Everything was unclear. But the demon beast detector was still working dutifully and discovered many snake-type demon beasts and insect-type demon beasts which were all avoided by the man. Then the caption read, escaped. Outside of the forest, a ragged cultivator full of bruises and scratches knelt down, raised his arms, and screamed at the sky with joyful tears. An armed shuttle cut in from the top right corner of the picture and flew towards him, a long train of exhaust smoke trailing behind. The cultivator had not been featured from the beginning to the end. To this moment, his face was still obscure. Only the demon beast detector was glittering very distinctively. In the end, the picture dimmed and turned to black. The red light of the demon beast detector kept shining, which became a red spot in the middle of the picture. Then there were 2 lines of captions, "This is a true story. Learn more by scanning the rune in below. Demon Beast Detector, guardian of your life." PFFF, Li Yao finally let out a long breath when it was finished. There were no lines in the entire except for the captions. Few scenes were shot from the third-person perspective. Most of the story was told in the first-person narrative. With the enhancement of the 3D manifestation, the audience would feel that it was themselves who were trapped in the thunderous sound mountain and had to fight the demon beasts. The performance of the demon beast detector was well presented in the. Although Li Yao had been in the thunderous sound mountain in person, he still felt that his heart was beating fast as he watched the. He turned around and asked Ding Lingdang in a smile, "How was it?" "I feel that my blood is boiling, and I want to go to Thunderous Sound Mountain right now." Ding Lingdang licked her lips and said. 3 days later, the was released all over the Federation. The real battle of the demon beast detector had finally begun. In the corners of famous websites, on the walls of the skyscrapers in major cities of the Federation, and before popular entertainment shows were aired, this advertisement named 10 Days Among Demons was played and replayed. At first, many took it as just a random advertisement. But soon, the delicate quality, the soul-stirring content, and especially, the fighting scenes from the first-person perspective of the demon beast detector quickly distinguished 10 Days Among Demons from cliché commercials. Many people watched the advertisement more than once since it was so breathtaking. 10 Days Among Demons was shot in a very skilled way. The protagonist never showed his face from beginning to end. The fighting scenes were controlled at the level of cold weapon. There were no dramatic, over-exaggerating scenes. The functions of the demon beast detector were highlighted. After watching the advertisement, the audience would feel that if they had a demon beast detector, they could do exactly the same. When they learnt that the advertisement was adapted from a true story, naturally, they felt more interested and scanned the rune with their mini crystal processor, which led them to a website on the Nexus. In the website, there was a brief introduction to Li Yao, as well as the interviews of several instructors of the Thunder training camp done by Predator, confirming the authenticity of the whole event. Other than that, Li Yao provided a series of preliminary sketches of the Demon Beast Detector. Shang Tianling also hired several artists to decorate the website with highly distinctive concept paintings, which were handsome guys and beautiful girls fighting demon beasts in thunderous Sound Mountain. An interactive game was installed to the website, too. Once the audience uploaded their photos, the website would automatically generate pictures of the audience hunting down demon beasts in the thunderous Sound Mountain wearing the Demon Beast Detector. Every time they refreshed the website, there would be a different demon beast that they were fighting. Many users on the site refreshed hundreds of times in order to find the most satisfactory photo of them wearing a Demon Beast Detector. Through the aggressive marketing campaigns, the Demon Beast Detector became popular among ordinary people. The slogan, Demon Beast Detector, Guardian of Your Life, quickly became a catchphrase. For Qiu Guanyu, the young master of the Zephyr Guild, and better known as the Shark, the past month had been pretty rough. To suppress the Demon Beast Detector, the Zephyr Guild had invested countless resources. Once the measures failed, not only would the resources be completely wasted, similar magical equipment refined by the Zephyr Guild would risk losing a large portion of their market share, which was the fatal problem that was facing the Zephyr Guild. Qiu Guanyu didn't have the slightest clue how the Mountain Sea Sect raised so much money and why it was spending the money in such a crazy way. An advertising war was costly. Qiu Guanyu had watched 10 Days Among Demons dozens of times without leaving out any details. He was certain that the advertisement was created by the most professional culture-type cultivators. The production of the advertisement alone could cost several $100 million. Now that the advertisement had been released to all the major media in the Federation, the advertising expense of the Mountain Sea Sect this month would be astronomical. Even Qiu Guanyu felt a little shocked at the money-burning rate and the Mountain Sea Sect's bravery, if not somewhat confused, too. The eligible crystal camera suppliers of reasonable scale have all been closely monitored, none of which had any plan to cooperate with the Mountain Sea Sect in the foreseeable future. The major magical equipment dealers haven't received any message from the Mountain Sea Sect to sell its product yet. Which meant that it's impossible for the Mountain Sea Sect to refine enough Demon Beast detectors, nor can it sell the products to the terminal market. Then, why is the Mountain Sea Sect spending such a large amount of money on promoting a piece of magical equipment that it can't manufacture and sell? Based on the current speed, the Mountain Sea Sect is going to bankrupt within the next fortnight without me doing anything because of the huge advertising expenses. Qiu Guanyu had thought that the Mountain Sea Sect might be able to find a new investor and raise another sum of money. But he had expected the Mountain Sea Sect to look for alternative suppliers to provide crystal cameras for the Demon Beast Detector to resolve the critical problem at hand. Then, it would need to renegotiate with several influential dealers to re-establish the distribution network. Qiu Guanyu had stationed heavy troops on both paths. He had made sure that the Mountain Sea Sect couldn't find a single qualified crystal camera supplier, or a single magical equipment store that was willing to sell the Demon Beast Detector. However, it didn't occur to him that the Mountain Sea Sect just bypassed his impregnable lines of defense. Naturally, Qiu Guanyu felt uneasy, as if he had stepped off a step onto nothing. The uneasiness soon turned into reality. The Mountain Sea Sect has found Jade Tripod Tower, Frostbite Valley, and Phoenix Union to provide the crystal cameras? What the hell? Reading the latest investigation report in his crystal processor, Qiu Guanyu was stupefied. The three suppliers that the Mountain Sea Sect found were all insignificant sects that never appeared on the list of the top 500 sects of the Federation. They were not even professional refining sections. The crystal cameras they refined were of low resolution and lousy quality, which had nothing special at all. If the Demon Beast Detector utilized the inferior crystal cameras as its core component, its precision would be greatly diminished. Which cultivator would buy that? Is the Mountain Sea Sect committing suicide? Qiu Guanyu was puzzled. But the remaining part of the report dazzled him even more. What? The Mountain Sea Sect is releasing a cheap version of Demon Beast Detector targeting ordinary people? There seemed to be a lightning flashing in his head. All the time, he had been trapped in the mindset that the war between the Mountain Sea Sect and the Zephyr Guild would burst out in the premium market for the cultivators. It never occurred to him that the Mountain Sea Sect would retreat and turn to the lower end of the market aiming at the ordinary people. Countless ordinary people lived on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Some of them were miners working for the major mining groups, some were the residents of the cities and towns, and some were the military soldiers and their families. The number of ordinary people was hundreds of times larger than that of the cultivators. At a time when demon beasts went rampant, they needed to identify demon beasts, too. A cheap version of Demon Beast Detector with a low-resolution crystal camera might not be able to meet the needs of the cultivators. But for ordinary people, it was good enough to help them identify the type of the demon beasts, the toxicity of the demon beasts, the ways the demon beasts attack, or simply distinguish the demon beasts from regular beasts. The Demon Beast Detector's price had not been high in the first place. The price of the cheap version was even lower. After all, the most valuable component of a Demon Beast Detector was its crystal camera. A loss of resolution by half could result to a reduction of price by 3/4. Xiao Guanyu finally understood why the Mountain Sea Sect was spending so much money on advertising. It was trying to impress the ordinary people with the extraordinary functions of the Demon Beast Detector. Cold sweat was appearing on Xiao Guanyu's nose. He took a deep breath and asked his subordinate as calmly as he could, "What's the share price of the Mountain Sea Sect right now?" The Mountain Sea Sect has been suspended on the stock market. It is holding a press conference. A new shareholder is joining the Mountain Sea Sect, his personal assistant answered nervously. Excellent. We'll know who's backing the Mountain Sea Sect now. Xiao Guanyu gnashed his teeth. The news was within his expectations. Without strong reinforcement, the capital chain of the Mountain Sea Sect would have broken down long time ago, and the advertising war wouldn't have happened in the first place. The press conference that was being streamed on the Nexus soon began. Twin Dragons Union, a new sect led by Fiend Blade Penghai, who is the youngest expert to arrive at the peak of the building foundation stage in the Federation, has agreed to buy shares of the Mountain Sea Sect, to the extent that the Twin Dragons Union will be the third largest shareholder of the Mountain Sea Sect. Fiend Blade Penghai also gladly accepted the invitation from Shengguan Jia, leader of the Mountain Sea Sect, to be the honorary chairman of board. Li Yao, inventor of the Demon Beast Detector, which is the star product of the Mountain Sea Sect at present, is Fiend Blade Penghai's junior brother and a shareholder of the Twin Dragons Union. After the admission, the collaboration between the two parties will be closer. It is also a sign that they are both confident about the future of the Demon Beast Detector project. With a darkened face, Qiu Guanyu watched as Shengguan Jia, Jiang Wenba, Guan Xiong, Fiend Blade Penghai, and the rest merrily entered the conference hall surrounded by countless journalists. Fiend Blade Penghai picked the crystal microphone and said with a smile, "Friends of the news industry and financial industry, the press conference today has 3 purposes. Firstly, we would like to disclose the partnership between the Mountain Sea Sect and myself. Secondly, we'd like to take this opportunity to introduce to you the young pioneer version of the Demon Beast Detector, the latest magical equipment refined by the Mountain Sea Sect. It is designed to be a piece of affordable magical equipment for the people who live and work on the Grand Desolate Plateau. While most of the functions of the original Demon Beast Detector are maintained, our new product's price has been set to a much lower price. The speed and manner of information presentation has been specially optimized for ordinary people. I believe most of you have watched an advertisement called 10 Days Among Demons. In real life, the narrow escape of Li Yao, my junior brother, was based on the magical equipment of the same type. But before I dive into the details, allow me to introduce another distinguished guest to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you, Schwa. The curtain behind Fiend Blade Penghai was opened, revealing a banner that read, New Product Launch Conference. Co-hosted by the Mountain Sea Sect and the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild. Fiend Blade Penghai intentionally uttered very slowly, Bu Changfeng, deputy leader of the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild. As a short, stout man with a glowing face walked to the front, whispers of attendees grew louder and louder. Everybody had heard a thing or two about Fiend Blade Penghai buying shares of the Mountain Sea Sect. But how was the Mountain Sea Sect related to the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild? Besides, wasn't the Demon Beast Detector solely refined by the Mountain Sea Sect? Why was the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild co-hosting the conference? What? Qiu Guanyu's face changed. He stood up uncontrollably. The Moon-Splitting Sword Guild was among the top 500 sects of the Federations, which boasted a lot of potential. However, for a long time, the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild had been a pure sword training sect which was adept at the refinement and utilization of flying swords. It had nothing to do whatsoever with either the Zephyr Guild or the Mountain Sea Sect. Never had he heard that the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild intended to march into the business of precise magical equipment refining. The shadow of uneasiness inside Qiu Guanyu's mind quickly expanded. Flying Sword and Demon Beast Detector are two kinds magical equipment that can't be more distant. What's the deputy leader of the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild doing here? Many journalists shared the same question with Qiu Guanyu. Bu Changfeng, deputy leader of the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild, took over the crystal microphone. Schwa. 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 Almost 23D light beams appeared behind him and started playing video clips of flying swords moving in the sky. With a closer look, one would notice that the flying swords were pure white and looked like a long tube with green fluorescence. For crystal cameras were evenly distributed on the body of each sword. There were no blade or tip. They were more like mini, self-driving shuttles than flying swords. Right then, the flying swords were rushing in the sky of the Grand Desolate Plateau and approaching towns, mines, military bases, and fieldwork spots. Bu Changfeng smiled brightly and said, "Friends of the news industry and the financial industry, you might be surprised to see me here. But today, the Demon Beast Detector is the star of the show." The Demon Beast Detector is a piece of magical equipment of astounding innovation, which naturally requires a correspondingly groundbreaking sales pattern. With the close collaboration of the Mountain Sea Sect and the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild, the Demon Beast Detector will be sold on the Nexus and shipped by the Flying Sword. Behold, everyone, the picture on the light beam changed. A plain-looking customer was visiting the Demon Beast Detector's website. I believe most of you have watched 10 Days Among Demons and logged in the website of the Demon Beast Detector before. At noon today, the online shopping module will be officially added to the website. By then, you will be able to place an order with your telepathic thought when you're at the website. The light beam continued playing. The customer was muttering to himself, Demon Beast Detector? Sounds interesting. It is not expensive anyway and could possibly save my life in an emergency. I might as well buy one. However, I work in a remote mine. There's no towns or stores nearby. The delivery of the online shopping sites is slow, and the cost is astonishingly high. Huh. I can buy a Demon Beast Detector from the website directly without any shipping fee? Guaranteed to arrive within 1 day? Is that even possible? The customer typed fast on the virtual keyboard and placed an order on the website of the Demon Beast Detector. Then the picture switched to a large logistics center. Many workers in the uniform of the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild were busy at work. Some of them were processing the orders on crystal processors. Some of them were opening the trunk of the flying swords and putting the Demon Beast Detectors inside gently. In light of the limited space of the flying swords, the outer packaging of the young pioneer version of the Demon Beast Detector was restructured into the shape of a cylinder with a minimalistic design, which was also very environment-friendly. One flying sword could carry 10 demon beast detectors. In another room, hundreds of light beams were floating in the air. Almost 100 sword cultivators of the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild were focusing their rapt attention on the flying swords. Schwa! 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 Controlled by them, hundreds of flying swords took off and staggered to the distance with mystic colors behind, soon disappearing into the clouds. The picture switched to a mine that was in the middle of nowhere. It was too far away from any towns. Demon beasts appeared every now and then. Ordinary couriers hardly ever came to this place. Often, they would only deliver goods when there were a lot of orders and under the protection of cultivators whom they paid a high reward to. So, the goods might be delayed for a long time. Besides, the bewildering salary of the cultivators resulted to the soaring shipping fees. For certain regular goods, their shipping fee was sometimes even higher than their actual value. The 4 crystal cameras on a flying sword scanned the environment and went to the neighborhood beside the mine. The customer who bought the demon beast detector on the Nexus had received a notification and walked out of the door. The flying sword stopped before him quietly. The trunk opened, revealing the demon beast detector contained inside. The customer was overwhelmed with joy. He hurriedly unpacked the demon beast detector and put it on his nose with a smile of satisfaction. The journalists, although aware that it was only a commercial, were still thrilled and started talking about it with each other. Shopping online was not something new in the Star Glory Federation. However, the Star Glory Federation had a vast and complex territory. The traffic of many cities was very complicated, too. Not only were there skyscrapers on the ground, there were also underground ghost cities that could be dozens of levels deep and sophisticated like a honeycomb. All these factors added to the headache of the logistics industry. Home delivery service was too costly. Therefore, most of the time, the couriers would simply transport the goods to designated pickup spots from which the customers needed to collect their goods themselves. The situation was even worse in the Grand Desolate Plateau. The Grand Desolate Plateau was a scarcely populated area under the scourge of demon beasts. Not many shuttles and airships dared to cruise in the sky of the Grand Desolate Plateau. To make things worse, the crystal trains only had a limited cargo capacity. It was not unusual for the customers in the far-off mines, military camps, or newly developed towns to wait for half a month after they ordered some items on the Nexus before the items were finally delivered to their hands, even though they had paid a shipping fee that was even higher than the cost of the goods. If the shipping could be done by remote-controlled flying swords, there would be no concern of courier casualties. The shipping cost would be greatly diminished, whereas the flexibility and punctuality could be better guaranteed. The actual performance of the new shipping system might still be a question in the inland of the Federation, but it was certainly going to nail the Grand Desolate Plateau. The quick-minded journalists had already realized the business potential of the new shipping system. Wu Changfeng was relieved to see others so interested in the new product. Among all the sword training sects of the Star Glory Federation, the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild was not famous for the swiftness of their flying swords, or the powerfulness, or the skillfulness. The only shining point of its flying swords was the technological advantage in remote control and self-navigation because of their amazing crystal cameras. Recent years, as the arms race of the sword training sects took place, more advanced power rune arrays and attack rune arrays had been developed thanks to the large investment, which increased the speed and damage of the flying swords significantly. As a result, not only had the sects that mainly focused on defense magical equipment such as the Gold Armor sect been seriously undermined, the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild, which only had a limited arsenal of technologies, was caught in a dilemma, too. If it were to join the arms race, the preliminary cost would be huge with no guarantee of any yield. If it were to stay the same, its technology would fall behind its peers. No one would buy its flying swords in the future, not even the guards of the mines. To deal with the dilemma, the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild had been undergoing a transformation. It had tried to march into the logistics industry by building a flying sword shipping network based on its advantage in the field of remote-controlled and self-navigating flying swords. After a few years of secret preparations, the flying sword shipping network began to take shape. However, a lot of endogenous defects were disclosed, too. Firstly, the cargo capability of the flying sword was inadequate. It could not carry goods beyond 1 ton, however it was modified, which meant that it could only transport light and small goods. Secondly, the robustness of remote-controlled flying swords and self-navigating flying swords was unsatisfactory. A sword trainer had to manipulate a flying sword over the spiritual nexus when it was several kilometers away, which would result to lagging. This also meant that the flying sword was not suitable to carry goods that were too valuable. Suppose a flying sword was to be used to carry heavenly materials and earthly treasures worthy of several billion. What if the flying sword lost control halfway and damaged the goods inside? Who would be to blame? Thirdly, there were already a lot of sects that were good at swiftness and wind raining skills with a lot of affiliates in the Federation. Wind Runners Clan, Wind Riders Clan, Wind Roarers Clan, and Unified Net Sect, known as 3 Winds and 1 Net, had a market share of more than 90% of the logistics market. If the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild were to compete with them, there would be a bloody battle with too many costs and probably little return. Therefore, although the Flying Sword Shipping Network was ready to use, it had been bothering the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild from managers to workers as to what goods it should carry in the beginning phase so that it could be known by the world. It was possible to deliver daily necessities such as sugar and salt with the Flying Sword Shipping Network. However, the brand image of the sect would suffer a disastrous decline, not to mention that the actual profit would probably be small. There would be no way for the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild to turn to the premium market in the future. The goods that the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild desired should not be too valuable, not too large, and full of innovation, with technological advantage and certain publicity. Only such goods could maximize the advantage of the Flying Sword Shipping Network. However, it was not easy to find a suitable candidate. When the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild met the Demon Beast Detector, it was like a fatigued man who met a pillow. They were perfect for each other. Not only did the magical equipment refined by Li Yao meet the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild's every need, what made the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild more exciting was that the target customers of them were almost the same. The young pioneer version of the Demon Beast Detector was aimed at the ordinary people living on the Grand Desolate Plateau, who were also the potential clients of the Flying Sword Shipping Network. Most of the local agencies of the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild were scattered on the Grand Desolate Plateau. It was planning to take over a market share of more than 50% on the Grand Desolate Plateau before marching to the inland. To the Mountain Sea Sect, which was worrying about the sales of the Demon Beast Detector, the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild had solved their urgent problem too. When the two parties communicated, they found themselves immediately attracted to each other, hence the co-hosting conference that had amazed everyone. Well, Qiu Guanyu's back was full of cold sweat. Although he hadn't figured out the reasons yet, he had realized the potential of the Demon Beast Detector plus the Flying Sword Shipping Network with the instinct of a strong admin-type cultivator. He had invested huge amounts of money and even resorted to self-destruction in order to monopolize the traditional sales channels. But he'd never expected that a small flying sword was enough to make his preparations futile. Right now, the Demon Beast Detector was unstoppable. Young Master, since the press conference of the Mountain Sea Sect started, our share price has witnessed unusual decline, his secretary mumbled. Qiu Guanyu fell to his chair helplessly. He clenched and unclenched his hands, unable to say anything for a long time. The news of the Mountain Sea Sect and the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild's cooperation was like a stone tossed into a quiet pond. It immediately caught much attention of people in the trade. Many sword training sects were regretting that they were not the ones to come up with this amazing idea. If the Flying Sword Shipping Network of the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild really got on track, the logistics and transport industry of the Federation might be entirely reshaped. The business opportunities that it could create were tremendous. But some sects were not optimistic about the new paradigm. They thought that the cooperation of the Mountain Sea Sect and the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild was because neither of them had any other choice. The new magical equipment with the new marketing pattern would be destined to meet brutal failure in the market. However, the soaring sales of the Demon Beast Detector had slapped the faces of the conservatives hard. The Grand Desolate Plateau was full of treasures. Although the ordinary people who worked there were at a greater risk than those inland were, they earned much more money than their inland counterparts. Those who worked at remote mines and fieldwork spots had an even higher purchasing power. They just never had a method to buy anything. The shipping network that could deliver the goods to their doorstep within one day ignited their passion of shopping immediately. Li Yao optimized the Demon Beast Detector to better meet the needs of the lower-end customers. Other than reducing the cost by simplifying the structure, he also adjusted the profiles of the demon beasts stored in the memory crystal card. Ordinary people did not need to know the strong demon beasts above the level of demon soldier. They were more interested in distinguishing common demon beasts such as snake-type, insect-type, and mouse-type ones. They were also in need of telling the venomous snakes or scorpions from the non-venomous ones. Therefore, the cheap version of the Demon Beast Detector significantly increased the data of these aspects. It listed the dodging strategies and suitable antidotes behind descriptions of the venomous insects and snakes that were commonly seen in the wild and the mother lodes. The users were also allowed to input the contact information of the local hospital, military base, or cultivation sects in advance, so that the Demon Beast Detector would automatically send out distress calls in case of a demon beast scourge as long as it was connected to the nexus. The functions made the Demon Beast Detector more practical. The customers felt that the young pioneer version of the Demon Beast Detector was indeed a piece of magical equipment that was tailor-made for ordinary people. 3 days later, the online sales of the Demon Beast Detector surpassed 10,000. 5 days later, sales surpassed 20,000. 10 days later, 47,000 Demon Beast Detectors had been ordered. As a piece of magical equipment whose design purpose was wilderness survival, the sales were already remarkable, and it was only counting personal customers. With the growing influence of the Demon Beast Detector, many mines, farms, expedition teams, and construction companies had expressed their intent to bulk purchase to the Mountain Sea Sect, hoping to buy the Demon Beast Detector as a labor protection appliance. Judging from the trend, it was quite possible that the sales of the Demon Beast Detector would exceed 100,000 within the next month. At this point, the 3 magical equipment magazines all changed their attitudes. When the Demon Beast Detector was first released, under the cloud of the Zephyr Guild, they had arranged several mediocre critics to post some ambiguous articles on the secondary pages. But right now, the sales of the Demon Beast Detector were soaring, and the users' feedback was mostly positive, too. If they continued on lying through their teeth, their professionalism would be questioned. Therefore, 2 weeks after the press conference was held, the Demon Beast Detector made it to the heated new magical equipment list and the bestseller list of the 3 magical equipment magazines, raising another round of passionate discussion. One's joy might be another's sorrow. In this case, the Zephyr Guild hadn't felt particularly happy about the success of the Demon Beast Detector. Objectively speaking, as the first commercialized magical equipment of a college student, the Demon Beast Detector had many unsatisfactory points. The so-called young pioneer version of the Demon Beast Detector was put together by Li Yao only because the Mountain Sea Sect couldn't buy the qualified high-resolution crystal cameras. If one was to look for drawbacks of the Demon Beast Detector, there would be too many to count. But the problem was not how bad the Demon Beast Detector was. The problem was that, after comparing the Demon Beast Detector with the traditional probe magical equipment, many people had found that wearing a piece of probe magical equipment on the wrist was stupid and awful. The Demon Beast Detector is just a toy refined by some random college student. Of course we won't use that. However, the probe magical equipment refined by the Zephyr Guild is all worn the wrist, which is not very convenient to use. Do you think you can present the information directly in front of the eyes, too? Many regular clients of the Zephyr Guild had expressed their complaints. As a result, sales of several kinds of magical equipment that used to be popular in the market had stagnated or even dropped in the past month. The share price of the Zephyr Guild in the stock market was dropping, too, indicating that the market was not as confident in the Zephyr Guild as before. The Demon Beast Detector alone was far from enough to beat a giant monster such as the Zephyr Guild. But it had stabbed into the critical part of the Zephyr Guild like a sharp sword. From a retrospective point of view, this might be the prelude of the Zephyr Guild's epilogue. Li Yao personally gained 2 additional benefits that he did not expect from the business war against the Zephyr Guild. Firstly, his name, Fiend Star Li Yao, rose to fame in the world of the refiners. Even many ordinary people had heard of him. This was partly because of the sweeping commercials nationwide which told Li Yao's story of survival in the thunderous Sound Mountain, and partly because he had carved a grimacing little star on every demon beast detector as a signature of the Fiend Star. Secondly, his collaboration with the Mountain Sea Sect had become even closer. Moreover, he had reached out to the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild, with whom he had signed a loose contract promising to sell the magical equipment in the same manner next time he refined something new. Coincidentally, the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild, best known for their self-navigating flying swords, boasted proficient capability in refining crystal cameras. Planetesimal series and Alioth series were 2 renowned crystal camera models in the trade. Now that the high-resolution crystal cameras were available, it was possible to march at the higher end of the market now. Li Yao was ambitious and took the opportunity to make a full upgrade to the Demon Beast Detector for a high-end version. He almost entirely redesigned the product by adding communication function and automatic navigation and direction calibration function. The latter function was usable even if the Demon Beast Detector was off the Nexus. It was based on the lessons he'd learnt in Thunderous Sound Mountain. The mechanism behind the function was that the Demon Beast Detector would constantly scan the surroundings and mark them according to their features. Once the Demon Beast Detector lost connection to the Nexus and couldn't find the direction, virtual arrows leading to the start point of the trip would be displayed on the Demon Beast Detector when the user activated the backtrack function. This more powerful model of the Demon Beast Detector was named by Li Yao as Valiant Warrior version of the Demon Beast Detector, aiming at the middle-level and low-level cultivators who needed to train or fight in the wilderness. The backtrack function was the biggest selling point. As for the manufacture, marketing, and promotion work, Li Yao entrusted Shang Tianling and the professionals of the Mountain Sea Sect and the Moon-Splitting Guild to take care of them. The issues with the Demon Beast Detector were concluded. Li Yao had no energy and interest to develop the next-generation products for now, because he was devoted to Project Mystic Skeleton. The refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution was indeed a galaxy of talents now. The few grassroots experts had almost all been gathered here. The fields that they were good at were different from one another. Some were experts of power rune arrays, and some were adept at refining swords and sabers. There were also firearms experts, crystal processor experts, professional aerodynamicists, and so on. They were participants of the Project Mystic Skeleton as well as professors of the refining department. The medium and advanced courses that they taught had only one student right now, which was, naturally, Li Yao. Therefore, they decided to do the teaching sessions in the laboratory. Usually the professors would sit down in a circle and pave the crystal suit designs in the middle before they were engaged in violent quarrels regarding a technological issue and a permutation of certain arrays, sometimes forgetting where they were. Li Yao would stand by, take notes, watch and learn as an assistant. The teaching methodology couldn't be more suitable for Li Yao. He was like a voracious octopus clinging on his professors, absorbing knowledge from them as crazily as he could. With the collaborative work of everyone, the Mystic Skeleton battle suit was getting plumper day after day, from which a thin air of bloodthirst could be felt now. However, on the second day of the Valiant Warrior version of the Demon Beast Detector's release, a shocking news hit the cultivation world like a heavy bomb, blowing everyone who heard of it away. The MP-1 crystal suit co-developed by Deep Sea University and the Gold Armor Sect had overcome the critical technical problem. The first prototype had been produced. Inside the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, all the members of the Project Mystic Skeleton sat together and watched the giant light beam solemnly, which was playing the press conference of Deep Sea University and the Gold Armor Sect. The scale of this press conference was tens of times larger than that of the Demon Beast detectors. The auditorium was crowded by journalists. Li Yao had a feeling that the entire press industry and all the people who called themselves a journalist had gathered here. Their hungry faces resembled those of dogs who had been starved for 3 days and saw a bone hanging on the ceiling. What a huge difference! Li Yao sighed silently. He had been satisfied at the press conference of last month and pleased by the sales and reviews of the Demon Beast detector when he accidentally saw them. However, the press conference today had taught him a lesson on what the overlord of refining looked like and what being known by the entire Federation actually was. Just an announcement. No picture. No specifications. Yet, all the magical equipment BBS and media had gone into a frenzy. Everyone was talking about the new crystal suit crazily. The terrifying tides easily drowned topics regarding the Demon Beast detector. My magical equipment will be as resounding as this one day. However, Deep Sea University is indeed capable. It's only been a few months, and their prototype of MP crystal suit is already out of the furnace, which is even faster than us. It's completely illogical. Soon, leaders of the refining department of Deep Sea University, including President Chu Xiuhong and Supernova Jiangsheng, and the managers of the Gold Armor clan walked onto the platform in joy. However, the crystal microphone was handed to a young man who apparently hadn't reached his 30s. The young man's eyes were long and narrow. He was wearing a sunny smile all the time. His 2 dimples made him look more approachable. However, when he was not smiling, there was an air of relentlessness about him, and his thin eyes seemed to turn into 2 lancets. Li Yao sat up straight the moment he saw him. Although they were thousands of kilometers away from each other, Li Yao felt a strong sense of danger. It was like a tiger met another tiger in a forest, or a serpent met another serpent in a crevice. The man was intimidating. "Professor, who is he?" Li Yao asked Yuan Manqiu in a low voice. "He is Zhuo Feijing, true disciple of Supernova Jiangsheng, ranking 2nd in the Novum Stelae." Yuan Manqiu said solemnly, "He has another identity. He is the son of Zhuo Hongyi, who is the chief Armadominus of the Gold Armor clan. Growing up in the Crystal Suit Refining Center of the Gold Armor clan and studying in Deep Sea University, he has grasped the essence of the Sect refining techniques and academic refining techniques. He is adept at researching and refining crystal suits. It is believed that he will become one of the youngest Armadominus of the Federation." Zhuo Feijing made a great contribution to the collaboration of Deep Sea University and the Gold Armor clan. Li Yao took a deep breath. The Gold Armor clan was a real cartel in magical equipment refining whose comprehensive capability was much higher than that of the Zephyr Guild. It was most famous for its battle armors. Over the past decades, it had also invented several classic crystal suit models best known for their sturdiness. Although the Gold Armor clan was somewhat in trouble under the pressure of the more advanced flying swords refined by the sword training sects, hundreds of years of accumulated experience still made it a giant of the trade. Born in the Gold Armor clan and taught by Supernova Jiangsheng in person, Zhuo Feijing must be a top expert. No wonder Li Yao felt that he was getting goosebumps all over his body. Yuan Manqiu glanced at him and hesitatingly continued, "Not just that. Same as you, Zhuo Feijing is a hybrid-type cultivator who is talented both in combat and in creation. He has been passionate about crystal suits since he was a little kid. Not only does he love refining them, he also enjoys wearing them. He is the most excellent graduate of the Ember Training Camp, one of the 4 personal training camps of the Federation, which makes him a distinguished exo. You should know that there is a battlesuit department in Deep Sea University which is meant to bring up future exos. However, Zhua Feijing has defeated contenders of the battlesuit department in the School Exo Championship of Deep Sea University for 3 years in a row, shaming the entire battlesuit department. Zhua Feijing must be the test pilot of the new crystal suit model co-developed by Deep Sea University and the Gold Armor clan. That's why he is doing the introduction today. That is to say, if our crystal suit and theirs are going to fight for the fat order of the military, Zhua Feijing will be your toughest opponent. Li Yao's heart was beating fast. He couldn't calm himself down. He had come across Yuan Yesher, a student of the battlesuit department of Deep Sea University, in the Thunder training camp, who had caused major trouble for him. But apparently, Yuan Yesher was not the best student where he came from. As a student of the refining department, Zhua Feijing could suppress the battlesuit department for 3 years? While he was pondering, the press conference had begun. The giant light beam behind the platform started blinking. Basking in dark gold lights, an intimidating crystal suit that looked like a gray rock revealed itself. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present you with the next generation crystal suit and, possibly, the future standard crystal suit for the Federal Army, which has been co-developed by Deep Sea University and the Gold Armor clan, the Tiger King battle suit. Zhua Feijing rose up. He was very tall. When he stood up, he was like a tiger ready to lunge at his prey. In the light beam, the virtual Tiger King battle suit started spinning, while the specifications were displayed beside. The startling data raised a round of exclamation. The Tiger King battle suit was an all-weather, all-territory, medium crystal suit that could withstand the scourge of intense demonic energy. The crystal cannons on the chest was in the shape of the head of a roaring tiger, radiating a strong scent of killing. With the Gold Armor clan's participation, the framework of the Tiger King battle suit had been thoroughly tempered. As a medium crystal suit, its defensive ability had surpassed that of many heavy crystal suits. It could resist short-distance strikes of a demon general for multiple times even without the spiritual shield. Also, thanks to the state-of-the-art crystal processors provided by Deep Sea University, the computational ability of the Tiger King battlesuit was amazing, too. It could automatically launch counterattacks before the wearer was able to react. Tiger King is invincible among crystal suits of the same level, Zhua Feijing declared confidently. Yet Li Yao felt that there was something wrong about it. He thought hard for a moment. Then he finally remembered. Professor, the overall outlook of the Tiger King battlesuit is very similar to the Tiger Assassin battlesuit refined by Deep Sea University several years ago. The plate armor and the style of the bottom half of the body leave me the same impression as did the Mystic Turtle battlesuit, a classic crystal suit of the Gold Armor clan. This new model is like a combination of the 2 prior models. No wonder they could produce a prototype within several months. But, here's the question. As I recall, both the Tiger Assassin battlesuit and the Mystic Turtle battlesuit require a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so, both of them are very expensive, aren't they? The vertebral column of the Tiger Assassin battlesuit is made of the spine of a Liger-type demon beast, which must be intact without a single crack. Such a spine is not readily available. The Mystic Turtle battlesuit is the same. A single Mystic Turtle battlesuit uses more than 50 shells of turtle-type demon beasts. Now that the 2 models have been merged together, there's no doubt that the combat ability will be extraordinary. But the cost will be enormous, too. Besides, where can they find so many spines of the Liger-type demon beasts and shells of the turtle-type demon beasts? How will they mass-produce such a crystal suit? Yuan Manqiu was confused, too. She shook her head and said, "It is indeed a crucial question. Let's see what Zhua Feijing has to say. Somebody is definitely going to ask." As it turned out, an impatient journalist raised the question the moment Zhua Feijing finished the introduction of specifications. Most of the journalists taking part in the press conference had been focusing on crystal suit news. Some of them were crystal suit specialists themselves. It was not hard for them to find out that the Tiger King battlesuit was a renovation of old models which would cost too many heavenly materials and earthly treasures to meet the military's requirement. Faced with the sharp question, Zhua Feijing was not the least panicked. He smiled and said, "It is true that the Tiger King battlesuit has been developed from the Tiger Assassin battlesuit and the Mystic Turtle battlesuit, and that a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures are mandatory in the manufacturing process. However, of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that the Tiger King battlesuit needs, 90% can be synthesized." What? Every one of the Project Mystic Skeleton team, including Li Yao, stood up. The press conference was overwhelmed by whispers, too. As the cultivation civilization progressed, more and more heavenly materials and earthly treasures could be synthesized. The building foundation pill that all the cultivators had scrambled for 40,000 years ago could be synthesized into the form of strengthening drug nowadays. One could have as many as one wanted. However, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures for the refinement of crystal suit were mostly demon cores and demon bones. Their hardness, tenacity and attributes were highly restricted. The development of synthesized materials in this regard had been poor. Therefore, everybody was shocked that the refining department of Deep Sea University could be so strong as to refine a crystal suit with 90% synthesized materials. Since the military's announcement of outsourcing the standard crystal suit, many sects have initiated MP crystal suit research projects. But most of them had the same misconception. To lower the loss for mass production, they've been cutting out redundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures which are supposed to be indispensable. Therefore, the sturdiness, strength, attack ability, defense ability, cruising ability have all been significantly undermined. Zhua Feijing announced proudly, that is not the path Deep Sea University is going to take. In our opinion, MP Crystal Suit, however cheap it may be, should still maintain strong attack ability and defense ability to be the absolute star of the battlefield, stressing the demon beasts out the moment they see one. Therefore, instead of reducing the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, we've been dedicated to speeding up the research of synthesized substitutes for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In fact, Deep Sea University has been working on the subject for over 100 years. Infinite resources, sweat and blood have been poured into the garden, so that we can see the blossom of flowers today. Take the vertebral column of the Tiger Assassin battlesuit for example. In the traditional refining procedure, the natural spine of Liger-type demon beasts is compulsory. There can't be even a single crack. But right now, based on bismuth tungsten alloy and certain special materials, as well as several secret techniques, we've refined an alloy spine whose hardness and tenacity were above 85% of those of the natural ones. It has met the requirements of the MP crystal suit. The same goes for the plate armor. The shells of the turtle-type demon beasts have been replaced by alloy materials made possible by our secret techniques. In the Tiger King battlesuit, we've utilized 42 kinds of synthesized materials as replacement of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If the production volume is 3,000 or more, the average cost will be 390 million. It is true that our cost will probably be the highest of all MP crystal suit models. Its price might be twice of that of our competitor's model. However, we have every faith in the Tiger King battlesuit. 3 crystal suits of the same level teamed together will still be no match for the Tiger King. Hearing this part, Li Yao was finally relieved and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Deep Sea University was full of believers of elite refining ideology after all. Although it was a MP crystal suit, the total cost was close to 400 million. In comparison, according to estimation, the cost of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit would be around 100 million, and absolutely no more than 150 million, when the production volume was more than 1,000 pieces. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had a lot of advantages in regard to cost. But the actual combat ability of the Tiger King battlesuit was unknown yet. While he was pondering, the press conference was in a mess again. For giant light beams flowed down on the 4 directions of the spot, which were playing the shocking scenes of the Tiger King battlesuit in real battles piloted by Zhou Feijing. The following morning, the world was greeted by a brightly shining sun. Leading the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution, Yuan Manqiu walked into the hall. Under the pressure of war all year around, the military magical equipment of the Heaven's Origin sector was much more advanced than the civil magical equipment. In the blue sky, countless supersonic flying swords were dashing everywhere, knitting an impenetrable sword net with beautiful patterns. It looked splendid, but a demon beast which was stupid enough to breach inside would definitely be caught by the sword net and minced into pieces. On the ground, all kinds of beast puppets, crystal tanks, and even self-moving war fortresses constituted an iron army and patrolled inside the hall. The entire tower seemed to be trembling at their might. Earth-shaking explosions, booms of spiritual tide collisions, ting-tings of swords crashing sabers. All kinds of noises were echoing non-stop. Holding his breath, Li Yao was gazing at all the exhibitions. This was the first time that he had joined an exposition of such a large scale and at such a high level. His horizon was broadened so fast that he felt somewhat dizzy. The Grand Desolate War Institution had rented a booth of more than 1,000 square meters. Li Yao had thought that it was enormous. However, now that he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that it was below average and dwarfed by the real bit shots. Many powerful sects had rented booths as big as 10,000 square meters where hundreds of pieces of their magical equipment would be exhibited. As for Deep Sea University, its booth was more than 30,000 square meters and took up 3 floors. Technically speaking, it was not a booth anymore, but a special and independent gallery. More than 5,000 pieces of magical equipment would be displayed in the place, making it the unquestionable kingdom of magical equipment. Walking past the gate of Deep Sea University's booth, all the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution were solemn and saw the deepest desire in each other's eyes. Although not as outspoken as Li Yao, every one of them had been dreaming to oust Deep Sea University and take its place. The Tiger King battlesuit, as Deep Sea University's star magical equipment of the year, was placed in the most conspicuous spot over an artificial rock, where it was crouching and ready to lunge down at any moment. The majestic mighty of the Tiger King battlesuit made Li Yao's fingers twitch uncontrollably. He was of a mind to clench his fists and punch it into pieces. Let's go. We'll have a lot of opportunities to challenge it in the future. Yuan Manqiu patted his shoulder. Li Yao nodded his head. Smiling viciously, he lowered his eyes and moved on. According to the marketing plan that they discussed, the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution didn't stay in their booth. Instead, they toured the hall and visited the booths of their competitors. The colorful, brilliant, premium crystal suits indeed amazed them. In the meantime, the MP crystal suit models provided by the major sects of the Federation let them understand how fierce the competition was. How about it? Quickly circling the hall for a round, which took them more than 2 hours, everyone was somewhat gloomy. Yuan Manqiu asked Li Yao, "We've seen all the latest crystal suit models of the Federation. What do you think? Deep Sea University, Star Nebula University, Gold Armor Sect. These traditional giants have been working on the refinement of crystal suits for hundreds of years. The premium crystal suits that they refine are indeed delicate inventions with powerful abilities, which could be called ultimate magical equipment. I'm afraid we'll not be able to catch up with them in a short time." Li Yao pondered for a while and continued, "But an MP crystal suit is something entirely different. I studied several popular MP crystal suit models just now. Judging from the outlook and structure, they are basically the same as the premium crystal suit models that these organizations refined before, except that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been replaced by ordinary materials and that some components have even been cancelled. If we get to the bottom of it, these sects are not presenting a new crystal suit model. What they are presenting is a jerry-built version of the premium crystal suit models. That explains a lot. It hasn't even been a year since the military announced that the standard military crystal suit would be outsourced. It's impossible for them to design and refine a crystal suit model with brand new structure in such a short time. Therefore, they had to revise their previous designs and hope that luck is on their side. From what I've seen, Tiger King, Mournful Mist, Sword Torrent are the only 3 models that are somewhat refreshing. But in my opinion, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is better than any of them. Because they are designed more or less in accordance with the ideologies of the high-end crystal suits. Their creators refuse to demean themselves and do not know what the key is to a MP crystal suit. However, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit has prioritized low cost, mass production, and durability since the very beginning. Speaking of the 3 points, no one has more experience than the refiners of the Grand Desolate War Institution do. All in all, my conclusion is that the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is the only true MP crystal suit model. Other crystal suits, including the Tiger King battlesuit, are just bluffing that they are MP crystal suit models. However impressive their specifications may be, there are bound to be a lot of flaws and defects in them. And what I'm going to do is to find their shortcomings and beat them all to the ground. His words cheered up his companions again. Well said. Yuan Manchio waved her hands and declared in high spirits, all right, let's go and teach the believers of the elite refining ideology a lesson about what a real MP crystal suit should look like. Talking and laughing, they strode forward. While they were spying on their competitors, many other cultivators noticed their existence, too. The successful refinement of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had never been known by the public. Besides, the exhibition had started for quite a long time, yet the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution were still wandering in the hall. Many cultivators inevitably had the misunderstanding that they were not here to exhibit their magical equipment, but to purchase magical equipment from other exhibitors. Is the Project Mystic Skeleton still ongoing or what? I don't seem to see their booth. True that. They suffered a great failure last year. There's no way that they can work it out so fast. I assume that they've given it up already. I think it is a smart choice. Refining is not the Grand Desolate War Institution's strong point. Besides, crystal suits are pieces of super magical equipment that is too precise and complicated for them to handle. If they are really in need of crystal suits, the best and easiest thing to do is to buy some from other providers. It is both safe and trouble-saving. The military magical equipment exhibition had attracted the attention of many reporters, especially those from the 3 magical equipment magazines and Crystal Suit Vista. They had been here early waiting before the booths of the major exhibitors. Delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution roaming in the hall instead of staying in their booth intrigued many reporters. The noses of the reporters were much sharper than the common cultivators. They had heard through various channels that the Grand Desolate War Institution was an exhibitor of the magical equipment exposition which was going to show some interesting stuff. However, they had looked around and didn't find the Grand Desolate War Institution's booth. Now that they saw the refiners of the Grand Desolate War Institution strolling in the hall at ease with a mysterious smile on their faces as if they had everything under their control, the reports were naturally very curious about it. Director Yuan, greetings. I am Gao Yongjia, a journalist from Crystal Suit Vista. I was told that the Grand Desolate War Institution is an exhibitor of the Magical Equipment Exposition. But I didn't find your booth after searching. Can you explain what is going on? Is the Grand Desolate War Institution really participating in the exposition? What kind of magical equipment are you going to display? Is it the rumored cheapest crystal suit of the Federation? Director Yuan, nice to meet you. I am Bian Yun, a journalist from Gossip Cultivators. 30 years ago, you were the deep-sea goddess, yet you went separate ways with your instructor and exiled yourself to the Grand Desolate War Institution because of different beliefs. It's been 30 years since you last came to Deep Sea City. Are you planning to challenge Deep Sea University on your trip here? Excuse me, you must be Mr. Li Yao, the promising new refiner whose name has been on the rise. The Demon Beast Detector has been quite a hit over the past several months. I remember that you declared war against the refining department of Deep Sea University a long time ago. Are you confident that the magical equipment of the Grand Desolate War Institution can beat the magical equipment of the same type from the Deep Sea University? Many reporters crowded to them. This was exactly Yuan Manchio and Li Yao had been hoping for. So many people wearing the same uniform walking in the hall round after round was an effective way to advertise and draw everyone's attention. Yuan Manchio and Li Yao exchanged an eye look. She smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, what you've been told is true. The Grand Desolate War Institution is taking part in the Magical Equipment Exposition as an exhibitor, not a buyer. What we are going to exhibit and sell is, to quote what you just said, the cheapest crystal suit of the Federation. However, there is so much more about it other than merely low cost. You will be astonished at its performance. If you are interested, please follow us. Let's unveil the Mystic Skeleton battle suit together." Yuan Manchio's words immediately ignited the crowd. Now that the cheapest crystal suit of the Federation had been successfully refined, they were definitely going to check it out despite its doubtful performance. So, the reporters all followed the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution. This was the time when keeping a low profile in the beginning paid off. Other than the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, all the MP crystal suit models had called press conferences the moment they were successfully refined. The specifications and demos of them had been known by the entire world and, without the feeling of freshness anymore, they sometimes bored people who got in touch with them. But the Mystic Skeleton battle suit had been hiding itself in darkness the whole time. Besides, many people still remembered the big explosion last year. Not just the reporters, most of the cultivators were also curious about what a crystal suit allegedly with a cost of around 100 million actually looked like. Therefore, the crowd grew larger and larger as it moved on like a snowball, until it reached the northwest corner of the 5th level of the convention center. The booth in this place had been shrouded by gray fog since 3 days ago, with a glittering countdown in the middle of the fog that was changing every second. Behind the countdown was a giant question mark. Right now, many tourists had already gathered around the Foggy booth before the crowd arrived, because the countdown that had been running for 3 days would return to 0 in 10 minutes, and the question mark behind it suddenly bounced into an even larger, even more brilliant exclamation mark. As the shrink of the countdown, the exclamation mark was glimmering accordingly, like passionate heartbeat. The ever-growing suspense had aroused everyone's interest about the exhibition to be held inside the Foggy booth. Schwa. In the last 10 minutes, Fist of Fury, emblem of the Grand Desolate War Institution, gradually revealed itself in the boundary of the dense fog. Inside the fog echoed gunfire, explosions of spiritual energy, screams of demon beasts, as well as the mighty, incessant roars of human beings. What I'm saying is that we should not be affected by interferences. On the surface, the Tiger King battlesuit does look great. However, our Mystic Skeleton battlesuit has its own advantages. Firstly, the main framework of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is based on technology dating back to the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. They have been tested in battlefield countless times and are well beyond the perception level of the Heaven's Origin sector at present, which is also why we haven't been able to fully comprehend it although we devoted most of our time to it. Secondly, everyone here is an expert in grassroots refining. We all have abundant experience in MP magical equipment. Maybe our work is not as glamorous as that of the elite ideology believers and the specifications of our crystal suit might be boring, but we are definitely the best in the regards of production stability and fault rate. Thirdly, although pricing is not the decisive factor, a crystal suit with similar performance to theirs but only half cost is still very attractive. I believe you've all heard a thing or two about this over the past month. The spiritual tides in the dark desolate domain are more frequent and intense than before. Just as the sea tide is the rise and fall of sea levels caused by gravitational forces, the intense spiritual tides indicate that our world is being attracted to another world, now more than ever. Which means that the distance between the blood demon sector and us has been shortened. Maybe in the next few years, a semi-permanent wormhole will appear between the Heaven's Origin sector and the blood demon sector, which will allow a large number of troops to pass through. It is the most important reason why the military is purchasing standard crystal suits in such a hurry. At the cost of the same war budget, 5 crystal suit legions can be built up if the military choose to buy the Tiger King battle suit, but if they buy the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, 10 or even 15 crystal suit legions will be able to be established. This is our advantage. So, let's work together. Hadn't we already anticipated that Deep Sea University and the Gold Armor Clan would bring out a crystal suit with second-to-none performance? But as it turns out, it's only just so. My confidence is stronger now than before. The Mystic Skeleton battle suit is definitely going to beat the Tiger King battle suit. Yuan Manchio's remarks ignited everyone's passion. The grassroots refining ideology had been suppressed by the elite refining ideology for decades. For no other reasons, they had to forge the Mystic Skeleton battle suit just to prove that the path they had embarked on was the right one. Ms. Yuan is right. The most distinguished characteristic about the Mystic Skeleton battle suit is that its mainframe employed technology from the Star Ocean Imperium, which is far more advanced than our current ones. Its likelihood of survival is much higher in a battlefield. We've made great progress in the power system. The preliminary distribution of the probe magical equipment has been sorted out. The professors and the experts started a heated discussion. The only exceptions were several experts of materials and experts of the crystal reactor, who hid themselves in the corner silently and didn't open their mouths until others had finished talking. There are still some problems concerning the super-compressed crystal reactor. We've tried to refine it with almost 100 different kinds of materials. However, their hardness did not meet our demand. Although it won't explode again in the laboratory like the previous accident, it will still risk being wrecked or even set off in a real battlefield when it suffered corrosion or a major strike. The words tossed a bucket of cold water on the participants of the project. But they were aware that the crystal reactor was the most troublesome component to refine in a crystal suit after all. There had been no crystal reactor in the Star Glory Federation that was devoid of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. 90% of the Tiger King battlesuit was made of synthesized materials, but it still required authentic heavenly materials and earthly treasures for its crystal reactor. That was because the crystal reactor had a high requirement for hardness and tenacity. Was the Grand Desolate War Institution able to do what Deep Sea University couldn't? It is not a problem. Yuan Manchio knocked the desk and said firmly, "We still have half a year and we are going to find a way out. Let's call it a day here." The sun set, and night fell. Sitting below the statue of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and watching the stars over his head lighting up one after another, Li Yao meditated. With the reconstruction of the refining department, most of the ruins had been cleared away. More than 10 tall trees were implanted around the statue from other places, transforming the place into a small park. The gentle wind was breezing coolly. Li Yao liked to contemplate beside the statue of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Every time he came here, he felt his head was clear and sharp with a lot of amazing ideas popping up. He had a feeling that the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was connected to him in a way he can't comprehend and that it was destined to be born in his hands and cruise in the cosmos with him gloriously. The Tiger King battlesuit is indeed marvelous. On his crystal processor, Li Yao played and replayed the press conference of Deep Sea University, especially the demos of the Tiger King battlesuit. The more he watched, the more he felt that there was a fire burning in his heart. It was not easy to defeat such a formidable enemy. Although the professor mentioned that there were many hidden problems about the Tiger King battlesuit, Deep Sea University would certainly try to fix them in the half-year to come. However, for the Grand Desolate War Institution, the most crucial problem about the crystal reactor was like a mountain standing in the path of everyone and blocking all hope. Leaning against the wreck of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, Li Yao closed his eyes and started pondering. A crystal reactor has two critical parameters. One is the hardness. Only with enough hardness could it withstand the super pressure from inside and the intense impacts from outside. The other is the tightness of spiritual energy. By no means should the spiritual energy be leaked through the tiny gaps in the material that makes up the shell. The second point is easy to fix. It is true that the density of ordinary materials is often unsatisfactory. However, there are certain special dyes and rune arrays that can help lock the spiritual energy. But as for how to improve the hardness of materials, the 100 Smelting clan from 40,000 years ago had several secret techniques that could bring up the hardness of the ordinary materials to the extent of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures by repetitive tempering. But the secret techniques all required manual work which could take an extraordinarily long time with a very low success rate. With Li Yao's current ability, it might take him several months to forge a highly precise component such as the crystal reactor with ordinary materials, and there would be a lot of defects in the final product. Such a low efficiency was far from enough to meet the demand of mass production. Therefore, Li Yao only noted a few refining methods and rune arrays that could strengthen the ordinary materials and planned to discuss with the professors and experts about them. As for the manually made component, he could only use them on his own crystal suits. It was not applicable to the MP crystal suit model. Pondering for a long time with little yield, Li Yao was irritated. He turned back unintentionally and suddenly felt something. The remnants of the mystic skeleton battlesuit had been standing here for over a year and were weather-beaten. Although it was made of metal, it looked somewhat lackluster now. It's not like I can figure it out within a moment. I might as well maintain whatever's left of the mystic skeleton battlesuit to better learn its inner structure. After the spiritual tide explosion, the mystic skeleton battlesuit had been shattered. The framework had been twisted, and many of the components had been melded together. Few refiners in the entire Star Glory Federation could maintain such a crystal suit. But for Li Yao, it was not a problem, because he had maintained crystal suits that were in much lousier conditions in the Thunder training camp. Now was as good as any time. Li Yao took out almost 10 delicate maintenance tools from his Cosmos ring. He played them in his hands and they danced among his fingers like butterflies. After he returned to the Grand Desolate War Institution, the first thing he did was to refine a set of maintenance tools of 325 different kinds with the materials he'd retrieved from the Dark Desolate domain. Take tweezers for example. For different usages, Li Yao refined 12 different pairs. The tools were all crafted by hard work with consideration of his father's teachings and the lessons from O Yezi's memory fragments. There wouldn't be a second set of such tools in the Heaven's Origin sector. As the saying went, he who does his work well, first sharpens his tools. With such a set of maintenance tools, Li Yao was like a tiger who'd grown 2 wings. Climbing up the pedestal, he clutched the left shoulder of the mystic skeleton battlesuit with his left hand, while he tore down the components of the crystal suit with his right hand at an amazing speed. After a moment, the crystal reactor on the back of the crystal suit was revealed. Thinking for a second, Li Yao tore the crystal reactor down. He held it in his arms like a watermelon and sat down cross-legged. Under the bright moonlight, he started observing the crystal reactor. The hardness of the material that constituted the crystal reactor was higher than that of the materials of other components. Therefore, the crystal reactor was not broken but only deformed in the spiritual tide explosion. Almost 1,000 runes were engraved on the top of the crystal reactor. Connected together, they were a rune array that covered the entire surface of the crystal reactor. A long and narrow hole was ripped open on one side of the crystal reactor. It looked like a black eye. Li Yao knew that it was the reason for the spiritual tide explosion. The super-compressed spiritual energy had been furious enough to rip open the shell of the crystal reactor, through which it surged out and breached another several walls until it reached the warehouse of crystals where a tremendous explosion was triggered because of the chain reaction. Staring at the crystal reactor, Li Yao suddenly felt that a cold wind blew through his heart, which caused numbness all over his body. He sensed that something was eyeing him in the void. Li Yao blinked his eyes. For some reason, he felt that the something was not malicious. On the contrary, it was warm and friendly, as if it were a companion going to the same destination as Li Yao. Searching for a long time, Li Yao's eyesight stopped at the hole of the crystal reactor. A weird light glimmered in the hole, making it look like a winking eye. Greenish light blinked like a spark dying in the winter wind and then vanished into thin air. Holding his breath, Li Yao extended one of his spiritual threads into the crystal reactor. However, when it was entering through the hole, it was weirdly blocked by what seemed to be a thin film. Bo! He seemed to have punctured a soap bubble. A long and deep sigh came from inside the hole, followed by an eruption of greenly shining spots that looked like flickering dandelion seeds which danced to the rhythm of the wind under the night sky. Li Yao was dazed. He had never seen anything as weird before. They were like translucent fireflies, bunches of flying roses, and ember spirits that had been awakened. They danced around Li Yao in an unpredictable pattern, sending out mysterious messages. Li Yao extended more spiritual threads from his spiritual root and pierced into the green fires. Boom! In a moment, hundreds of fireballs of information exploded inside his brain, making him see and hear countless stuff. He seemed to have been surrounded by thousands of pictures at the same time. Most of them are obscure and complicated experiments and refining procedures. A few of them were some people exclaiming wildly with joyful tears. The Project Mystic Skeleton is finally going to be completed. The sentence echoed and echoed in Li Yao's brain, which was followed by rounds of gleeful laughter. He could even feel intense pride, excitement, and relief himself. It was not until Li Yao stood still for over an hour to read and absorb all the information that he discovered that a lot of experimental data and refining processes related to Project Mystic Skeleton had been added to his memories. The concepts and conjectures that had been fuzzy to him were all obvious now. All the details of the Project Mystic Skeleton had been circuited together and formed a coruscating skyscraper inside his brain. It was as if inspiration from hundreds of people had exploded in his head like brilliant fireworks. The fireflies in the sky had disappeared without him knowing. Li Yao rubbed his face hard to ensure that he was not hallucinating. He extended his spiritual threads into the crystal reactor again. The light of the translucent fireflies was extremely weak now. The silence of the grave had taken over the place. Li Yao could even feel that the spiritual energy contained in them were dispersing fast. It wouldn't be long before the fireflies were gone with the wind. Li Yao's heart was beating fast. He felt that he might be onto a big secret. So, he reached out to his professor hurriedly via the mini crystal processor. 10 minutes later, Yuan Manqiu arrived. She took the crystal reactor and sank her telepathic thoughts into it with her eyes closed while she listened to Li Yao talking about everything that had happened. I've been fond of meditating beside the statue of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit since more than half a year ago, because I felt that my brain was extremely sharp and my thoughts were well organized when I was here. Sometimes, the ideas popping up in my head even shocked myself. I felt like countless experts of refining were communicating with me in this place. As time went by, the feeling grew more and more intense. I even had the illusion that the Mystic Skeleton battle suit here was not a statue or a pile of wreckage, but hundreds of living human beings. In the meeting today, I found that we were stuck on the refinement of the crystal reactor. So, while I was sitting here, pondering how to solve the problem, I thought I might as well dismantle the old crystal reactor and study its structure in case I could find something. As it turned out, Li Yao told her his amazing experience just now. To his surprise, there was no amazement, delight, or confusion in his professor's face, but only vague grief, as if someone had torn away her scab and freed her painful past that had been caged for a long time. Li Yao hardly ever saw such an expression on his professor's face. Yuan Manxiu was always energetic at whatever she was doing. When something unexpected happened, she was always calm enough to cope with it. She never lacked determination either. Therefore, although her expertise was not the greatest, many grassroots refiners were still willing to push forward the Project Mystic Skeleton under her leadership. He had only seen the expression once before, when the floating mountain of the refining department exploded, and Professor Mo Xian sacrificed himself. "Professor, do you feel it?" Li Yao was somewhat anxious. Yuan Manxiu shook her head and replied bitterly, "No. You don't?" Li Yao was dazed for a moment. Then he took the crystal reactor over and closed his eyes again. Although their light was very weak now, the fireflies was still gleaming in the darkness. If he could sense them as a refinement stage cultivator, there was no reason why his professor, a building foundation stage cultivator, could not. "I believe in your feelings. They're not your hallucination. I assume they're phantom entities." Yuan Manxiu's voice was somewhat lonely. "Phantom entities?" Li Yao blinked. He had heard about the term before, but he did not know much about it, nor had he ever come across any in his prior cultivation. Yuan Manxiu seemed to have lost her strength. Holding the pedestal of the mystic skeleton battle suit, she sat down slowly and said, "Have you ever seen ghosts?" Li Yao nodded his head. "Of course I have. I have several good ghost friends. Besides, aren't there quite a few spectral cultivators in our school?" By good ghost friends, he was referring to Ding Yin and Wei Qingqing. A year and a half ago, on his way to the Grand Desolate War Institution, the crystal train that he was on met a beast-tide outbreak. 7 cultivators sacrificed themselves to protect the ordinary people on the train. Only 2 of their souls were able to survive and turned into spectral cultivators, who were Ding Yin and Wei Qingqing. While Li Yao was studying in the Grand Desolate War Institution, the 2 of them went to the Undead Academy that the federal government specially established for the spectral cultivators to learn how to live as ghosts. They'd kept in touch all that time. Li Yao had been discussing with Ding Yin about the art of refining. Sometimes he read Ding Qingqing's latest literary works too. Their friendship had been growing. 1 year after joining the Undead Academy, Ding Yin and Wei Qingqing had graduated and gone their separate ways. Ding Yin joined the Ghost Legion of the Federal Army, which was a special troop of spectral cultivators. He became a military refiner and helped the spectral cultivators of the Ghost Legion maintain their bodies. Ding Qingqing also realized her dream of being an elementary school teacher. It was not an ordinary elementary school. All the students of the school were children who had passed away. When one died, it was like a light that had been shut off. Not everyone had the opportunity to become a ghost. The cultivators whose souls were stronger were most likely to turn into ghosts after they died. For ordinary people, their odds of turning into ghosts were little to none. However, there were certain kinds of ordinary people that were more likely to become ghosts than others were. For example, those who were born or passed away at a certain time and location, those who were in red when they died, those who were dogged or had a lot of hatred. Another kind of such people would be children who died too young. Children's fire of life only just started burning. Their souls were less worn and purer than those of the adults, so it was more likely for their souls to stay intact when they passed away. In the ancient cultivation world, souls of the children who died too young had been the best materials for cultivation. Some crazy cultivators even tormented and killed children brutally on purpose to get souls of hatred which they would refine into malicious magical equipment. Things were completely different in the modern cultivation world. The Star Glory Federation had paid as much attention to ghost rights as it did to human rights, if not more. For the protection of young ghosts who had died before the age of 18, the Star Glory Federation issued Juvenile Ghosts Protection Act, stating that all adolescents, be they humans or ghosts, had equal rights and obligations to receive education. The elementary school that Wei Qingqing went to was a special one for the little ghosts. She had sent a group picture of her students and herself to Li Yao before. Of course, it was not a picture of hollow clothes. The picture had been taken in a darkroom with the help of phenotypic rune arrays by special crystal cameras. In the picture, Wei Qingqing and the children looked like diamond statues. They were lifelike and smiling happily. Li Yao felt happy for her from the bottom of his heart. With two such friends, Li Yao was not a stranger to ghosts, nor did he reject them. But the translucent fireflies inside the crystal reactor did not look like ghosts from whichever angle. Phantom entities are not normal ghosts. You may understand them as ghosts in a lower dimension, specifically, ghosts that are in the two-dimensional state, Yuan Manqiu said. Two-dimensional ghosts? Li Yao found himself hardly able to process the information. That's correct. Ghosts are not bound by bodies. They still possess their self-awareness. So, they know who they are and most of what happened in their life. However, such status can't last long. If they can't find a suitable body to reincarnate, or can't digitalize themselves to hide in metal puppets, or don't know any cultivation techniques of ghosts, they will break down, melt, and collapse like snow under the sun. During the process, their self-awareness will be the first thing to disappear. They'll no longer know who they are. Then, they'll lose their memories of the past. Eventually, they'll lose their perseverance, the thing that they thought to be unforgettable. When the perseverance is gone, the force that pushes them to linger on will be no more, and they'll be gone forever. Pausing for a moment, Yuan Manqiu said thoughtfully, "No wonder we never found any ghosts after the big explosion." The staff and students at the time were all at the high level of the refinement stage or even the building foundation stage. Some of their souls should have been strong enough to survive the explosion. Based on your discovery, I assume that the blast was so intense that most of the souls were vaporized instantly. But some of them were too obsessed and thus turned into phantom entities. At that time, the spiritual energy inside the crystal reactor had all leaked out. The center of the explosion was the warehouse of crystals nearby. The crystal reactor itself was meant for the storage of spiritual energy. It was very solid, which made it the best shelter after the explosion. So, the phantom entities hid themselves inside, until they're discovered by you today. Li Yao said in great joy, "Professor, do you mean that the professors and my senior brothers are still alive in a different form, even including Professor Mo Xian?" With a bitter smile, Yuan Manqiu answered, "Li Yao, phantom entities are different from ghosts. Although ghosts have lost their bodies, their self-awareness and memories are well kept. They know where they come from and where they're going to. They can be observed and perceived by us in various ways. They can interact with us, too. Once a ghost enters a metal puppet, they will be like humans who have artificial head, artificial torso, artificial limbs, and all the other artificial body parts. In that case, they will be no different from any other disabled person. Therefore, in the modern cultivation world, we acknowledge the fundamental rights of ghosts and view them as humans of a different form or a special kind of disabled people. But phantom entities are different. Their memories lost, their consciousness withered, their thinking ability gone, the phantom entities are just scraps of souls or even reflections of souls. If we get to the bottom of it, phantom entities are just a kind of mental existence. If a ghost can be compared to a bonfire burning in the middle of darkness, then a phantom entity is nothing but a sparkle which floats out of the bonfire. Most phantom entities are short-lived. No matter how determined they are, without the support of a body and a soul, they will disappear gradually within several months. It is already a miracle that these phantom entities could be perceived by you after hiding here for over a year. But as you said, their light is getting duller now. Maybe it won't be long before they're completely gone. So, don't understand phantom entities to be living in a different form. They're just the last radiance of a perished life. It's like you and your photo. However similar a 3D photo of you looks, it is not you after all. Li Yao was quiet. He was starting to understand why his professor looked so lonely. He thought that he had found Professor Mo Xian's soul. But in the end, it was only a photo of it. Of course his professor felt sad seeing the image of old times. More importantly, phantom entities can't be perceived by everyone. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Manxiu spoke, her voice shivering. Phantom entities are pure mental beings resulting from strong obsessions. 99.99% people can't feel their existence. For people who shared the same obsession with them, it still requires a lot of time to stay close to the phantom entities before they rhyme with the spiritual palpitation of the phantom entities and perceive their existence. Li Yao felt he had understood something. He touched the cold shell of the crystal reactor with his fingers. There was a sharp pain coming from his fingertip, as if the crystal reactor had been boiled by an ineffaceable mental power. Is this the reason why you are lingering on in this world? You don't want to see the fall of the mystic skeleton battle suit, but its rise and glory? Even without your bodies, even without your souls, your spirit has still been burning, shining, and waiting. You tried your best to talk to me and teach me your insights and ideas so that the mystic skeleton battle suit could be reborn from ashes. Li Yao finally understood everything. Phantom entities were the fruits of human spirits and willpower, the dogged determination that even death couldn't not obliterate. And the dogged determination of the staff and students of the refining department would be the mystic skeleton battle suit. Since he had been pondering about the refining department and the mystic skeleton battle suit beside the statue, his passion had reverberated with the spiritual palpitation of the phantom entities. It probably had something to do with the fact that his brain had been possessed twice, too. His brain was unique in the entire Heaven's origin sector. Today, awed by the Tiger King battle suit, his eagerness for victory had been set alight. His obsession and hope for the mystic skeleton battle suit were stronger than ever. Also, he happened to have made the decision to dismantle the crystal reactor and study its inner structure. All the coincidences combined together resulted in his startling discovery of such vivid phantom entities. Although Yuan Manxiu was equally determined for the mystic skeleton battle suit to succeed and her cultivation was much deeper than Li Yao's, she did not have the habit of contemplating beside the statue, nor had her brain been weirdly developed by a double possession. Therefore, she wasn't able to feel the existence of the phantom entities. Seeing Li Yao's enlightened face, Yuan Manxiu said, "It seems that you've got it. Those who can see phantom entities are called observers in the cultivation world. You are the observer of the 100 phantom entities here. According to your description, you can see their visualization, hear their sighs, and even perceive their past and learn from them. It means that your observation level is very high, you are a strong observer. Such a strong observer is rarely seen. I'm afraid you might be the only one in the world that can feel their existence now." Li Yao finally understood Yuan Manxiu's lonely expression. Even though they were just pieces of their previous souls, it would still be a great comfort if she could feel their existence. However, failing to perceive the last bit of Professor Mo Xian's spirit, his professor had to learn everything by Li Yao's paraphrase knowing that it was there. It wouldn't feel good. Li Yao clenched his fists. In the quietness of the park, his bones were cracking loudly, as if 2 crystal bombs had been crushed in his hands. "Professor, you said that phantom entities are ghosts who lost themselves in a lower dimension. Then, is there any way that we can?" Li Yao paused, then continued to ask carefully, "Let them return to the higher dimension and find the memories that they lost so that they can be restored to who they were?" Yuan Manxiu was dazed for a moment. She found herself hardly able to keep her eyes open under the invisible flames burning in Li Yao. A while later, she said, "It would be very difficult. In the history of the Star Glory Federation and the books of the Star Sea Imperium, thousands of phantom entities have been observed. But most of them sank into oblivion within 1 year after they were observed. Odds are low that phantom entities will be able to regain their memories and self-awareness and return to the ghost state. According to the experts in phantom entities, it has to do with both the phantom entities themselves and their observers. If the phantom entities wander in wilderness for too long and gradually lose their consciousness and memories under the effect of electromagnetic storms and cosmic radiation, they will be unrecoverable because their past has been erased for good. Li Yao couldn't help but interrupt her. Professor, the phantom entities of our refining department should be different. They were transformed by the intense spiritual tides into phantom entities instantly after the big explosion, and since then, they've been hiding in the crystal reactor, which should be thick enough to hold back the electromagnetic interference and cosmic radiation. Therefore, there's a good chance that their memories have not been wiped out but live on in a manner that we can't comprehend. Yuan Manxiu hesitated for a moment, but she nodded her head. What you said is possible. After the big explosion, all the high-level cultivators of our school were engaged in searching for survivors, but not a single ghost was found, which indicated that they were evaporated into phantom entities momentarily. However, it's extremely difficult to bring back their past even if it still exists. Actually, we don't know how to do it at all. Based on previous cases, there are only two things that we know about. Firstly, by keeping in touch with the phantom entities, the observers can slow down the speed of their extinction. Secondly, by following the phantom entities' will, fighting in their spirit and finishing what they've been longing for, there will be harmony between the observers and the phantom entities, which could increase the power of the phantom entities significantly. Chances are that they might be able to find their memories and self-awareness again and return to the three-dimension if their power is strong enough. Li Yao's eyes were beaming keenly in the darkness. Holding the crystal reactor closely in his arms, he felt that a wildfire was burning its way from his stomach up through his throat to the top of his head where it broke out and pierced into the sky. Do you mean that if we can successfully refine the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and make it the best MP crystal suit of the Star Glory Federation, the professors and my senior brothers might be able to return to themselves? Li Yao muttered to himself, good. When I first came to the refining department, there were nothing but ruins here. I dug out many ragged jade slips of the professors and my senior brothers from the ruins, which has been a great help to me in my studies. I've always respected them very much and feel sorry that I can't learn with my senior brothers from the professors. Now, we have an opportunity to fight side by side and let the world to be impressed by the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. The mediocre crystal suits such as the Tiger King battle suit will be beaten to ashes. One day, you will wake up from the nightmare of chaos and witness your triumph and glory with your own eyes. He then turned to Yuan Manxiu. Professor, he lit up an empty light beam with his crystal processor and drew a blueprint on it quickly with his telepathic thought. Then he said, while I was communicating with the professors and my senior brothers, an inspiration that could possibly solve our current problem about the crystal reactor occurred to me. Half an hour later, in the conference room of the refining department, the remaining grassroots professors and experts were in a heated discussion. Most of them were fond of Li Yao, whom they thought was a promising young man of the grassroots refining ideology. Not only had he learnt the basics of refining well, he was also familiar with the elite refining ideology and its secret techniques. Moreover, he was a self-taught expert in ancient refining techniques in which he had showed great talent. What's more, since he had grown up in the magical equipment graveyard, he had a natural instinct for the maintenance and modification of magical equipment. Although he was not good enough in the advanced theories of refining compared with the experienced experts of the trade, his manual ability was as good as the skilled refiners who had been doing their job for years, if not better. Many professors and experts were willing to let Li Yao be their assistant and help with the refinement and polish of the key components. His crazy, sometimes even insane, modification plans and conceptual designs were always big eye-openers for the grassroots refiners who had been somehow calcified because of decades of routine work. For example, a week ago, Li Yao had proposed a plan named modular architecture, which meant developing the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit into two kinds of submodels, the primary model and the derivative models. The primary model was just a framework and the simplest plate armor, together with a spiritual storm bolter and a chains word. By doing so, its general cost could be reduced to below 80 million. Its operations were much simpler, too, so that it could be handled by the main troops and the low-level cultivators who had never received formal crystal suit training without any trouble. With 3 to 5 days of urgent training, most of them would be able to wear such a crystal suit. Based on the primary model, all kinds of extensions could be developed, such as the melee extension, the heavy firepower extension, the sniper extension, the special extension for underground use, the special extension for undersea use, the special extension for the demonic energy corrupted environment, and so on. In a battlefield, the soldiers could replace the extensions of the battle suit at their will according to different conditions and purposes. Not only had such a design significantly improved the combat ability and survival ability of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, it also allowed more flexible tactics to be carried out. In Li Yao's plan, the Mystic Skeleton battle suit should be the most adaptable crystal suit in the Star Glory Federation. Or rather, the Mystic Skeleton battle suit would be a platform on which every cultivator was free to use whatever they wanted. One day, all the interfaces of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit would be open to public. Every cultivator would be able to plug their own magical equipment in, and the Mystic Skeleton battle suit could be integrated with every piece of self-made magical equipment without any discordance. If the wearer was really rich, he could add extensions that were far more expensive than the Mystic Skeleton battle suit itself, so that the comprehensive ability of the new crystal suit would be greatly improved. In an intense fight, the plug-ins and the plate armor would be the first to be damaged. With quick maintenance, they could be replaced by another set of extensions, and the combat ability of the crystal suit would be resumed immediately. The crazy idea had sparked many debates within the project team. But after careful consideration, most of the team members thought that it was quite feasible and were running tests to see the performance. It was also one of the reasons why Project Mystic Skeleton came to a halt without any prototypes. What's more, after only 1 year of formal study, Li Yao had passed the refiner's registration examination. Now, the demon beast detector that he had refined was one piece of the most popular magical equipment. Therefore, all the professors and experts felt that Li Yao was indeed extraordinary and had been paying great attention to his ideas and proposals. However, the suggestions that Li Yao made were mostly about the structure designs of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. The crystal reactor was quite different. Little could be done to improve the performance of a crystal reactor by revising its structure. It was the materials that mattered most. Only with a major breakthrough of materials could a crystal reactor be refined that was lighter, smaller, and stronger against high temperatures and pressure with a higher capacity for spiritual energy. The science of materials had no shortcuts. It could only be learnt by long-time hard work. Petty tricks wouldn't help much. Li Yao had never shown much talent in the materials science before, yet now he claimed that he could solve the problem of the crystal reactor. It was no wonder that the professors and experts were doubting him. Li Yao, you can't joke about the crystal reactor. If something is wrong with other components, there are always remedies, but malfunction of the crystal reactor will lead to dire consequences, which we all understand too well, a thin, gray-haired refiner said solemnly. His name was Bai Yeda, an expert in materials science as well as crystal reactors. He was also the chief refiner in charge of the crystal reactor and the related components in Project Mystic Skeleton. Since he hadn't made much progress, Bai Yeda had been pulling a long face every day. His long brows were furrowed to such a point that one might think there were 2 brooms over his eyes. Li Yao smiled. Don't worry, Professor Bai. When the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is successfully refined, I will be the first pilot to wear it to go through tests under extreme conditions, and I don't intend to get myself killed. It's true that I don't know much about the materials science, nor do I have any secret techniques that can improve the hardness of ordinary materials to the extent of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, my idea does not involve the materials science. It is just a minor structural revision. Please take a look, professors. The light beam around the conference room displayed a series of structure designs. The clearest one was the crystal reactor that had a crack on its shell after the big explosion. The problem bothering us right now is that we can't find a suitable material to refine the shell of the crystal reactor to ensure that the supercompressed spiritual energy stays inside without being leaked. It's not doable no matter what we try. However, why don't we simply change our mindset? Spiritual energy stored in a crystal reactor is ample, which is tens of times more than that inside the body of a cultivator. Only with such abundance can the crystal suit support the wearer in battles that can last for days. Since there is plentiful spiritual energy, what harm is there if some of it is leaked? Please take a look, everybody. This is the crystal reactor that was damaged in the previous explosion. It is worth noting that the body of the crystal reactor was not too damaged except for the hole. In fact, the main reason for the explosion was that the rampageous spiritual energy hit the warehouse of crystals and triggered a chain reaction. If the crystal reactor were the only thing that exploded at that time, the blast would have been far from enough to blow the entire floating mountain apart. As the saying goes, it's better to guide than to block. If we can't refine a shell that is firm enough, why don't we just leave an aperture on the crystal reactor? Everyone was shocked at what Li Yao had just said. Bayeta was deep in thought. Another power system expert asked subconsciously, but wouldn't all the spiritual energy escape through the aperture? Li Yao tapped on his mini crystal processor. A second structure design was displayed. It was an intact crystal reactor with an additional gadget that looked like a gyro. We can install a valve to the aperture. When the spiritual energy inside the crystal reactor is burning too intensely and the pressure exceeds the warning level, the valve will be pushed open to release the redundant spiritual energy. A few seconds later, when the pressure returns to the normal level, the valve will fall back automatically and seal the shell of the crystal reactor as before. Bayeta shook his head. The valve design is indeed impressive. But the spiritual energy escaping through the valve will make the crystal suit a very obvious target. It's possible that the crystal suit will be detected dozens of kilometers away. The disguise and stealth abilities of the crystal suit will be greatly undermined. So what? Li Yao said calmly, there has never been a real MP crystal suit in the history of the Heaven's Origin sector. Disguise and stealth abilities are always a top priority for all the crystal suits, because the crystal suits will be worn by high-level cultivators who will fight high-level demons in the forests of the Dark Desolate Domain or even sneak into the Blood Demon sector for spy missions. Therefore, stealth, disguise, and assassination abilities have always been highlighted. As a result, although very simple, the valve design has been neglected the whole time, because it will expose the locations of the wearers in a battlefield. However, the situation is different right now. What we're expecting is an unprecedented face-to-face confrontation, a duel of armies versus armies, a collision of hurricane against hurricane and tides against tides. So, when a panoply of 10,000 cultivators in the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit show up in the battlefield, there is no need for they to hide their existence. On the very contrary, they shall declare their arrival to the world with the roars of thunder. When they're entering the Blood Demon sector, they will not sneak into it, but crush into it in an unstoppable formation with their suits glittering in the sunlight. Besides, seeing that everyone had been attracted by his speech, Li Yao displayed a different structure design. He continued, don't forget that this is just the primary model. If the military need crystal suits for sneaking or ambushing missions, they can always choose a derivative model that has a better crystal reactor, or simple pick a whole new crystal suit model. Excellent as the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit may be, it will not be the sole model equipped by the army, will it? Compared with the loss of stealth and disguise ability, I feel that the loss of spiritual energy is more pitiful. Here's an idea that I'd like you to consider. We can connect the valve system of the crystal reactor to other magical equipment units. The attack magical equipment and the spiritual shield need to be refilled on a regular basis. Why don't we supplement them with the spiritual energy that escapes through the valve? Or even better, we can design an active valve system that can be controlled by the telepathic thoughts of a cultivator. When the cultivator wishes, he can open the valve and charge the spiritual shield and the flying swords, while the pressure of the crystal reactor will be kept at a low level in the meantime. By doing so, there's no way that any accidents will occur. This is all I have to say. It is still a very immature plan which definitely includes a lot of drawbacks that need to be fixed. Please feel free to speak your opinions, professors. After Li Yao finished his talk, the refiners didn't start discussing immediately. They were staring blankly ahead with their eyebrows knitted together. A weird silence was hanging over the conference room. Li Yao's plan was very simple. Valve design was a mature technique in the Star Glory Federation too. However, since all the previous crystal suits had highlighted the importance of stealth and disguise, the professors and experts had never thought that they could be refined otherwise. Now that the old doctrine was broken, everyone felt that they had entered a new world. That's a good idea. Although a valve system will bring additional costs, the total cost will still be significantly reduced compared with refining the crystal reactor with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I estimate that the cost of the new plan will be less than 1/5 of that of the previous one. Besides, since the new plan will not be bound by raw materials, we can refine however many crystal suits we want with a magical equipment factory that is large enough. We don't need to worry too much about stealth and disguise. After the accident, we have redesigned the crystal reactor and reduced its likelihood of explosion in the normal state to minimum. Only when it suffered intense impact and corrosion in a battlefield from concentrated shellfire and raging spiritual energy will it risk exploding. However, since it is a battlefield of face-to-face confrontation, stealth and disguise abilities will not be that important. More importantly, with the new plan, we don't need to change too much about our previous designs. The project will be able to be pushed forward at a faster speed. We might be even able to produce a prototype within a month. Guiding the escaping spiritual energy of the crystal reactor into the magical equipment that needs to be refilled is an amazing idea. We can even design a crystal cannon that uses the escaping spiritual energy as the power source. It's going to be formidable. Li Yao's proposal was like a window for the refiners. The professors and experts had much more expertise than Li Yao did. Enlightened, they came up with countless complicated follow-up plans. Several impatient refiners even activated the light beam and started drawing blueprints while they were arguing with their faces flushed. The discussion remained unabated for more than 3 hours until it was midnight, but all the refiners were still in the highest spirits. Eventually, Yuan Manchio had to stand up and concluded the meeting with a smile. It seems that Li Yao's idea has indeed shed a lot of new lights for us. However, it's not likely that the final plan can be settled in such a short time. Let's just go home now and examine thoroughly the part of the project that each of us is in charge of. We'll continue the meeting tomorrow. Bayeta smiled as he was drawing and comparing the new designs of the crystal reactor with pressure valves and asked Li Yao, how exactly did you come up with such an idea? It's brilliant. Li Yao exchanged an eye look with Yuan Manchio. Pondering for a moment, he said frankly, actually, the idea is not my own creation, but the collaborative work of my professors and senior brothers. Professors? Senior brothers? Bayeta and the other refiners were all dazed. All the professors of the refining department were here, and apparently, none of them had ever seen such a design before. As for senior brother, Li Yao was the only student in the refining department that was not in the freshman year. How come he had senior brothers? Li Yao smiled and continued, Professors, I need to tell you something. 3 days later, early in the morning, inside Li Yao's No. 2 laboratory. After a long discussion, Li Yao and Yuan Manchio decided to tell everyone about the discovery of the phantom entities. Whatever the result was, Professor Mo Xian and the other staff and students who passed away in the big explosion were all heroes worthy of their names and martyrs who had died for a great cause. Their bodies were gone, but their work was not lost, nor were their fighting will and spirit. Even if they were going to vanish one day, at least they deserved to let the world know of their hard work. However, observation of phantom entities had always been a tricky problem in the cultivation world. Everyone else, including Yuan Manxiu, had been trying to adjust the frequency of their brain waves in order to perceive the existence of the phantom entities, but to no avail. Li Yao remained their sole observer. And the intensity of his observation had been weakening. It was like there were two mountains thousands of meters away from each other looming in darkness and fog, with thunderstorms pouring down, and Li Yao was climbing on one of the mountains, holding a perishing torch in his hands, while Professor Mo Xian and the other phantom entities were climbing on the other mountain with a few perishing torches, too. Blocked by darkness, fog, thunderbolts and storm, it was extremely difficult for them to communicate. However, as long as he knew that they were still there climbing the peak of infinity, it would be enough. After the problem of the crystal reactor was fixed, Project Mystic Skeleton rapidly advanced. All the participants of the project were working day and night and had made major breakthroughs in a few critical magical equipment units. As for Li Yao, he went to the number 1 refining room where the Type I crafting furnace was located and spent 3 days and 3 nights refining a piece of ancient magical equipment. The innermost layer of the magical equipment was made of flowing silver powder and ice soul grass, which could reflect most of the spiritual waves like a mirror. The medium layer was smoke mica, a kind of marrow crystal that Li Yao found in the Cosmos Ring. It was soft and mild with the special ability of nourishing souls. Scratching some powder off it was more than enough to mix a dose of mind-settling medication. Li Yao didn't hesitate. He took out half a piece of smoke mica and almost emptied it. As for the shell, he used an ordinary material named Star Eye Lead, which could block part of the spiritual waves. In the meantime, it looked like a beautiful black jade embedded with pentagrams. It was most common to be used as raw materials of jewelries. Melding the 3 layers of materials together, with hundreds of spirit-stabilizing rune arrays in between, Li Yao had successfully refined a soul-condensing pendant. It was a piece of magical equipment in the books of the 100 Smelting Clan that could nourish the soul and spirit. Solid as the shell of the crystal reactor may be, it was not the perfect shelter for the safekeeping of phantom entities after all. Besides, there was a crack on the shell, through which electromagnetic storms and cosmic radiation could still affect the phantom entities inside. Therefore, Li Yao specially refined the soul-condensing pendant to be the phantom entity's new home. With a telepathic thought, a small hole appeared on the surface of the pendant. Li Yao pressed the hole to the crack of the crystal reactor and started calling. His communication with the phantom entities had always been intermittent. He hadn't found a reliable way to reach out to them, except for trying his luck time and time again. More than half an hour later, when he felt that he was in a trance, he saw many translucent fireflies flying out through the crack. Compared with 3 days ago, the size of the fireflies had all shrunk by more than a half. The green light that wreathed them had become much duller, too. It must have been because the phantom entities spent too much energy on transmitting the message to Li Yao 3 days ago. Li Yao started enchanting the formula of the soul-condensing pendant in his brain. A moment later, a gentle wind seemed to be breezing in the room, pushing the shaking phantom entities into the pendant in a neat line one by one. Li Yao carefully locked the soul-condensing pendant with a barrier and only left a tiny hole which was large enough for one of his spiritual threads to pierce in. Hanging the pendant on his neck, Li Yao touched it and immediately felt that his palm was being burnt, through which a weak yet firm power flowed into his limbs and organs. Now, professors and senior brothers, let's make a miracle together. It was 1 a.m., yet the floating mountain of the refining department was still ablaze with lights. Everyone was doing their work in high spirits. But when Li Yao walked into the floating mountain, he felt the atmosphere was different from usual. It was like a bucket of boiling oil had been added to a burning fire. "Professor, is there anything wrong?" Liao asked Yuan Manqiu curiously. He had been focusing on refining the soul condensing pendant and wasn't aware of what was going on outside. Probably because of the stimulation of Deep Sea University, the Star Nebula University and the three major sword training sects have held their own press conferences and showed the world their MP crystal suit models. While she was talking, Yuan Manqiu turned on the crystal processor and played two video clips. The Star Nebula University and the three major sword training sects are the two potential competitors that Zhuo Feijing mentioned in his press conferences, aren't they? Li Yao felt refreshed. According to the introductions on the press conferences about the crystal suit's performance and designing purposes, they indeed have their own specialties and are no worse than the Tiger King. Yuan Manqiu said. Li Yao was delighted to hear that. He studied the profiles of the two crystal suit carefully. The MP crystal suit model provided by the Star Nebula University was named Mournful Mist. He had thought that it was going to be a light crystal suit that gave up all the heavy equipment in exchange for extreme agility. But now that he'd read the instructions, he noticed that besides speed and agility, the most distinguished characteristic of the crystal suit was that it employed a lot of jamming, decoy, and tampering magical equipment, which allowed it to interfere with the demon beast's brain and launch mental attacks from thousands of meters away. It was a rarely seen crystal suit that specialized in mental attacks and brain interference. When faced with the Star Nebula University's crystal suit, the enemies will feel that they are trapped in a dense fog, not knowing where they are or whom they can turn to. Therefore, we have named the crystal suit as Mournful Mist, the spokesman of the Star Nebula University declared proudly. The crystal suit co-developed by the three major sword training sects was very different. Li Yao had known that they would make best use of their advantage in flying sword refining, but he still underestimated their craziness. There were so many flying swords on the crystal suit that it looked like a giant iron hedgehog. The name of the crystal suit was straightforward, too, it was Sword Torrent. Our enemies are impressive. After watching the two video clips, Li Yao felt energized just like the rest of his companions. The soul-condensing pendant hanging in front of his chest seemed to have turned into a burning soldering iron that was going to pierce into his heart. He seemed to have heard the roars of the phantom entities. He felt he was on fire. Tiger King? Mournful Mist? Sword Torrent? Very good. I can't wait for it any longer. The release of Tiger King, Mournful Mist, and Sword Torrent shocked the entire cultivation world. Over the following month, things changed drastically in the cultivation world. More than 10 sects and 5 universities declared the success of their MP crystal suit models. For a moment, the MP crystal suits became the hottest topic in the cultivation world. The 3 magical equipment magazines almost became monographs on crystal suits. Another magazine, Crystal Suit Vista, which focused on crystal suits, had experienced a 4-time sales increase in a single month. Of course, it was not difficult to notice that most of the MP crystal suit models had been produced in too much of a hurry. In pursuit of lower cost, many necessary heavenly materials and earthly treasures were cut down. As a result, they could only be called strong battle armors, not crystal suits. 1 month after the Tiger King battle suit was released, the MP crystal suit models that were relatively more competitive were still just Tiger King, Mournful Mist, Sword Torrent and a few others. Right then, Deep Sea University and the Gold Armor Clan called the second press conference for the Tiger King battle suit, in which new real combat videos, more structured designs, and detailed specifications were presented to the public. After a month of testing, the Tiger King battlesuit had been equipped with a set of attack magical equipment named Flashing Paws, which significantly improved its melee combat ability. In the demo, Zhuo Feijing, wearing the Tiger King battlesuit, tore apart 3 turtle-type demon beasts, which were high-level demon soldiers, in only 10 seconds. The simplicity and easiness impressed every reporter that came to the scene. The 3 magical equipment magazines and Crystal Suit Vista were full of complimentary articles. Compared with the seething world outside, the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution seemed to have become a black hole where absolutely no news would be let out. It even declined interview requests from several magazines. All of the grassroots refiners stayed mysterious. No one had sent out any message through their personal channels. Such a weird reaction had raised suspicions and questions. Most people thought that the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution must have come across an unresolvable problem which hindered the progress of the project, and therefore had chosen to quit the military's bid. In an overview posted on the Crystal Suit Vista, after summarizing the progress of the MP Crystal Suit models of Deep Sea University, Star Nebula University, the 3 major sword training sects and other influential parties, the writer concluded the article, not without pity as such. The Grand Desolate War Institution was the first organization of the Federation to work on the MP Crystal Suit. However, after the catastrophic accident last year in which most of the participants passed away, the project has been sluggish. Although Professor Yuan Monchio has gathered the remaining grassroots experts and restarted the Project Mystic Skeleton this year, they obviously met the same problem that hamstringed them before, which is that ordinary materials can't be refined into a qualified crystal reactor. With so many sects and universities announcing the success of their MP Crystal Suit inventions, the Grand Desolate War Institution remains silent and refuses interviews, unwilling to reveal any detail of their progress. All the signs indicate that the Grand Desolate War Institution has probably already given up. But in the floating mountain of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, the place seemed to have become an active volcano for the past month. Passion and mania could be felt everywhere. Everyone was surrounded by invisible flames. Their eyes were as firm as sharp swords which splashed sparkles when there was a clash. They seemed to have been hypnotized by something unknown into devoting their full heart into Project Mystic Skeleton. Other than the furious arguments in the daily briefing every day, they always kept their mouth tight to save every valuable second. The reason why they declined interviews was not to keep a low profile but to dedicate all the time they had in order to finish the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit sooner. On October 30th, the basic framework of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was determined, and the first vertebral column was successfully refined. On November 4th, the power system was successfully refined. The power system of the primary model had only 8 power rune arrays. Its performance might not be the best, but a lot of interfaces had been left open, which entailed the possibility of infinite power rune arrays and anti-gravity rune arrays. On November 11th, the long-range attack system made of 400 super mini flying swords was successfully refined. On November 22nd, all of the pieces of plate armor and defense magical equipment were successfully refined. On November 24th, the military crystal processor, Type 7 Super Saint carried by the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was successfully connected to other magical equipment units. Debugging work was initiated. On December 1st, although it was a cloudy day, the Project Mystic Skeleton was in full swing. Every fist had been tightened, every chest was fluctuating, every dry lip was shivering, and every eye was filled with thrills. All the participants of the project were waiting anxiously. Li Yao was one of them. In the past month, Li Yao had done more hard work than any professor or expert did. The professors and experts were adept at a certain field of refining. Some of them were in charge of the power system, some of them were responsible for the defense magical equipment system, and some of them were best at debugging on crystal processors. Li Yao was different. As the test pilot, he needed to propose suggestions and complaints regarding every part of the crystal suit from the perspective of a terminal user. In the meantime, he was the assistant of refining for all the experts. As his talent in refining was gradually discovered by everyone, many experts had asked him to be involved in the refining process of key components. Sometimes they even entrusted the whole work to him. Li Yao was almost working 24 hours a day. He wished that he could divide himself into 8 selves so that he could be at several places at the same time. In the end, Yuan Manqiu was somewhat intimidated by his craziness. She escorted him to the deep sleep capsule to take a break many times. But he would always sneak out after no more than half an hour. He couldn't help it. The opportunity was too rare to be missed out. Project Mystic Skeleton was the glory of every grassroots refiner. The professors and experts had exerted the best of their skills, which were dazzling eye-openers for Li Yao. Helping them as an assistant for half a day was more useful than reading books for an entire week. Li Yao was a man who was going to be the strongest refiner of the Federation. There was no way that he would let go of such an opportunity. As the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was taking shape, Li Yao's understanding in the art of refining grew deeper and deeper. The professors and experts were proficient at their respective fields, but Li Yao had learnt a thing or two about every field of crystal suit refining. With the first-hand knowledge, Li Yao found that many incomprehensible books of the 100 Smelting Clan from 40,000 years ago were clear and straightforward now. Many esoteric theories brought up by the professors and experts could often be traced back to the classics of the 100 Smelting Clan as well. Therefore, the unity of knowing and doing had been achieved. Finally, when Li Yao had almost learnt everything that the professors and experts had to teach, the prototype of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was finally out. Placed before everyone was a giant utensil made of tempered glass that was filled with a scarlet anti-rust fluid in which a human-shaped object was standing. CI. 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 As the anti-rust fluid was emptied, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit revealed its true self. Li Yao was breathing heavily. He felt that his eyes were sour and swollen. The soul-condensing pendant was shivering vigorously, too. Compared with the impressiveness of the Tiger King battlesuit, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit looked somewhat shabby. The primary model was only 2.11 meters tall, shorter than most of medium crystal suits. The plate armor was made of ordinary alloy. The performance of the military crystal processor was nothing special either. The only shining point was the two crystal cannons on the two sides of the crystal reactor, which could be directly charged by the escaping spiritual energy from the crystal reactor. As a result, the working time of the crystal suit was shortened, but the long-range combat ability was greatly enhanced. There was also a melee magical equipment rack on the waist of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit which could carry many kinds of heavy chainswords and anti-ship sabers. Other than that, there were two knuckles on the arms that could be put on for boxing. At first glance, the equipment that the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit carried was barely enough for a real-life battle. Compared with the Tiger King battlesuit, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was like a child's toy. But behind the uninteresting specifications, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit boasted unique advantages, too. First of all, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit employed the framework design of the Star Sea Imperium. The project itself had been inspired by the scrap of an ancient jade slip. Mo Xian and Yuan Manqiu had spent more than 10 years studying the structure blueprint until they finally understood everything. In regard to the main framework, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was definitely among the best crystal suits. Brilliant framework design meant higher survival ability. The defense strategy of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was completely different from that of the Tiger King battlesuit. With the technical support of the Gold Armor clan, the Tiger King battlesuit was equipped with the most advanced plate armor and defense magical equipment, which were extremely difficult to be broken through in a battlefield. However, the defense system of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit might seem weak. But according to the experimental results, the combat ability of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit still partly remained even though 70% of its plate armor had been destroyed, like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. That was all because of the remarkable framework design. Secondly, with the cooperation of the grassroots refiners, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was only made of 13,998 components, which was less than two-thirds of the crystal suits in the same level and only half of the Tiger King battlesuit. The more simple, the more stable. Should any problem occur, it would be easy to fix. Thirdly, the enormous potential for adaptation. Because of the modular design, all the magical equipment units were replaceable. During the refining process, all the refiners, including Li Yao himself, had already come up with almost 20 modification plans. The potential of adaptation meant that when the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was on a battlefield, dozens of derivative models could be created freely to meet the needs of different tactics. It was also great news to the exo trainers and the logistics department of the military. With the three advantages, as well as the unbelievably low price, everybody of the refining department was very confident about the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. First test of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit begins now. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao strode forward, while everyone was looking at him eagerly. Mustard suit, ready. Li Yao opened his arms. For artificial hands put a suit as thin as the wing of a cicada on him. With a telepathic thought, spiritual energy was triggered. The mustard suit started glimmering slowly as if it were a layer of silver-gray liquid and stuck close to every inch of his body, highlighting the lines of muscles. A mustard suit was made of countless pieces of super-mini magical equipment the size of mustard seeds. Although it was very thin, it could significantly increase the defense ability and enhance the spiritual energy of the wearer, with a performance that could be compared to the best battle armor. Mustard suit inside and crystal suit outside made the best magical equipment match for the cultivators of the Star Glory Federation. Crystal suit, ready. For artificial hands picked up the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit from the container and moved it before Li Yao. The front side of the crystal suit opened like the blossom of a flower. Crimson colors were gleaming from inside of the suit, which were dangerously attractive. Li Yao lifted one of his fingers and touched the inside of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. He immediately felt a vague pulse of spiritual energy. As if alive, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit enveloped him in the gentlest way. Countless data streams poured down in Li Yao's brain. Ding! With a humming sound, his brain was connected to the crystal processor. He felt that he now had a whole new body. Dressing completed. Connection stable. No stinging or discordance. While he was speaking, he tried walking a few steps. The feedback from his feet was timely, clear, and precise. Even the slightest bump on the ground could be felt, as if he were walking on pebbles without shoes. Swoosh! Swoosh! He punched twice casually. There were immediately blurred shadows and noises of the air being torn apart. He was not using half of his strength, yet the punches had almost reached sonic speed. He felt extremely delighted. Taking a deep breath, his eyes bulged as he set off his spiritual energy that had been suppressed for a long time with soaring into heaven in one leap, his soul-igniting law. 5th level of the refinement stage. 6th level of the refinement stage. 7th level of the refinement stage. Li Yao's strength kept improving. After absorbing the 6 drops of blood of the mutant lion dragon, Li Yao's spiritual energy had turned into light gray with a bit of dark gold, which was then intensified by several times by the enhancement rune arrays on the crystal suit. It flowed all over Li Yao's body and formed 2 spiritual energy wings that were almost 10 meters long in his back. In the end, a ferocious eagle flew out of his body and landed on the top of his head, shrieking to declare its existence. Spiritual energy flowing out of the body and taking form of other objects was a sign of the cultivators at the peak of the refinement stage. Some time ago, Fiend Blade Penghai and Ding Lingdang had fought against each other in small Greyfield with the strength of the peak of the refinement stage. Such a splendor had appeared at that time too, which had amazed Li Yao. Now, 2 years later, with the enhancement of the crystal suit, he finally reached the level where Fiend Blade Penghai and Ding Lingdang had once been. Swoosh! 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 Li Yao's body turned into a gray mist, as he was doing 100 small-scale dodging movements. Then he dashed forward to the front of a test target like a ghost, squatted, and punched into the target hard. Schwa! The power rune arrays on his back burst out dark red colors. The spiritual energy eagle over his head was absorbed by Li Yao's right arm and turned into swirling and roaring tornado, before it hit into the test target like a giant drill. Bow! A scaring big hole appeared on the back of the test target, through which countless magical equipment components erupted and fell to the ground with cracking sounds. Everyone was dazzled by Li Yao's action, including Yuan Manqiu. The vertebral column is too tight. It felt unsmooth when I was doing sharp turns. We can make some adjustment there. Or, we can set up 2 modes. For those who are good at long-range combats with flying swords, the vertebral column can be tighter. For those who are good at melee combats, the vertebral column can be looser, so that their body movements will be easier. Li Yao shook his arms and examined the fist that he punched with. He continued, strength feedback and enhancement are good. However, the fists felt sloppy when approaching sonic speed. The plate armor of the arms should be redesigned by adding a few air paths to stabilize the fist and increase its speed. Besides, this test target is too unsolid. I barely touched it and it has already broken. How can the ultimate strength of the mystic skeleton battlesuit be tested out by that? Let's get some better targets. Nobody answered him, there was just silence. Everybody at the scene was looking at each other in bewilderment. They had been aware that besides being a refiner, Li Yao was also a reasonably good battle-type cultivation. But during their months of cooperation, Li Yao had only demonstrated his talent in refining. He had never shown his performance in a fight. So, as time went by, all the refiners had forgotten how brutal Li Yao was, until today. Some of them had doubted whether or not Li Yao was capable enough as a test pilot and insisted that they should hire a professional and experienced EXO for the testing. But now that they saw Li Yao's performance, their doubts were no more. Li Yao. Yuan Manqiu's voice was shaking. Aren't you at the 8th level of the refinement stage? Even with the enhancement of the crystal suit, you should still be below the 12th level. The test target can withstand a full-strength strike of a cultivator at the 13th level. How on earth did you blow it apart? Which level are you at right now? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. He didn't know that he accidentally wielded such strength out of excitement. However, it had been months since the trip to the dark desolate domain. Even though he showed extraordinary strength, he could still claim that it was because he had trained and advanced a lot during the past months. Figuring out an excuse, Li Yao said, 11th level of the refinement stage. Everyone on the spot gasped. 11th level of the refinement stage was often the criterion to determine the best graduates. Hua Tianxiong, president of the Iron Fist Club, and Su Gu, president of the Chaos Edge Hall, arrived at the 11th level of the refinement stage after 5 years of hard work in the Grand Desolate War Institution. Li Yao was only a sophomore, and he'd already reached the level of graduates? Incredible. However, it was not very unacceptable, considering that he had earned 40,000 credits within 1 year, which none of the students in the history of the Grand Desolate War Institution had ever achieved. Seeing everyone's shocked face, Li Yao said sorry in his mind. He was lying. He was not at the 11th level of the refinement stage. He had been already at the 11th level of the refinement stage when he returned from the dark desolate domain. Since then, he had been training crazily and recalling the brutal battles in the dark desolate domain. What's more, he'd found some catalysts to refine a marrow crystal and absorbed all the spiritual energy contained inside. Finally, he advanced yet another time in a moonlit evening to the 12th level of the refinement stage. However, he hadn't fully digested the spirit energy contained in the marrow crystal yet, most of which was still hiding in his limbs and organs. He felt that he was improving greatly every day after his training. It was quite possible that he would break into the 13th level of the refinement stage at any time. The marrow crystal was also one of the reasons why he could do training and refining day and night with barely any rest. He would have collapsed a long time ago without it. Yuan Manchio was dazed for a moment. Then she smiled. Excellent. I was worrying that you might not be capable of several extreme tests. But as it turns out, we can add a few more tests for you now. Li Yao clenched his fists, enjoying the amazing feeling of strength in his palms. No problem. December 3rd, Freezing Frost Realm, 12th test of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. It was a world fragment dominated by ice, snow, and piercing wind. The temperature was well below -100°C. Frigid clouds were floating in the air like dangerous demon beasts which would turn everything that they touched into an ice cube. In the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, Li Yao was running at a high speed on the ice sheet. Under the attraction of spiritual energy surging out of his suit, dozens of frigid clouds flowed to him and casted a thick ice shell on the crystal suit. Many rune arrays on the surface of the crystal suit were frozen. The dark red brilliance of the power rune arrays became intermittent. Swoosh! Li Yao didn't bother with any of it. He sped up again. Running, punching, dodging, he turned into a gray blurred shadow bouncing up and down in the snow world, leaving a series of valuable data for future improvement. In the environment of -100°C. The general performance of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit was undermined by 17%, which was fairly good compared with the crystal suits of the same level. However, I feel that an ice piton is drilling my spine. It's probably because the gap of the plate armor in the back of the suit is too large to block the cold wind. This is something that needs to be improved. Li Yao shouted, his lips blue. December 7th, Fire Stream Realm, 37th test of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. This was a world fragment made by magma and steam with air that was full of poisonous gas. The temperature here was above 500°C all year around. No cultivator could survive long in this place. Bam bam. Bam 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 bam. In the middle of the Fire Stream Realm, there was a lone island surrounded by flowing magma. Heated air was billowing in the space. Every now and then, a large cluster of magma would splash to the island due to collision of currents. While dodging the magma, Li Yao was also punching a special heat-resistant test target. Sweat was pouring down from his forehead, but he felt extremely delighted. Every micro-adjustment of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit had been made according to his combat style, making him feel that the crystal suit and his body was melting into one. Beside the magma lake, in a special heat-proof room, Yuan Manchio spoke to Bai Yeda and other refiners. After a long silence, I have discovered that it was wrong to ask Li Yao to be the test pilot. Bai Yeda smiled bitterly. You mean Li Yao is so excellent that we can't tell whether his amazing performance is boosted by the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit or based on his own insane body strength, right? Indeed. Yuan Manchio said unemotionally, I have no doubt that he could survive in the Freezing Frost Realm and the Fire Stream Realm without the crystal suit and perhaps live a good life. In a short month, the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit had experienced extreme tests that even many high-level crystal suits never did. Not only were they great challenges to the crystal suit, they were challenges for the Exo, too. For example, extreme defense tests required the crystal suit to be struck in the front for an entire hour. The super pressure test required the crystal suit to punch and kick for several hours in gravity 10 times stronger than usual and 10 times the usual atmospheric pressure. In other sects and universities, most of the extreme tests were done through special testing magical equipment, or by several test pilots in turns. But in the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, all the extreme tests were done by Li Yao alone. He was wearing the crystal suit day and night like a metal puppet and would do every extreme test in person however difficult it may be. As the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit was being revised, Li Yao's capabilities had greatly improved, too. The first marrow crystal had been fully digested by him. Through the art of 1000 tempering 100 refining, the hours of training in extreme environments such the Freezing Frost Realm, Fire Stream Field, 10-time gravity, 10-time barometric pressure, hundreds of meters below the sea, and so on had brought up the sturdiness of his body to an unfathomable level. Even Master Taimu, the senior that created the art of 1,000 tempering 100 refining, in the 100 smelting clan 40,000 years ago, might not have been as strong as Li Yao when he was at Li Yao's level. Ostensibly speaking, Li Yao was merely at the 12th level of the refinement stage. However, even if encountered with cultivators at the peak of the refinement stage, Li Yao was still confident that he could confront them face to face because of his body's amazing hardness. With the help of a crystal suit, he could even fight a cultivator at the building foundation stage. December 31st, final test of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. After a month of testing and revising, the flaws of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit had all been fixed. It was almost perfect now. The final test was also the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit's debut to the outside world. Other than the staff and students of the refining department, leaders of the school also joined the show, including Xiong Bailey, the principal. At 2 p.m., the number 1 test field was hustling and bustling. The test field was full of testing magical equipment. A giant light beam was floating in the air playing Li Yao's testing of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit in the ice and fire. Many leaders of the school were nodding approvingly while they were watching. The reliability and the combat ability under extreme conditions of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit had far exceeded their expectations. Li Sanhao and other freshmen of the refining department were screaming and shouting in wild joy. Director Yuan, is it true that the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit is utterly devoid of heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Leaders of the school were earnestly questioning Yuan Manxiu. From the demo, we noticed that it is very solid, and its combat ability under extreme conditions is satisfactory, too. But we wonder about its performance in real combats. Some of them were not very confident. Smiling, Yuan Manxiu answered, absolutely no heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been used in the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. Its performance in real battles will be as good as what was demonstrated in the tests, if not better. A refinement stage cultivator in the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit will be capable of confronting a building foundation stage cultivator. I know you wouldn't buy it. So, we'll invite a building foundation cultivator to fight a refinement stage cultivator in the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. You may be doubting right now. But I believe that your concerns will all be gone after the competition. Schwa. In the center of the test field, a ring more than 100 meters in diameter rose up slowly. The ring was wreathed by a layer of amber defensive barriers like an eggshell. Li Yao walked onto the ring and did some warm-up exercises. The Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit was enchanting with the rhythm of his body movements. On the other side of the ring, the one who was walking onto the ring was Ding Lingdang. Li Yao was dazed. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He had been told by Yuan Manxiu that a building foundation cultivator would be arranged to fight against him today, but he'd never expected that it was going to be Ding Lingdang. I heard that the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit had been successfully refined, and you were as good as a building foundation cultivator in it. How could I miss such a fun fight with you? Therefore, I have filed an application to the principal and Director Yuan to let my fists run the final test for the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. How about it? Are you up for it? Ding Lingdang bumped her fists and said in a smile. She was wearing a ruby mustard suit. Flames were flowing around her body mysteriously and highlighted the graceful curve of her body. Ding Lingdang's appearance caused a minor riot. She was a famous figure in the school. Everyone knew that she was close to the middle level of the building foundation stage. Her natural, animal-like combat instinct made her combat ability even better than many middle-level and high-level building foundation cultivators. Ding Lingdang as the examiner would be truly convincing. As a high-level refinement stage cultivator, how long could Li Yao with the enhancement of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit survive under Ding Lingdang's fierce fists? Everybody was eager to learn the answer, including Li Yao himself. Li Yao's lips curled. His heart was beating faster and faster. He felt that it was not blood that was flowing in his veins but melted marrow crystal. Of all the building foundation cultivators, Lingdang was the one that he wanted to defeat most. Although he was shocked in the beginning, he realized that she was the best opponent possible on second thought. Excellent. Let's do it. Li Yao's soul started burning intimidatingly. Strings of spiritual energy streamed out through the gaps of the crystal suit and formed countless gold feathers around him, which were spinning faster and faster as if they were being blown by an invisible wind. You've made so much progress in just 1 month. What a lunatic. Lingdang's eyes were beaming with joy. But I like it. Who? Searing flames were burning around her, which were then condensed into a fire snake. Compared with the fire snake that Li Yao had seen in small Greyfield previously, the fire snake right now was smaller in size, but much more detailed. Besides, it was whiter than the previous one, indicating that its temperature was much higher, too. Ding! 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 The jingle bells on Lingdang's ankle started shaking without any sign. The fire snake lunged forward at Li Yao, its mouth wide open. With a deafening roar, Li Yao lowered his right arm to his waist where it swallowed all the light gold feathers that were flying around him like a black hole. Then, from the heel upward, all the way through the vertebral column, the power runa rays emitted dark red colors one by one and unleashed infinite strength. Li Yao lifted his arm and punched at the fire snake, intending to kill it with one strike. His spiritual energy was bursting out like volcano eruption. The gold feathers around his right arm turned into a tornado charging at the fire snake. See! The fire snake seemed to be a living creature. It dashed upward and dodged Li Yao's unstoppable fist closely. However, it was injured by the gold feathers which left a few cracks on its stomach. Although Li Yao missed the target, leaders of the school were still nodding in approval. The several battle-type cultivators of the combat department were surprised to see that Li Yao showed no sign of losing at all. Fascinated by Li Yao's performance, Li Sanhao and his lot were cheering for Li Yao at the top of their voices. Defeating my fire snake? Impressive. After a cry, Lingdang flashed to the front of Li Yao as if she were a ghost, following up with a brutal kick full of intense fiery spiritual energy. Li Yao was caught off guard and failed to dodge. In fact, he didn't want to dodge. Pa! Lingdang's kick hit the chest of the mystic skeleton battle suit, resulting in several cracks on the surface. At the same time, Li Yao's knee also hit Lingdang's abdomen where a crystal bomb seemed to have exploded. Both of them muttered a dull grunt, but neither of them was willing to dodge or block. Hardly had Lingdang pulled back her leg when she struck Li Yao's head with her right elbow. As a countermeasure, Li Yao bashed into Lingdang's head with his own head. Their savage fighting style had flabbergasted everyone on the spot, even including the battle-type cultivators. The more they fought, the more brutal and comfortable they became. At first, a gray figure and a red one were distinguishable, but as they approached the sonic speed, all that the audience could see were blurred shadows that were tangled together, as if hundreds of people were fighting inside the ring at the same time. The air was torn apart with ear-splitting booms. Then, after a half-minute of high-speed collisions, the two of them stopped at two sides of the ring. It was then that everyone was able to tell how much damage had been done during the previous short yet fierce combat. The mystic skeleton battlesuit that Li Yao was in was on the verge of total loss. The plate armor on the front was almost entirely shattered, revealing the black mustard suit behind it. Even so, the crystal camera on the helmet was still glittering, indicating that the mystic skeleton battlesuit was not broken yet. The tensile mustard suit that Lingdang was wearing was ripped with a few shocking tears. There was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her forehead was full of sweat. Her chest fell and swelled as she was breathing heavily. Her fists were shivering, which startled everyone who was familiar with her. Lingdang has indeed tried her best. It's been a long time since I last saw her fists shivering, Xia Yan, Dean of the Combat Department, observed. Indeed. Although Ding Lingdang hasn't used her spiritual tattoo yet, Li Yao never used the attack magical equipment, neither did he use the spiritual storm bolter nor the chains word. He has been fighting an opponent levels higher than himself with nothing but the enhancement of the crystal suit. Xiong Bailey, the principal, sighed and remarked with mixed feelings, this is evident enough to prove the capability of the mystic skeleton battle suit. Let's stop them now. Director Yuan, our Grand Desolate War institution finally has our own self-made crystal suit now. Thank you for your arduous work. Thank you, Principal. We're relieved to hear your compliment. Yuan Manchio's voice was shaking. Taking a deep breath, she shouted, Li Yao, Ding Lingdang, but it was too late. Before she was able to finish her sentence, Li Yao and Ding Lingdang had run off at the same time. The ground where they stood was stomped into pieces. They crashed into each other at a supersonic speed like two crystal trains which were rushing face to face. Midnight, at Ding Lingdang's home. Ouch. Ouch 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 ouch. Li Yao's body was full of bruises, his face swollen. He was waving his arms and struggling, but Ding Lingdang was sitting on the top of him, making him unable to move at all. Ding Lingdang was holding a yellow jade egg in her hands. She squeezed some green ointment out and smeared it over Li Yao's face roughly. Do you know what pain is now? Not so cocky anymore? You should have known it better when we were fighting. Ding Lingdang said angrily. She pressed the jade egg against Li Yao's face and gnashed, I was publicly humiliated by you today. I was knocked into coma for 5 seconds. It's embarrassing. Li Yao gasped and said hurriedly, slow down, slow down. You passed out for 5 seconds, but I was knocked out for 10 minutes. Not to mention the 3 hours I spent in the med bay. And I'm still looking like garbage right now. I'm way worse than you. That's different. Ding Lingdang took another kind of translucent ointment. She smeared it on her hands as she said, try to deal with it. This secret medication of us body practitioners might cause some minor pain. However, it will heal your body extremely fast. While she was talking, she put her hands on Li Yao's face and spread the ointment on it. Li Yao grunted. Almost bursting into tears due to the sharp pain, he shouted, an eye for an eye is not cool. Ding Lingdang laughed. So what? If your body is strong enough to withstand my true spirit fire snake, you can certainly deal with a little sting. I really wonder how you've been training. A few months ago, you were absolutely no match for me. It would have been a miracle if you stood against me without being beaten to the ground for several minutes. But right now, with an MP crystal suit, you almost drew with me? While grimacing in pain, Li Yao hurriedly said, that's because Sister Ling was not trying her best. I know that you have several ultimate skills that you didn't show. Ding Lingdang's mouth twitched. Of course, I didn't try my best. But you didn't either. I'm aware that you are best at saber arts. I watched a few video clips of you training with a heavy vibrosaber in the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. Your saber arts reminded me of the verve of Long Wenhui, Vice President of the 100 Saber Alliance. But they were added with the violence of the mysterious swirls of rampaging tornadoes. That's very impressive. Besides, you and I are both meant for real battles. We can only show our true strength in a battlefield. I'm afraid you were as unfulfilled as me inside the ring. If we were in complicated territories such as a forest, an underground mine or city ruins, and you were carrying your saber, we would be able to start a match with no rules and restraints. Well well well. I'm thrilled just thinking of it. Li Yao smiled. When I'm done with the work at hand, I'll definitely spend more time training with you and let you enjoy yourself. Ding Lingdang sniffed. I'm not a child. I was just joking. I know you'll be quite occupied in the next couple of weeks. You'll need to call press conferences and introduce the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit to the world, and you need to compete with other MP crystal suit models such as Tiger King, Mournful Mist, and Sword Torrent for the military order. But I have every faith in you. You're going to take down all the opponents. Li Yao grinned. We're confident that we'll secure the military order. However, we do not intend to hold any press conference. The main reason is that almost 20 organizations have announced their MP crystal suit models, most of which, honestly speaking, are crude and shoddy. If we are to release our model now, we risk being considered to be just like them. Lingdang asked curiously, then how are you going to promote your product? Li Yao said, in a month's time, the biennial Magical Equipment Exposition of the Star Glory Federation will be held, which is the most popular gala for the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector, especially the refiners. This year, since MP crystal suits are on fire, the Magical Equipment Exposition designated a special exhibition zone for crystal suits. The exhibition zone will mostly display MP crystal suit models. By then, all the MP crystal suit models of the Federation will show themselves at the exposition. The military will announce their bidding plan and accept applications at the exposition, too. When we don't speak, we stay quiet, but when we do, the world shall hear our voice. It won't be much use to advertise now. Besides, our school has never produced crystal suits before. Other people won't believe our propaganda easily. Therefore, we might as well debut the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit at the Magical Equipment Exposition. The audience will witness its excellence with their own eyes. I believe it will raise a riot at that time. Lingdang stopped rubbing unconsciously. When Li Yao was talking about the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, his eyes were beaming with charisma, which made her lost for words for a moment. Li Yao's face suddenly changed. His voice was turned down. Sister Ling, I'm sorry. Lingdang was confused, for what? Li Yao said carefully, when the semester began, I promised to you that I would come and chat with you every week. But I've been too occupied in the project Mystic Skeleton to talk to you and to train with you in the billowing star sea. So, I want to tell you that I'm sorry. Lingdang sniffed. Her lips curled up into a smirk. You only realized just now? It's really boring training alone. Weird, though. I had been training by myself for 3 days in a row without feeling the least bored before I met you. But after I'm used to training with you, I always feel that something is lacking when I'm training alone. My training efficiency has plunged, too. Lingdang didn't realize that her voice was full of sorrow. You barely came in the past month. I was starting to feel that you'd forgotten about me. How could I? Li Yao smiled. It's my bad not coming here because I was occupied in refining the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. But now that it has been successfully refined, I won't be as busy as before. I promise. He stared at Lingdang in the eyes and said seriously, I'll come by every night and train with you in the billowing star sea in the future if I'm free. Is that okay? Of course it is. Lingdang grinned. It's a deal then. Don't go back on your word. I won't. Li Yao smiled. Besides, in the past months, my capabilities have improved a lot, especially my body sturdiness. You won't be able to beat me down easily even if I'm not in a crystal suit. But maybe I can use a teaching saber to fight you. Do you think it's okay? Yes, of course. That's exactly what I want. Lingdang's eyes were beaming with joy. Li Yao continued, besides training, I also feel that we should spend more time in getting to know each other better, considering that you are the closest person to me in the world now. Do you think it's okay? Lingdang nodded her head. That's fine by me. You know everything about my parents. I don't have any other relatives in the world. You are the closest person to me in the world, too. Then, will you be my girlfriend? Li Yao put it straightforwardly. Okay. With a slip of the tongue, Lingdang nodded her head habitually. She realized something was wrong the moment she let the words out. Suddenly sitting straight, she stammered, What did you say? You heard me. You heard me loud and clear. Li Yao said solemnly, but I'm ready to say the sentence 1,000 times and even 10,000 times more. Will you be my girlfriend, Sister Ling? You must be kidding. Like a rabbit sitting on the stomach of a wolf, Lingdang tried to jump up in a flurry, only to be snatched by Li Yao. Her strength was far greater than Li Yao's. But she couldn't get herself away, as if she had been sandwiched by a pair of tongs. First, you heard me loud and clear. Second, you know that I'm not kidding. Li Yao said patiently, You know my personality best, Sister Ling. When I come across a problem, I always try to solve it in the most simple and straightforward way. Although I don't know when exactly I fell in love with you, I will not allow our relationship to be kept at the sister-brother status when I'm sure that I'm in love with you. I don't like ambiguities. I don't want you to be my sister anymore. I want you to be my girlfriend. That's too, out of the blue. We were only talking about crystal suits and training. I didn't expect you to change the topic so fast. Lingdang had lost her cool. She tried to veer off. It is not out of the blue at all. I expressed my love subtly 3 months ago. Just because you are a maniac in martial arts doesn't mean you are a moron in daily life. I don't believe that you felt none of it. You've been playing dumb the whole time. The reason why I hardly came by in the past months is partly because I was too busy refining, and partly, also more importantly, because I don't want to hang out with you in the sister-brother pattern and I don't want to give you too many opportunities to play dumb. So, I set a deadline for myself. I've been refining the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit desperately and testing it like a lunatic, so that I can cut the knot and say my love to you sincerely the day it is completed. That's the style of me, Vulture Li Yao. Li Yao's expression of love was not romantic at all, but as sharp as his saber blade. The thick shell that had been covering Lingdang's heart was almost shattered by the sharp words. She stammered, I've never thought about it before. I've always considered you as my brother. Li Yao said, Then you can start thinking now. I'll wait for as long as you need. Nevertheless, I need to remind you that as a refiner, I can melt the tantalum tungsten alloys whose fusing points are above 7,000 degrees Celsius. So, whatever you think, I'll definitely melt your heart. Lingdang was rendered speechless. She glared at Li Yao with rosy, puffy cheeks. Don't look at me like that. What's wrong with being my girlfriend? Li Yao said assertively, Just think about it. If my girlfriend, or your boyfriend, was someone else, we would have to go on dates, go shopping, go to dinners, etc. How troublesome would that be? Our training time would be greatly diminished. Besides, it wouldn't be convenient for me to come by and fight with you in the middle of a night, would it? But everything would be different if we are together. You are an utter maniac in training, and I don't have much interest in anything other than training either. If we're together, we can go on our dates by fighting against each other. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Isn't it super efficient? Who says we're going on dates? Lingdang's cheeks were so flushed that even her ears were red now. She pinched Li Yao's waist hard. If my girlfriend is someone else, you won't get to pinch me anymore, Li Yao said, trying not to scream out of pain. Lingdang's hand backed off as if it had met an electric shock. Thinking for a while with her lips bitten, she said, What you said does make a little sense. However, I still feel that something is not right. When other guys are pursuing girls, there are always flowers, gifts and such. They don't come straight to the point like you. Although Lingdang was crazy about martial arts, she was a girl in her 20s after all. When she saw other girls receiving gifts from their boyfriends, she sometimes felt excited, too. Li Yao smiled. He took out a ruby box from his pocket and handed it over. I didn't prepare any flowers, but I do have a gift. See if you like it. Holding her breath, Lingdang opened the box and found a crimson, sparkling ring lying on the velvet. The ring looked ancient and simple, without any redundant features. But it was apparently made of the best materials. When the box was opened, faint redness was all over the room. In the middle of the ring, red crystal liquid was flowing slowly like clotting magma. Lingdang was somewhat dazed. She raised her eyebrows. A ring? It looks beautiful. But you know that I'm not a fan of jewelry, which will affect my combat ability. It seems so fragile that if I wear it and punch anything, it will break into pieces immediately. Wrong. We've known each other long enough for me to learn of your habits. How could I offer you a ring as a gift? This is not a ring, but a lethal weapon refined by me which I've named Red Lotus Knuckle. Li Yao picked up the ring gently and held it in his palm as he explained, on the surface, it looks like an ordinary jade ring. But, in fact, it is a piece of ultimate magical equipment with a bloody shooting star, a marrow crystal, as the main material together with 4 other marrow crystals as ancillary materials. It took me 36 days to refine it. What's more, I tried the best I can and carved almost 100 attack rune arrays inside the ring. Come on, put it on and use your telepathic thoughts to trigger it. While he was talking, he slipped the ring into Lingdang's 4th finger. Lingdang was dwelling on what Li Yao had just said and was too curious about the effects of the Red Lotus Knuckle to stop him. The bloody shooting star was mild and smooth. Wearing a ring made of it felt very comfortable, as if the ring were part of her flesh. With a telepathic thought, Lingdang unleashed her spiritual energy. The 100 rune arrays on the Red Lotus Knuckle were lit up one by one with bright red colors, forming a vivid lotus in the color of blood which blossomed and wreathed her fists. Almost 100 petals with sharp edges were protruding from the blood lotus. Fierce fiery spiritual energy was spilling among the petals, which instantly brought up the room temperature by 10 degrees. Beautiful. Formidable. Ruthless. Lingdang was immediately attracted. Her 2 eyes were full of eagerness. Li Yao smiled and said, "You are best with fiery spiritual energy. The bloody shooting star is a marrow crystal that belongs to the fire class and contains a lot of pure fiery spiritual energy. Wearing the Red Lotus Knuckle is like adding oil to a fire. I estimate that your punch will be at least 3 times fiercer than before. How about it? Is this gift fit for you?" Lingdang heard none of it, because she had been bewitched by the Red Lotus Knuckle. She rose up suddenly, her right arm burning in flames. The fire snake flowed out of her body again. With the enhancement of the Red Lotus Knuckle, the head of the snake split into 3, making it a ferocious triple-headed fire snake. The bloody shooting star is a rare heavenly material and earthly treasure of the fire class. I've been told that it can greatly enhance the performance of fiery spiritual energy. But I didn't know it could be so good. Thrilled, Lingdang was waving her arms up and down, without knowing where she was anymore. Body practitioners usually did not carry any weapons. But other than the fundamentalists, the ordinary body practitioners generally did not reject handy and helpful magical equipment. Lingdang's father had been a refiner. Due to the accident that happened to her parents, she had hated magical equipment for a long time. But the knot had been resolved by Li Yao a long time ago. After putting on the Red Lotus Knuckle, she was as happy as a little girl who just got the clothes that she had been longing for a long time. Dancing in fire for a long time, she finally withdrew her spiritual energy, not entirely satisfied. She eyed Li Yao in a different way from just now, as if she had thought something through. Her countenance alarmed Li Yao, who started to feel that Lingdang was going to take over the situation. Come to think of it, it's very true what you just said. Why did I never think of that before? I'm never interested in boyfriends because dating and such is too much of a waste of time. Nothing will be better than a date of fighting, which will be so much more fun than dinners or shopping. Lingdang muttered thoughtfully, besides, you were correct that I would be too embarrassed to train with you at midnight if you had another girlfriend. I know better than that. I'm afraid we'd drift apart and forget each other then. I wouldn't be able to find a second sturdy guy who's crazy about training such as yourself in another 100 years. No. There's no way that I let you go so easily. Let's go. She strode towards Li Yao, fierce flames beaming in her eyes. Li Yao suddenly felt that he had got enmeshed in a web of his own schemes. Dazed, Li Yao said, "To where?" "Billowing Star Sea, of course." Lingdang shook her ring finger. "I have decided to accept you as my boyfriend. Now, hurry up. Let's start our first date." A month later, in the east of the Star Glory Federation, outside Deep Sea City. A crystal airship carved with Fist of Fury, the emblem of the Grand Desolate War Institution, rushed to the city from the north with a long exhaust flame, tearing apart the clouds in its way. Li Yao was standing on the front deck of the crystal airship, enjoying the view of the spectacular metropolis before him. Deep Sea City, located on the east seashore, was unquestionably the largest city of the Federation. It was more than 10 times bigger than Floating Spear City, Li Yao's hometown. It was a dramatic three-dimensional city. Countless buildings spread to the undersea like the tentacles of an octopus which occupied a large area near the seashore. When the night came, the myriad of lights from the undersea buildings made them look like a palace made of diamonds. Deep Sea City was a legendary city that made the best use of floating mountains, which were so vast that an entire block could reside on one of them. The countless floating mountains were connected to each other by long, narrow and translucent tubes which were built with the mechanism of communicating vessels. The traffic among the floating mountains was even faster than riding on flying swords. As the biggest city of the Federation, Deep Sea City was headquartered by plentiful cultivation conglomerates. It was also where Deep Sea University was located, as well as the center of the magical equipment manufacturing industry. Therefore, it was also known as the City of Magical Equipment. In the southwest corner of the City of Magical Equipment stood a colossal 9-level pyramid. The bottom level had a coverage of more than 1,500 acres. Even the top level still had almost 300 acres. It was the largest convention center of the Federation known as Heaven's Path. The Magical Equipment Exposition, a biennial gala of the Star Glory Federation, would be held here. The Magical Equipment Exposition represented the peak of the Star Glory Federation's cultivation technologies. It was also indicative of human civilization's future in the Heaven's Origin sector. Therefore, it was not just a festival for the cultivators. Many ordinary people would come to the carnival and enjoy themselves, too. Billions of people often spent a fortune attending the exposition from far away to feel the essence of the cultivation civilization. As a magical equipment fan, Li Yao had been craving to join the Magical Equipment Exposition since he was a little boy. However, he had been struggling all day to survive back then. He could barely pay for the traveling expenses, let alone the ticket. Today, his dream was coming true. Holding back her excitement, Yuan Manchio walked to Li Yao's back and said calmly, "Li Yao, we're here." This was not the first time that Yuan Manchio had attended the Magical Equipment Exposition. However, the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution had been weak and focused much of its attention on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit before. Other than the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, there was no other magical equipment they could show to impress everyone. Therefore, even when it was participating in the exposition, in most cases it would stay in a corner and keep a low profile. But today would be different. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Manchio recalled the day when she left Deep Sea University proudly. The memory was as fresh as yesterday. The hot blood at that time was still boiling in her chest right now. But within the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. This time, she had come back dignifiedly and imposingly with the mystic skeleton battle suit, after 30 years of blood and sweat, to the city of magical equipment. Schwa. The crystal airship slowly moved through a giant virtual light beam, which had a slogan on it that read, "Welcome to the 139th Magical Equipment Exposition of the Star Glory Federation, fellow Taoists." Li Yao and Yuan Manxiu looked at each other and noticed the ineffaceable determination in the other's eyes at the same time. This time, they were not just participating in the Magical Equipment Exposition. They were also going to raise a riot of amazement in the gala that was the center of the public attention. As a gala for the entire Federation and for every human being, the Magical Equipment Exposition was divided into the civil section and the military section. The exhibitions in the civil section had started 3 days prior to their arrival and would last for a month, whose target audience were ordinary people. The exhibitions in the military section would officially kick off 3 days later, which would be frequented by the military and the cultivators. It was considered to be a trade fair, too. If one saw a piece of magical equipment to one's liking, one could place an order and purchase it on the spot. Bulk purchases or negotiations were of course available as well. The ordinary people could watch the exhibitions of the military magical equipment, too. The tickets were not very expensive. But they would need to rent a whole suit of defense magical equipment for their own protection. After all, the exhibitions of the military magical equipment could be somewhat dangerous. This year, the Grand Desolate War Institution had rented a good exhibition booth, costing them a small fortune. The upcoming 3 days would be mainly used to decorate the booth. However, Li Yao didn't need to bother about that. Having nothing to do, he wandered around the Magical Equipment Exposition as an ordinary magical equipment fan. Wow! Brother Yao, what's that? A fat panda with 3 pairs of wings hovering in the sky? It's Bei Bei, the official mascot of the Magical Equipment Exposition this year. It is a very smart crystal beast. Inside its tummy there's a super awesome crystal chip. If you can't find your mom again like just now, all you need to do is wave your hands at it, and it will fly to you and help you find your mom. Ah, so many flying swords are flying in the sky. So beautiful. Even more beautiful than the fireworks in the Spring Festival. Huh. The flying swords flew into the clouds and tore them apart. Those are meteorological flying swords that are used for weather adjustment. If a place has been raining for such a long time that a flood is coming, those flying swords will drill into the clouds and break them, so that the sky can be cleared up. Brother Yao, there are so many people here. I don't think that our entire county has this many people. That's why you need to hold your mom's hand tight. Didn't that auntie stamp a seal on you and your mom's hands? The seal is a special rune that can trigger a strong attraction force between you and your mom. You won't be lost again if you and your mom's hands are pinned together, little Ling. In the massive crowds at the entrance of the exposition, Li Yao said to a little girl no more than 10 years old in a smile while he created an invisible spiritual shield which covered the 3 of them, so that the mother and the daughter wouldn't be tripped over by the crowds. The little girl was very thin, with dark skin, big eyes and yellowish hair. She was curious about everything that she saw and was jumping up and down like a naughty monkey. Her name was Ai Jiying. She came from the Serene Mountain province in the south of the Federation and lived in a small village deep inside the mountains. She and her mother had come a long way to visit her father who was working in Deep Sea City, and it happened to be the time when the Magical Equipment Exposition was held. The family had planned to visit the Magical Equipment Exposition together. However, the father was caught by something urgent and had to ask his wife and daughter to go on ahead. However, the mother and the daughter had been living in the village for their entire lives. The biggest, liveliest place that they'd ever been to was the county town which had a population of no more than 50,000. When they came to a place as crowded as the Magical Equipment Exposition, they were completely overwhelmed. With the moving and pushing of other people, the girl and her mother were separated. Li Yao had just finished his breakfast and was ready to explore the magical equipment exposition joyfully, when he noticed that the little girl was crying in a corner. 2 mascot pandas and several other tourists were trying to help her, but they only made her more upset. She simply shrank back and refused to say anything. Seeing this, Li Yao hurried up and said a mind-settling rune on the little girl to calm her down. Then, with the help of the staff, he finally found her mother, Zhou Xiulan. Judging from their plain clothing and somewhat confused faces, Li Yao knew that they'd probably never experienced such hustle and bustle before. The magical equipment exposition was extremely large with complicated booths and stands that made it look like a labyrinth. Besides, the place was packed and messy. If he were to leave them alone, the two of them would never be able to enjoy the exposition, not to mention that the little girl might get lost again. Having nothing to do, and to better take care of them, Li Yao decided to accompany them and volunteered to interpret the magical equipment for them. "Mr. Li, thank you so much. We would have had absolutely no idea what to do if it weren't for you. We never expected that there would be so many people. We were actually planning to go back just now." Zhou Xiulan was a simple, sincere village woman. She was so anxious that she didn't know where to put her hands while she was expressing gratitude to Li Yao. "You're most welcome. It would be boring to tour the exposition by myself anyway. With a few companions, we can talk to and look after each other. Isn't it much better? Also, don't call me Mr. Little Li will be good." Li Yao grinned. "That will be too presumptuous. You are a cultivator. I'm told that my mad daughter was cooled down by a rune that you casually drew. How can I call you Little Li?" Zhou Xiulan answered hurriedly. Ai Jiying was jumping up and down as she merrily said, "Yes, yes. Brother Yao is so awesome. I was so desperate that I felt my head was dizzy and my ears were humming. I couldn't see, hear, or say anything. But after Brother Yao touched my forehead, it was like a bucket of cold water over my head. I was immediately able to see and hear things again, and I could speak too. That's all right. Just call me Little Li. It's more comfortable for me that way. Cultivator or not, you are my senior anyway. Just because I am a cultivator doesn't mean I'm older than I'm supposed to be." With a big smile, Li Yao said, "All right. Let's go and start our adventure. Little Ling, didn't you say that your dad is a construction worker and used to work in this convention center? Maybe one of the windows here was installed by your dad himself. Hurry up. Let's explore the battlefield where your dad once fought. Let's go." Ai Jiying was not a shy girl. She had been famous for her naughtiness back in her village. She was just overwhelmed by the large crowds that were beyond her imagination. Now that Li Yao was there to back her up, her restless nature had returned. She opened her arms and uttered, "Swoosh." Swoosh, as if she were riding a non-existent flying sword. Talking and laughing, the three of them walked into the first gallery with the crowds. Every magical equipment exposition had a theme. The theme of this year was 20 years later. The exhibitions in the first gallery were mostly the state-of-the-art magical equipment related to the everyday life of ordinary people. Wow! Beautiful clothes! In front of the colorful and splendid stand, Ai Jiying started at a brilliantly shining dress with her cheeks puffed and shouted in excitement. Li Yao raised his head and noticed that it was the Heavenly Apparel Guild stand. The Heavenly Apparel Guild's main business was robes, costumes, uniforms, and battle clothing. The school uniform of the Grand Desolate War Institution had been outsourced to the Heavenly Apparel Guild. Other than the battle clothing for soldiers, the Heavenly Apparel Guild had been trying to expand its market in civil clothing. Schwa. Rolling her eyeballs, Ai Jiying lifted her finger, planning to touch the dress while no one was watching her, when the brilliance on the dress suddenly vanished. The long dress turned into a silver-gray clothing that covered the model tightly, then it turned into a red and yellow sportswear after flashing in redness. "I didn't touch it. It changed by itself. AI Jiying thought that she was to blame for the ruined clothes. She pulled back her hands hurriedly. Li Yao read the introduction and smiled. Don't be scared, little Ling. The garment is a piece of magical equipment refined by the Heavenly Apparel Guild whose name is Capricious Costume. It is made of luminescent materials mixed with the traditional silk. It is a piece of clothing as well as a walking light beam. Its prototype is the silver-gray clothing that you saw just now. However, you can set it into different themes which you can download from the Nexus. Short skirt, long skirt, sportswear, business wear. Red, blue, yellow. It can be changed to whatever you want. Wow! AI Jiying's eyes were shining. She bit her fingernails as she said, whatever I want. Does it mean that if I buy it, it's like I've bought 100 pieces of clothing? More than that. Li Yao said in a smile, the clothes can also detect your mood and adjust itself accordingly. For example, by customizing several settings, when you are in high spirits, the front of the clothes will display a shining sun, and your friends will know that they can come and play with you happily when they see that. If you come across anything sad, a crescent moon will be displayed in the front of the clothes, and your friends will know that it's time to comfort you. Impressive. AI Jiying was amazed. She swallowed and said, I'm going to buy one. Not now. Li Yao said, the theme of the magical equipment exposition is 20 years later. Most of the magical equipment exhibited here is still experimental. It will take another 10 to 20 years before such magical equipment can be manufactured and made available for ordinary people. Take the Capricious Costume for example. It requires a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to be refined, which means its cost will be unbelievably high. Also, its lifespan is not very long. Therefore, it is only equipped by the special forces of the military. Ordinary people have no access to it right now. 20 years later. AI Jiying blinked her eyes. That sounds like a long, long distance away. But it's fine. Such a nice costume must be very expensive. My dad has been working in construction sites. It is a very exhausting job. I wouldn't bear to let him buy such an expensive item anyway. In 20 years' time, I'll be independent. I'll save money and buy it by myself, and I'll buy 3 pieces. One for myself, one of my dad, and one for my mom. Thinking for a while, she added, no. I shall buy 4 pieces. Brother Yao should get one, too. Li Yao couldn't help but laugh. He led the mother and the daughter on. The stands here were all exhibitions of clothing magical equipment. Li Yao introduced them one by one. The silver glittering costume which seemed to be made of flowing resin is called mustard costume. It is actually constituted by billions of pieces of magical equipment as tiny as mustard seeds. It is mainly used in battlefields as mustard suits. However, take a look. Its provider, Twinkling Star Home, is trying to promote the mustard costume to the civil market. They will first refine all kinds of work clothes that will be able to endure high temperature, high pressure, and intense impacts. Firefighters, aquanauts, miners. Many people will find such work clothes very useful. For example, if the firefighters wear mustard costumes with frost rune arrays carved inside as work clothes, they will no longer be afraid of fire and it will be easier for them to rescue those who are trapped. Another example. Your dad works in construction sites. Sometimes he will need to work high above the ground. With the mustard costume as work clothes, the special enhancement rune array inside the clothes can increase your dad's strength a lot. He'll find it easier to do his normal work. Daily bruises can be avoided, too. AI Jiying was listening carefully. Her eyes were shining. She bit her mouth and nodded her head. It will be great if the mustard costume as work clothes can be refined sooner. My dad hurt his finger several days ago. I would rather buy a mustard costume for my dad than getting a capricious costume for myself. Li Yao smiled. Rest assured. The uncles and aunties in the Twinkling Star home are working on it. Maybe in the next few years, the mustard costumes will be popularized. Check this one out. This piece of clothing is named Health Costume. Not only can it examine your health, it can also trigger weak electricity to stimulate the activity of your muscles, veins, and organs to build up your health. It is best to be used as school uniform and sportswear for teenagers to help with the growth of their bodies. If you wear it, you will be tall and beautiful in the future. This is an anti-collision life-saving costume designed to be worn when taking crystal trains or crystal airships. In the case of an accident, it will expand into a giant balloon and lock you inside, so that nothing will happen to you. As for this one, the clothing magical equipment refined by the major sects dazzled AI Zhiying. She watched and played for more than an hour before she moved on hesitatingly. However, she was soon attracted by the special smells coming from the front. Many cultivation sects were displaying magical equipment for food and cooking there. Some of them were even making food on the spot for the tourists to taste for free. This piece of magical equipment is called dehydrating crisper. When you put the food that you just cook inside it, 99.9% of the water in the food will be extracted instantly. Then the food will shrink in size and be sealed inside. The food can be preserved for as long as an entire year. When you want to eat the food, just open it and pour some hot water onto it. The food inside will be refreshed and taste exactly as it did when it was first cooked. That's a pair of bone-cracking chopsticks. It is specially designed for the old and the children who like eating fish but cannot get rid of the fish bones. With the mechanism of high-frequency oscillation, the fish bones will be shattered into dust the moment they pick up part of the fish with the chopsticks. Not only will the fish bones no longer be a risk to their throats, the nutrition in the fish bones is good for their body, too. This plate looks normal. But look, it has the ability of automatic analysis. Once food is put on the plate, it will automatically detect the ingredients of the food and their respective calories. It is a great piece of health-maintaining tableware for people who are losing weight, diabetes patients, and other victims of chronic diseases. Li Yao pointed to the pieces of magical equipment and introduced them to the mother and the daughter one by one. But AI Zhiying was unable to reply, because her mouth was filled by a large delicious meatball which a female cultivator had just slipped inside. Li Yao smiled. Little Ling, the meatball that you're eating right now was made 1 year ago by the chef of the Moon-Picking Hotel, a renowned restaurant of sunny Harvest City thousands of kilometers away, and it has just had hot water poured on to be refreshed. How about it? Does it taste like it was just cooked? AI Zhiying was enjoying the delicious food and there was no time for her to speak. She had to nod her head quickly with her eyes wide open to show approval. After a long while, she finally swallowed all the meatball. Then she smacked her lips and observed, the meatball is so wonderful. If the dehydrating crisper can be mass-produced, everyone will be able to eat hot food wherever they go to. My mom and I can make a delicious meal at home for my dad and send it to him even though we're thousands of kilometers away. Li Yao nodded his head. Yes. Shipping is a lot easier nowadays. I know a guy who uses flying swords to ship things for other people. In the future, you and your mom can make a table of hometown dishes, put them in a dehydrating crisper, and send a message via the spiritual crane messenger. A flying sword will come to your home quickly and bring the dishes to your dad within the next day. Your dad will be so happy to eat the food cooked by you. Clothing, food, residence, and transportation was the theme of this gallery. It took them almost 4 hours to just finish the clothing part and the food part. Fortunately, the little girl's mouth was really sweet. By greeting the cultivators at the stands with uncles and aunties, she enjoyed a lot of cuisine cooked by their magical equipment for free, and therefore was not very hungry. Then, the little girl was amazed by all kinds of smart home magical equipment that she saw. One of them was named Scouring Fatty. It was round and plump, like a large cluster of translucent jelly. Under the control of the crystal chip, it could automatically roll over and over at home and glue the dirty things on the ground and the walls away. Since it was half liquid, it could change itself into different shapes. The corners between walls, the space below the bed, and unreachable area between two pieces of furniture were no problem for it at all. When it had swallowed enough dirty items, it would search for a dustbin and disgorge all of the waste. It could even connect itself to a water faucet and drink a lot of clean water to sanitize itself. There was another piece of magical equipment named Showering Fatty. It was basically the same as the Scouring Fatty, except that it was for showers. During a shower, it would roll over on the body of the shower taker, clean up their pores, and massage them. It was truly comfortable. There was also Random Window, a piece of magical equipment designed for the residents who lived in the underground world. When it was hanged on a wall, it would be like a real window. People would be able to see beautiful sceneries that could be customized through the window. The most distinguished characteristic about the Random Window was that the scenes were real-time videos shot from other places in the Heaven's Origin sector, which meant that they were 100% authentic and very fickle. For the residents that lived in the underground world, it could be a good comfort. After visiting smart home magical equipment, the three of them went to enjoy the transportation magical equipment. The dozens of stands here were dominated by shuttles. Most shuttles being exhibited had achieved self-navigation. There was also a kind of foldable personal shuttle, which, with a snap, could fold itself into the size of a briefcase. With the assistance of the anti-gravity rune array, even the weakest woman and little kid could carry them easily. Once it was manufactured and promoted, the difficulty in finding a parking space in a metropolis could be solved immediately. All of the state-of-the-art magical equipment in regards of clothing, food, smart home, and transportation painted a dramatic and charming picture of the 20 years later life for the three of them. The exit of the gallery was surrounded by more than 10 giant 3D light beams which were playing the lifestyles of ordinary people 20 years later in the vision of cultivators. In 20 years' time, with a mind-settling rune, one would have a nice sleep on the inflatable king-size bed which could adjust itself according to the body size of the sleeper. In the morning, before one opened one's eyes, with a telepathic thought, the showering fatty would fill itself with water, climb up the bed, and clean the sleeper from inside to outside. When one was ready to get off the bed, the slippers with reactive rune arrays would automatically come to the bed, saving the trouble of looking for slippers below the bed with the eyes that were still fogged from sleep. After using the bathroom, one would pick out from the dehydrating crisper the breakfast that had been bulk purchased. With a little hot water, there would be a roomful of mouth-watering aromas. Bread, milk, biscuits all were as fresh as those that were just made. The temperature-controlling tableware would maintain the food at the most suitable degree, neither too hot, nor too cold. After having breakfast and putting on the capricious costume, which had been set to the most fashionable theme according to the Nexus, one would go to the helipad over the roof through the short-distance teleportation array at home. Then, one would take out the shuttle from the garage nearby that had been minimized. With a snap, the shuttle would quickly expand and send its master to factories, schools, offices by self-navigation. This was just one video clip. There were a lot of other video clips showing scenes of ordinary people working, studying, entertaining with the help of all kinds of advanced magical equipment. Every video clip was concluded by the same sentence that read, "Better cultivation, better life." The declaration made Li Yao feel somewhat proud. Wow! AI Jiying's eyes were focused on the videos. She exclaimed, 20 years from now, we'll be living like celestials. Indeed. Li Yao smiled. As long as students like you study carefully, workers like your mom and dad work hard, cultivators like me cultivate wholeheartedly, then with all our collective effort, all human beings, be they cultivators or ordinary people, will all live a celestial-like life. Leaving the gallery of clothing, food, residence and transportation, they arrived at the next gallery whose name was Future City. It mainly depicted all kinds of bizarre cities that were to be built 20 or even more years later with the help of different magical equipment. Li Yao thought that the theme was too abstract and wouldn't be as attractive as the previous galleries to the little girl. However, Ai Jiying was not the least bored. She watched the exhibitions curiously. She told Li Yao, "My family lives in a village deep inside the mountains. Not only is the traffic very difficult, sometimes the earthquakes will violently shake the houses in my hometown. So, I'm studying what the city 20 years from now looks like, and I'm going to build my hometown that way." Together with Li Yao, she saw many future cities that were constructed by magical equipment. One of the future cities was built inside a mountain which had been emptied by a giant excavating magical equipment. But looking inside, it was a perfectly normal city, with hills, waters, singing birds and blossoming flowers. No one would be able to tell that there was anything wrong with it. There was another future city that looked like a lot of water bubbles tangling together. They were sometimes floating on the sea and sometimes diving down into the undersea. The undersea cities that the Federation had right now were mere extensions of seashore cities, which could only be built on the continental shelf that was not far from the mainland. Once such bubbles were successfully refined, a city in the sea would really be possible. Humans would be able to march into the abysmal seas and conquer all the oceans of the heaven's origin sector. There was another future city that looked like Lego but billions of times larger. All the buildings were square and attached to thick metal cylinders. According to the cultivation sect of the stand, it was called Combinatorial City. All the buildings were created according to certain criteria in factories and could be assembled together very quickly upon order. Once needed, a city that could accommodate 100,000 people could be built within several days. If movement was needed, the city could be dismantled and transported to somewhere else where it could be restored exactly the same as it had been. Even the house number would remain unchanged. Another cultivation sect had been seriously considering the possibility of launching the floating mountains beyond the aerosphere. According to the Space Flight Guild, it was planning to launch 100 floating mountains to the near-Earth orbit outside of the aerosphere where they would be connected to each other by high-tensile traffic tubes. This way, an unprecedented metropolitan circle would be created. With the development of the metropolitan circle, billions of people would be able to live in space, and the overpopulation problem that had been bothering the human race could be resolved once and for all. The little girl was truly astonished by the motley exhibition of future cities. Her mother was also eyeing Li Yao with admiration and bewilderment, her eyes bulging wide. She took Li Yao for one of the cultivators that were going to build a city beyond the aerosphere, people she thought to be omnipotent gods. When they left the future city gallery, it was already nightfall. Outside of the gallery was large artificial turf. There were streams flowing and birds singing not very far away. Countless tourists were sitting on the turf and enjoying their picnics. Mortal life and crystal beasts formed a delightful contrast, peaceful and comforting. Ai Jiying was not satisfied yet. But her mother was a little tired. Thankfully, there was a rest stop nearby where several cultivators were providing sprays that could assuage fatigue. After spraying her back and her legs, Zhou Xiulan felt that her strength was back. Then, the three of them visited a few other galleries quickly. In the Life and Health Gallery, they saw artificial flesh that was refined out of crystal gel. Once it was covered on a metal puppet, not only could the lifespan of the puppets be prolonged, the outlook and texture of the real skin could be simulated, too. If it was used to make artificial limbs, the appearance of the artificial limbs could be greatly improved and so would the quality of life of the disabled and spectral cultivators. In the New Energy Gallery, they saw submarine mining equipment that could work 10,000 meters below the sea level. They also witnessed an advanced technology which could transform the energy contained in coal and oil into spiritual energy. In the Robotization Gallery, they saw hundreds of fully automated machines that could walk through the entire process from sowing to harvest by themselves, thus freeing human beings from the tedious peasant work. In the end, they reached the universe gallery. The moment they stepped inside, they felt like that they had entered a sea of stars. The entire cosmos was spinning around them, full of mysteries and vastness. In the boundless universe gallery, AI Zhiying, who had been vivacious all the way, shut her mouth and walked behind Li Yao quietly. The first thing to be seen was a piece of obscure, unattractive magical equipment flying alone in the universe. The surface of the magical equipment was full of bumps and hollows, which indicated that it had been hit multiple times. This is a flying star telescope which was launched by Seven Stars Alliance, a top 10 sect of the Federation, 299 years ago. In its 300 years of voyage in the cosmos, it has sent everything it saw back, which provides precious data for the study of universe. Li Yao was very solemn. He said in a low voice, during the past 300 years, the federal government, as well as many cultivation sects, has sent almost 100 flying star telescopes with more advanced technologies to explore the more distant universe. However, the very first flying star telescope has been retained and controlled by a nascent stage expert of the Seven Stars Alliance as a symbol of the expedition to the universe of the humans of the Heaven's Origin sector. Awesome. AI Zhiying asked, what are we looking for with so many flying star telescopes? New worlds. Li Yao replied, the Heaven's Origin sector only has limited resources, which will run dry as our civilization develops. So, we must find new worlds as alternatives. If we meet a world fragment, we can collect the resources inside. If we meet an intact world, we will consider building a stable, interworld wormhole for large-scale migration. Anyway, our destiny is the end of cosmos, and we will not be bound by such a small place as Heaven's Origin sector. I understand it now. It's the same reason why my dad left our hometown to work in the big city. I didn't know what was good about the big city and tried to persuade my dad not to go. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I finally know that the big city is a really lively place with so many delicious foods and so many beautiful and interesting things. So, I have decided that I will go to the big city just like my dad in the future. The Heaven's Origin sector is a small village, too. Other worlds in the cosmos are big cities like Deep Sea City. We the people of the Heaven's Origin sector can't stay in our village forever. The cosmos is too great a place to be missed out, AI Zhiying said. Correct. Li Yao nodded his head. That's why the Star Glory Federation is working hard on the aeronautical and astronautical technology and trying to find safe passage between worlds. See? This is a crystal starship model named Serenity, which is built by the Thousand Sails Guild with the technologies found in the Star Ocean Imperium relics. The real Serenity starship boasts a complete ecosystem and a self-circulation system. It can accommodate 100,000 people on board and carry a large amount of materials for the construction of stable wormholes. This is a crystal starship even larger than Serenity, whose name is Prestige. 1 million people can live inside it for hundreds of years. But it is still experimental and not successfully refined yet. This is Quick Ghost, the latest model of automated flying star telescope. It is 50 times faster than the first-generation flying star telescopes. It can detect abnormal spiritual waves that are often the sign of a new world. Maybe in the foreseeable future, we can refine hundreds of crystal starships and light the fire of our civilization in other worlds. AI Zhiying was excited by Li Yao's words. She muttered, me too. If Deep Sea City is already so interesting, I bet there will be much more fun in other worlds. When they left the Universe Gallery, it was already 10 p.m. Since it was impossible to finish visiting the Magical Equipment Exposition within a day, the ticket covered the hotel fees. Li Yao escorted the mother and the daughter to the hotel on the 3rd floor of the convention center. Then they said goodbye to each other, however reluctantly. Tomorrow, the military magical equipment exhibitions would start. Li Yao would be too occupied to accompany the lovely little girl anymore. Besides, her father had sent a message through spiritual crane messenger, saying that he would ask for leave and come to reunite with his wife and his daughter tomorrow. It was a relief for Li Yao. Li Yao offered Ai Jing 3 tickets for the military magical equipment exhibitions as a gift. Since the Grand Desolate War Institution was one of the exhibitors, every staff of the school had received quite a few complimentary tickets. Having no one else to give them to, Li Yao decided that he might as well give them to the little girl, who apparently was very interested in magical equipment. "I'll definitely show up." Ai Jing was overjoyed. She waved her little fists and said, "Besides, I've set you as my role model and I'll be a cultivator one day." Li Yao was dazed for a moment. He asked in a smile, "Why?" Ai Jing stood straight and answered briskly, "Because cultivators are so awesome. With the marvelous magical equipment that they refine, everybody will be able to live a celestial-like life. So, I'm going to be a cultivator one day, so that my mom and dad, my uncles and aunts at home, and everyone else in our village will live a peaceful and happy life. Maybe one day, I can refine a giant crystal starship, and bring everyone in our village to travel deep into the cosmos. The grandpas and grandmas that have never been out of our village in their entire life will be able to see what the other end of the universe looks like. Good for you, little Ling." Pondering for a moment, Li Yao took out a gray, small stone which had a hole in one end. He had slipped a red string into the hole and made it into a pendant. It seemed uninteresting, but the stone was actually made of the powder of 3 marrow stones. When a marrow stone was being polished, it was unavoidable that some powder would drop off. Li Yao made best use of the leftover and refined them into more than 10 pendants together with some other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They were of little use to cultivators. But for the growing adolescents, the pendants could build up their body heat and accelerate their brain development, which was similar to the effect of strengthening drugs. Li Yao was planning to send the pendants to the principal Mao of the Floating Spear City's mining clan high school for the students whose families were too poor to buy strengthening drugs. Now that fate had arranged Ai Jing and him to meet, he might as well give her one first. But he could only help her that far. It still depended on herself whether or not her spiritual root could be awakened so that she could be a cultivator. The pendant had been covered up by Li Yao with the ancient techniques of the 100 Smelting Clan. Whoever examined the pendant would only feel that it was just a normal stone. Therefore, there would be no danger of robbery. Li Yao hung the marrow crystal pendant on the little girl's neck. They exchanged their contact information. Then Li Yao returned to the residence of the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution. "What's wrong? You look quite thoughtful. What did you get today?" Yuan Manxiu saw him and greeted him in a smile. "A lot. I never realized until today that civil magical equipment could be so amazing. It is a life-changer for the ordinary people, who can live such a happy life that was unimaginable in the old days. Just like what the slogan says, better cultivation, better life." Scratching his hair, Li Yao remarked, "I thought that I was a strong refiner who could refine all kinds of powerful military magical equipment, and I sometimes despised the refiners who worked on the civil magical equipment because I thought they were boring. But the trip today has taught me a good lesson. For the ordinary people, the civil magical equipment has indeed improved the quality of their life and is much more important for them. It's great that you can appreciate the significance of the civil magical equipment. However, there is no need to go too far." Yuan Manxiu added, "There is no paradise in or beyond the heaven's origin sector. Every place is full of blood and slaughter. Today, you saw the happy and peaceful life of the ordinary people made possible by the civil magical equipment. However, without countless cultivators and soldiers guarding our civilization with military magical equipment, how long would the peace and happiness last? Right now, the blood demon sector is coveting us maliciously. Each beast tied is fiercer than the previous one. The more military magical equipment we refine, the better protected the life of the ordinary people will be. Besides, the boundary between military magical equipment and civil magical equipment is really blurred. Much civil magical equipment has been transformed from military magical equipment. The demon beast detector that you refined was a piece of military magical equipment in the beginning. But it has been modified into a civil one which has possibly saved many lives already. Inheriting the past, defending the present, and creating the future are the three duties of us cultivators. They are equally important. Cultivators who can fulfill one of the duties will be enough to be worthy of their names. If you are good at refining military magical equipment, then just try your best to defend what you saw just now. I got it. Li Yao was enlightened by what Yuan Manxiu had just said. He felt relieved again. Alright, just take it easy. Tomorrow is the first day of the military magical equipment exhibitions. Whether or not the mystic skeleton battlesuit can kick off a good start will be revealed after tonight. Yuan Manxiu stressed, recently, not only have the beast tides been arriving more frequently, the local demon beasts of the Heaven's Origin sector have also been seething with bloodlust. The mines and settlements of many cultivation sects in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau are being threatened. Therefore, many sects are planning to purchase crystal suits for better defense. If we can secure a few orders from them before we get the big military order, it will ease the burden of the tremendous preliminary cost right now. On the other hand, it will be a great advertisement for us, too. How about it? Are you confident? Of course. When talking about the mystic skeleton battlesuit, Li Yao immediately turned sharp again. He declared assuredly, in the previous month, I wasted no time in preparing several secret weapons just for the big show tomorrow. The following morning, the world was greeted by a brightly shining sun. Leading the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution, Yuan Manxiu walked into the hall. Under the pressure of war all year around, the military magical equipment of the Heaven's Origin sector was much more advanced than the civil magical equipment. In the blue sky, countless supersonic flying swords were dashing everywhere, knitting an impenetrable sword net with beautiful patterns. It looked splendid, but a demon beast which was stupid enough to breach inside would definitely be caught by the sword net and minced into pieces. On the ground, all kinds of beast puppets, crystal tanks, and even self-moving war fortresses constituted an iron army and patrolled inside the hall. The entire tower seemed to be trembling at their might. Earth-shaking explosions, booms of spiritual tide collisions, ting-tings of swords crashing sabers. All kinds of noises were echoing non-stop. Holding his breath, Li Yao was gazing at all the exhibitions. This was the first time that he had joined an exposition of such a large scale and at such a high level. His horizon was broadened so fast that he felt somewhat dizzy. The Grand Desolate War Institution had rented a booth of more than 1,000 square meters. Li Yao had thought that it was enormous. However, now that he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that it was below average and dwarfed by the real bit shots. Many powerful sects had rented booths as big as 10,000 square meters where hundreds of pieces of their magical equipment would be exhibited. As for Deep Sea University, its booth was more than 30,000 square meters and took up 3 floors. Technically speaking, it was not a booth anymore, but a special and independent gallery. More than 5,000 pieces of magical equipment would be displayed in the place, making it the unquestionable kingdom of magical equipment. Walking past the gate of Deep Sea University's booth, all the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution were solemn and saw the deepest desire in each other's eyes. Although not as outspoken as Li Yao, every one of them had been dreaming to oust Deep Sea University and take its place. The Tiger King battlesuit, as Deep Sea University's star magical equipment of the year, was placed in the most conspicuous spot over an artificial rock, where it was crouching and ready to lunge down at any moment. The majestic mighty of the Tiger King battlesuit made Li Yao's fingers twitch uncontrollably. He was of a mind to clench his fists and punch it into pieces. Let's go. We'll have a lot of opportunities to challenge it in the future. Yuan Manxiu patted his shoulder. Li Yao nodded his head. Smiling viciously, he lowered his eyes and moved on. According to the marketing plan that they discussed, the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution didn't stay in their booth. Instead, they toured the hall and visited the booths of their competitors. The colorful, brilliant, premium crystal suits indeed amazed them. In the meantime, the MP crystal suit models provided by the major sects of the Federation let them understand how fierce the competition was. How about it? Quickly circling the hall for a round, which took them more than 2 hours, everyone was somewhat gloomy. Yuan Manxiu asked Li Yao, "We've seen all the latest crystal suit models of the Federation. What do you think? Deep Sea University, Star Nebula University, Gold Armor Sect. These traditional giants have been working on the refinement of crystal suits for hundreds of years. The premium crystal suits that they refine are indeed delicate inventions with powerful abilities, which could be called ultimate magical equipment. I'm afraid we'll not be able to catch up with them in a short time." Li Yao pondered for a while and continued, "But an MP crystal suit is something entirely different. I studied several popular MP crystal suit models just now. Judging from the outlook and structure, they are basically the same as the premium crystal suit models that these organizations refined before, except that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been replaced by ordinary materials and that some components have even been cancelled. If we get to the bottom of it, these sects are not presenting a new crystal suit model. What they are presenting is a jerry-built version of the premium crystal suit models. That explains a lot. It hasn't even been a year since the military announced that the standard military crystal suit would be outsourced. It's impossible for them to design and refine a crystal suit model with brand new structure in such a short time. Therefore, they had to revise their previous designs and hope that luck is on their side. From what I've seen, Tiger King, Mournful Mist, Sword Torrent are the only 3 models that are somewhat refreshing. But in my opinion, the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit is better than any of them. Because they are designed more or less in accordance with the ideologies of the high-end crystal suits. Their creators refuse to demean themselves and do not know what the key is to a MP crystal suit. However, the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit has prioritized low cost, mass production, and durability since the very beginning. Speaking of the 3 points, no one has more experience than the refiners of the Grand Desolate War Institution do. All in all, my conclusion is that the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit is the only true MP crystal suit model. Other crystal suits, including the Tiger King Battlesuit, are just bluffing that they are MP crystal suit models. However impressive their specifications may be, there are bound to be a lot of flaws and defects in them. And what I'm going to do is to find their shortcomings and beat them all to the ground." His words cheered up his companions again. "Well said." Yuan Manxiu waved her hands and declared in high spirits, "All right, let's go and teach the believers of the elite refining ideology a lesson about what a real MP crystal suit should look like." Talking and laughing, they strode forward. While they were spying on their competitors, many other cultivators noticed their existence, too. The successful refinement of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit had never been known by the public. Besides, the exhibition had started for quite a long time, yet the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution were still wandering in the hall. Many cultivators inevitably had the misunderstanding that they were not here to exhibit their magical equipment, but to purchase magical equipment from other exhibitors. Is the Project Mystic Skeleton still ongoing or what? I don't seem to see their booth. True that. They suffered a great failure last year. There's no way that they can work it out so fast. I assume that they've given it up already. I think it is a smart choice. Refining is not the Grand Desolate War Institution's strong point. Besides, crystal suits are pieces of super magical equipment that is too precise and complicated for them to handle. If they are really in need of crystal suits, the best and easiest thing to do is to buy some from other providers. It is both safe and trouble-saving. The military magical equipment exhibition had attracted the attention of many reporters, especially those from the 3 magical equipment magazines and Crystal Suit Vista. They had been here early waiting before the booths of the major exhibitors. Delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution roaming in the hall instead of staying in their booth intrigued many reporters. The noses of the reporters were much sharper than the common cultivators. They had heard through various channels that the Grand Desolate War Institution was an exhibitor of the magical equipment exposition which was going to show some interesting stuff. However, they had looked around and didn't find the Grand Desolate War Institution's booth. Now that they saw the refiners of the Grand Desolate War Institution strolling in the hall at ease with a mysterious smile on their faces as if they had everything under their control, the reports were naturally very curious about it. Director Yuan, greetings. I am Gao Yongjia, a journalist from Crystal Suit Vista. I was told that the Grand Desolate War Institution is an exhibitor of the magical equipment exposition. But I didn't find your booth after searching. Can you explain what is going on? Is the Grand Desolate War Institution really participating in the exposition? What kind of magical equipment are you going to display? Is it the rumored cheapest crystal suit of the Federation? Director Yuan, nice to meet you. I am Bian Yun, a journalist from Gossip Cultivators. 30 years ago, you were the deep-sea goddess, yet you went separate ways with your instructor and exiled yourself to the Grand Desolate War Institution because of different beliefs. It's been 30 years since you last came to Deep Sea City. Are you planning to challenge Deep Sea University on your trip here? Excuse me, you must be Mr. Li Yao, the promising new refiner whose name has been on the rise. The Demon Beast Detector has been quite a hit over the past several months. I remember that you declared war against the refining department of Deep Sea University a long time ago. Are you confident that the magical equipment of the Grand Desolate War Institution can beat the magical equipment of the same type from the Deep Sea University? Many reporters crowded to them. This was exactly Yuan Manchio and Li Yao had been hoping for. So many people wearing the same uniform walking in the hall round after round was an effective way to advertise and draw everyone's attention. Yuan Manchio and Li Yao exchanged an eye look. She smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, what you've been told is true. The Grand Desolate War Institution is taking part in the Magical Equipment Exposition as an exhibitor, not a buyer. What we are going to exhibit and sell is, to quote what you just said, the cheapest crystal suit of the Federation. However, there is so much more about it other than merely low cost. You will be astonished at its performance. If you are interested, please follow us. Let's unveil the Mystic Skeleton battle suit together." Yuan Manchio's words immediately ignited the crowd. Now that the cheapest crystal suit of the Federation had been successfully refined, they were definitely going to check it out despite its doubtful performance. So, the reporters all followed the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution. This was the time when keeping a low profile in the beginning paid off. Other than the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, all the MP crystal suit models had called press conferences the moment they were successfully refined. The specifications and demos of them had been known by the entire world and, without the feeling of freshness anymore, they sometimes bored people who got in touch with them. But the Mystic Skeleton battle suit had been hiding itself in darkness the whole time. Besides, many people still remembered the big explosion last year. Not just the reporters, most of the cultivators were also curious about what a crystal suit allegedly with a cost of around 100 million actually looked like. Therefore, the crowd grew larger and larger as it moved on like a snowball, until it reached the northwest corner of the 5th level of the convention center. The booth in this place had been shrouded by gray fog since 3 days ago, with a glittering countdown in the middle of the fog that was changing every second. Behind the countdown was a giant question mark. Right now, many tourists had already gathered around the Foggy booth before the crowd arrived, because the countdown that had been running for 3 days would return to 0 in 10 minutes, and the question mark behind it suddenly bounced into an even larger, even more brilliant exclamation mark. As the shrink of the countdown, the exclamation mark was glimmering accordingly, like passionate heartbeat. The ever-growing suspense had aroused everyone's interest about the exhibition to be held inside the Foggy booth. Schwa. In the last 10 minutes, Fist of Fury, emblem of the Grand Desolate War Institution, gradually revealed itself in the boundary of the dense fog. Inside the fog echoed gunfire, explosions of spiritual energy, screams of demon beasts, as well as the mighty, incessant roars of human beings. If one listened carefully, one would easily notice that the noises inside the fog were not chaotic but well organized into a thrilling narrative. It sounded like a large batch of demon beasts were attacking a human town inside the fog. At first, there were the noises of the beast tide surging and the alarms of the humans' defense rune arrays ringing. Then, there were the noises of the demon beasts breaching the defense and fighting the human soldiers face to face. In the beginning, the two parties were evenly matched. One could hear the human captains commanding the troops calmly. But soon, the roars of the demon beasts grew larger and echoed on all directions. The intense gunfire and rubbing of chains were soon replaced by screams. For the human race. For the Federation. Inside the fog, the dying shouts occurred once in a while, followed by earth-shaking explosions. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, with the surround sound, the audience was able to picture a heartbreaking scene. In a lone town besieged by countless demon beasts, the soldiers and cultivators stuffed themselves with crystal bombs and rushed against the beast tide in their last battle hymn, dying a martyr's death unflinchingly. Women's screams, children's cries, civilians' wails, came from the slaughterhouse vaguely, too. The complicated noises boiled for almost 5 minutes, until the clamor of demon beasts completely overwhelmed the barrage of the human troops. Everybody in the audience could tell that the town would fall in no time. Right then, distant yet terrifying thunders echoed far away, as if countless giants were marching in a neat formation at the town in warfire. Bang! 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 Iron feet rose up and stomped down in the same rhythm. The reinforcements were not moving at a fast speed, yet their footsteps were surrounded by an intimidating aura which seemed ready to crush everything in their way. Joyful, hopeful, and somewhat twisted cries came from the center of the fog. It's a Crystal Suit Legion. The Crystal Suit Legion of the Mystic Skeleton Battle Suit. Bang! 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 Bam 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 bam. The savage footsteps were denser, louder and more furious as they approached near. Every audience could picture the same scene in their mind. Thousands of cultivators, wearing glittering silver crystal suits, congregated into an iron cascade and crashed into the beast tide. The aching noises of the following onslaught put sweat on everyone's forehead, who was more curious about the belated Mystic Skeleton Battle Suit than ever. It seems that the Grand Desolate War Institution has been fully prepared for their exhibition. The alone is evident enough of their ambition. The Grand Desolate War Institution is indeed good at keeping secrets. They didn't leak anything beforehand, waiting to pour everything out in the magical equipment exposition today. I'm going to see whether or not their crystal suit is as good as they claimed in the... All of the audience was engrossed in the Mystic Skeleton Battle Suit. However, most of the believers of the elite refining ideology, especially those who were the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit's competitors, were eyeing the booth suspiciously. The Grand Desolate War Institution does not have such competence. They're just bluffing. They claim that they have successfully refined it. Who knows what kind of garbage they're going to bring out? Don't think that a battle armor plus a crystal processor equals a crystal suit. Even if they have refined one, it's going to be uninteresting. Uninteresting or not, I'm more concerned about the stability. Who knows whether or not it will explode again like last year? I suggest we all put on our spiritual shields. Visiting the booth of the Grand Desolate War Institution might endanger your life. As for the reporters from the 3 magical equipment magazines and Crystal Suit Vista, they were relatively more objective. Gathering together, they discussed the in whispers. This audio has indeed been finely made. It seems to be suggesting that the Grand Desolate War Institution's crystal suit will highlight the low cost and the mass manufacturing possibility. Think about it. If 1,000 warriors put on crystal suits and make up a full crystal suit legion, as long as the performance of the crystal suit is acceptable, such a legion will be indeed unstoppable. We just don't know yet how far away the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is from other crystal suits as the cheapest crystal suit of the Federation. Look, the countdown is coming to an end. The secret will be revealed now. The last 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the countdown reached 0, the fog inside the booth dissipated. The smoke of war fire had been cleared by breeze. Unfolding in front of thousands of pairs of eyes were vivid city ruins scattered by collapsed buildings that were still burning in fume. On the ground closer to the audience, there were dead bodies of humans and demon beasts, corroded crystal railguns, burning crystal tanks. Some of them were mock-ups. Some were holograms projected by mystic lights. Tangled together, they made a lifelike post-war wasteland. Even the air was filled with the intense odor of blood, the stink of demon beasts, and the pungent smell of spiritual energy explosions. The booth only had a coverage of 1,000 square kilometers. But with the delicate stage setting in the 3D projections, one would be under the illusion that the boundary of the booth extended to the horizon, making the booth 10 times larger than it actually was. In the most eye-catching position and the center of everyone's attention, a cultivator in a crystal suit was breathing heavily on one of his knees. He seemed to have experienced a brutal fight. Many parts of his crystal suit had been destroyed. Whatever remained was full of rust due to corrosion of the venom from demon beasts, to the extent that the crystal suit seemed to be breaking up at any moment. After taking a rest, the cultivators stood up difficultly. All the other items were dimed. Several mystic lights focused on him, highlighting the terrible conditions of his gear. The crystal suit that he was wearing couldn't be worse. The weird opening immediately raised a round of exclamations. Neither did everyone expect the Grand Desolate War Institution to transform their booth into a battlefield, nor were they ready to watch the debut of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit in such an awful state. In the ragged Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, the cultivator peered at the audience coldly. Although the face of the cultivator had been covered by the rusted helmet, the intense scent of killing from the crimson crystal cameras still made a lot audience shiver. Some of them even took a step back in fear. Then, the cultivator turned around and walked into the burning city, one step after another. Fellow Taoists, my journalist friends, what you've just seen is the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, the latest crystal suit refined by the Grand Desolate War Institution. Allow me to introduce the general performance and the refining process to you. Yuan Manxiu, together with the rest of the delegates, walked out of the city ruins and smiled. Then, more than 10 giant light beams appeared in the air, displaying the blueprints, specifications, and pictures of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. 2 key points were stressed. First, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was the cheapest crystal suit of the Federation, with a price lower than those of the competitive products by more than a quarter. Second, the fundamental framework of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was based on technology from the Star Ocean Imperium, which the Grand Desolate War Institution had been working on for 20 years to fully digest it. Therefore, the quality of the suit is guaranteed despite the low cost. It is almost as good as the standard crystal suit of the Imperial Army of the Star Ocean Imperium. However, most of the audience didn't quite catch what Yuan Manxiu said, because their attention was fixed on the cultivator in the battered Mystic Skeleton battlesuit who had walked onto a platform in the back of the booth. A dynamometer for crystal suit rose up from below the platform, with a 10-minute countdown hanging above. The cultivator squatted, lowered his shoulder, and clenched his right fist beside his waist where it seemed to be burning in flames. He is going to demonstrate the strength of the crystal suit? The crystal suit is as good as rubbish right now. What can it do? I get it. The Grand Desolate War Institution wants the world to know that their crystal suit is sturdy enough to deal impressive damage under such lousy conditions. But I wonder how good it can be. 5 tons? 10 tons? 15 tons? Pah! In everyone's earnest eyes, the cultivator kept his feet still, while he punched the dynamometer after a twitch of his back like a dragon jumping out of water. The dynamometer shook violently, before a row of numbers popped up. 999.99 kilograms. The figure immediately set the spot in riot. Everyone was wearing a weird expression. It was not too strong. It was too weak. What? Not even 1 ton. Are you kidding me? I can punch more than 1 ton even without any help. Why do I want to wear such a crystal suit? Although it is seriously damaged now, it provides absolutely no enhancement to the wearer. There's nothing worth to show off about the crystal suit. What is the Grand Desolate War Institution doing here? The cultivator seemed to hear none of it. He punched the dynamometer with his left fist the moment he retreated his right fist. This time, the number was even smaller. It was 888.88 kilograms. Complaints grew louder and louder. But Yuan Manchio continued smiling and introducing the specifications of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. The cultivator turned a deaf ear to the boos from the audience. Dwelling in his own world, he punched the dynamometer with his right fist again. 999.99 kilograms. The left fist continued. 888.88 kilograms. Right and left again. 999.99 kilograms. 888.88 kilograms. The cultivator was like a precise machine. The gaps between 2 punches were exactly the same, and so was the damage dealt by each punch. 999.99 kilograms from the right fist, and 888.88 kilograms from the left fist. 1 minute later, the whispers weakened. 2 minutes later, the whispers were gone. 3 minutes later, the cultivator was still savaging the dynamometer leisurely. He had punched hundreds of times, and the reading of the dynamometer was either 999.99 or 888.88. Cold sweat was appearing on the audience's forehead. 4 minutes later, the whispers were up again. This time with amazement. Everyone understood that what the Grand Desolate War Institution was trying to demonstrate was not the limit of strength, but the unbelievable stability. This crystal suit is formidable. It is almost shattered, yet it can maintain exactly the same strength in hundreds of punches. In my opinion, it is the guy who's wearing the crystal suit that is formidable. The enhancement of the crystal suit is truly important. But his manipulation of his own strength is astonishingly precise, too. Indeed. The guy is definitely a top exo. I wonder where the Grand Desolate War Institution found such an expert. 5 minutes later. 6 minutes later. The precise punches were still on. As the whispers grew louder than ever, Yuan Manchio smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, our booth, the Burning Town, is of course make-believe. Everything is made up by mock-ups and holograms. However, the damage to the crystal suit which is receiving the stability test right now are 100% authentic. Before the exhibition, we conducted a series of destruction experiments for 3 days on the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. Please see the light beam for the detailed recordings of the experiment. At first, the front side of the crystal suit was crushed by a force of 20 tons 10 times in a row, which was to simulate the high-speed collision of the heavily armored demon beasts. Secondly, a hellfire lightning was set off 5 meters away from the crystal suit, which was to simulate the blast and bombardment of the bomber demon beasts. Then, natural venom of demon beasts, which was as corrosive as the body fluid of demon generals, was sprayed to the surface of the crystal suit, and wasn't cleaned up by water until 5 hours later. Eventually, the crystal suit was poured upon with flammable liquid and set ablaze. After burning for 10 minutes, the fire was put off by the staff who shoveled sand on it. After the 4 destruction experiments, the crystal suit has become as crappy as you are seeing right now. As you've all witnessed, although it has suffered various impairments, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is still highly stable and precise. I'd like to point out that this prototype is utterly devoid of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and nor has it employed any special techniques or tricks. It was refined according to the industrialization standard, which means any future Mystic Skeleton battlesuits will be as excellent as this one. If you have any doubts about the videos, or what I said just now, you are welcome to examine the suit closely later. I've noticed that we have a lot of experts here who will be able to tell whether or not the damage to the suit is real with their own eyes. Yuan Manchio's words caused another round of chaos. The crowds whispered to one another like sparrows in a spring. Right then, the 10-minute countdown came to an end. As the countdown returned to 0, the cultivator on the platform punched the dynamometer for the last time with his left fist. The reading was still 888.88 kilograms, exactly the same as the very first punch of his left fist. What was more shocking was that according to the counter beside the dynamometer, he had punched 1,000 times in total, 500 times with his left fist and 500 times with his right fist. Punching 1,000 times in an exactly fixed rhythm for 10 minutes and keeping the force of each punch at exactly the same level. Such terrifying precision was remarkable enough both for the crystal suit and for the Exo who had been wearing it. Everyone was eyeing the Exo in astonishment. After the Exo finished the test smoothly and went off the platform, his body weirdly blinked as he made the first step on the ground. Don't worry, everyone. There is nothing wrong with the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. It was caused by the difference of gravity. Yuan Manchio said unhurriedly, as she tossed another heavy bomb to the crowds, did I mention that the platform has been built inside a rune array where the gravity is 10 times larger than usual? What? Everyone was truly shocked. The amazing performance that had conquered all of them was actually completed in 10-time gravity? What kind of crystal suit was this? Who was the Exo that had been wearing it? Finally, the mysterious Exo walked back to the spotlight in front of the audience. Schwa. The helmet split, unveiling a face that was almost too young for an ace Exo which most audience had imagined him to be. Several well-informed reporters recognized him and gasped. Li Yao? As the star of his generation in the Grand Desolate War Institution, Li Yao had been known by his nicknames Vulture and Fiend Star. However, most people never knew that he was also such a skilled Exo. Hello, everyone. Li Yao smiled. I am Li Yao, a sophomore student of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. I first got in touch with crystal suits last year and studied in the Thunder training camp for 3 months, but I was unfortunately eliminated in the end. All in all, I am not a professional Exo. I am just a refiner who likes wearing crystal suits as a hobby. It was because of the stability and precision of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit that I luckily completed the test just now. Seeing that an amateur Exo such as myself could complete such a difficult test, you must have a deeper understanding how excellent the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is now, right? His words caused another round of exclamations. The ordinary people and the cultivators who were not familiar with Li Yao's background were astounded by the dramatic enhancement of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, which had boosted a sophomore refiner that barely knew about crystal suits before to such an inconceivable level. But for those who knew the truth, especially the refiners from the competitors, they were cursing Li Yao's shamelessness in their mind. It was true that he was a sophomore, but everyone knew that Vulture Li Yao was one of the best students of the Grand Desolate War Institution who boasted amazing capabilities. It was also true that he had been eliminated in the Thunder training camp towards the end of his training, but that was because he had been trapped in Thunderous Sound Mountain. In the regard of riding a crystal suit, Li Yao was definitely the top of the class of students who were enrolled in the Thunder training camp at the same time with him. He was definitely able to stand equal to Long Qianyue, whose fame had been on the rise among exos. Such a genius was pretending to be someone common. Wasn't it a little overmodest, jerk? Before they were able to speak out aloud, the reporters had already crowded forward. Almost 20 crystal microphones were waving up and down, jabbing at Li Yao's face as if they were swords and sabers. Mr. Li Yao, I've long heard your crazy performance in the Thunder training camp, which has left a deep impression on many of your classmates. Even such an expert as Long Qianyue has expressed her regret that she didn't find the opportunity to challenge you in the final elimination match and her intention that she would like to challenge you again in good time. I never expected that you are so skilled at driving a crystal suit. Mr. Li Yao, since you are the test pilot of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, you must know its advantages and disadvantages very clearly. Can you elaborate them from the perspective of an exo? Mr. Li Yao, you guys have visited a lot of MP crystal suit models provided by your competitors. What do you have to say about their products, especially Tiger King, Mournful Mist, and Sword Torrent? Although their costs are much higher than the cost of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, their specifications seem to be much better than that of your crystal suit. Is the Mystic Skeleton battle suit good enough to compete against them? Li Yao was never a prudent man. He smiled and said, in my opinion, the relationship between the Mystic Skeleton battle suit and the products of our competitors can be compared to the relationship between egg fried rice and seafood fried rice. His remark silenced the entire spot. Even the most knowledgeable reporters were looking at each other in confusion. Some of them rubbed their ears uncontrollably, which they thought had deceived them. Crystal suit and fried rice? How in the world were they related? Li Yao explained unhurriedly, we visited a lot of booths just now and we have no doubt, but only admiration for the experience and capability that the major universities and sects of the Federation have in the refinement of crystal suits. As a crystal suit fan, I have listed many of their classic crystal suit models as objects that I need to study and targets that I must reach. I dream of buying several of their masterpieces, even if that might bankrupt me. However, the classic crystal suit models have utilized a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures without any exception. A refiner who is good at crafting high-end crystal suits equals to a chef of an expensive restaurant who is good at making seafood fried rice with the best lobsters, scallops and abalones. I'm afraid that such a dish of seafood fried rice won't be affordable for everyone. 2,000 to 3,000 a serving, I imagine. However, the chef is now asked to make a dish of ordinary fried rice with a cost below 100. I admit that the culinary skills of the chef are definitely top of the trade. However, the cost limits his options. How can he put in the tasteful seafood that he is most familiar with when he only has a budget of $100? The Grand Desolate War Institution is different. As the well-acknowledged citadel of grassroots refining ideology, the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution has gained abundant experience in the refinement of low-end magical equipment for a long time. We are like ordinary cooks specializing in egg fried rice. If we were to produce a dish of seafood fried rice that sells 2,000 to 3,000, our product would certainly be beaten to the ground. However, if the target of the competition is a dish of ordinary fried rice, no one will have more professional expertise than we do. We have never considered whether or not we should add seafood since the very beginning. Instead, we have carefully picked the perfect eggs, hams, onions and rice and cooked them into impeccable ham and egg fried rice in the way that we are most familiar with and good at. Let me ask you, if you have $100, would you prefer a bowl of seafood fried rice without any seafood, or a bowl of supreme ham and egg fried rice with authentic and well-picked ingredients? I have every faith in the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, and I believe that you will enjoy our supreme ham and egg fried rice. Actions speak louder than words. Crystal suits are the stars of the magical equipment exposition this year. The organizer has specially set up many contests for crystal suits. I'll participate in some of the important ones with the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. By that time, you will be able to observe the collision of different types of fried rice. The unexpected metaphor had prompted the reporters to write it down quickly. Li Yao's aggressive declaration made many of them enjoy themselves, too. Right then, an unharmonious shriek came from the crowd. Mr. Li Yao, your performance just now is too unbelievable for a beginner with a cheap crystal suit to achieve. The Dynamometer. Chapter 307 Face Slapping. The shriek stopped suddenly, intentionally cutting off the latter half of the sentence. But it was enough for everyone to understand what he was trying to say. He was implying that the Grand Desolate War Institution had cheated on the dynamometer, otherwise Li Yao's fists would have never been so stable. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao stared at the crowds with eyes as sharp as saber, as he asked calmly, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Su Yu, a journalist from Magical Equipment World. I believe many others share the same doubts as mine after witnessing Mr. Li Yao's shocking performance. I'm speaking for all of us. However, I can't help but notice that the dynamometer has been lowered down. I doubt if there's any significance examining it now." A sly reporter in his 30s talked slowly in a high voice with a fake smile. He was insinuating that even if the dynamometer turned out to be fine after examination, it was still not enough to prove their innocence, because the Grand Desolate War Institution must have removed the tricks on the dynamometer in the past several minutes. Su Yu was indeed good at framing other people. There seemed to be no evidence to falsify his theory. Magical Equipment World? Su Yu? The name alarmed Li Yao greatly. Brutal brightness beamed out from his eyes, as his lips curled in cruelness. He remembered who the guy was. When the Demon Beast Detector was first released, the 3 magical equipment magazines had all posted several implicit reviews. The reviews on Refiner's, Home and Flying Sword and Battle Armor, although showed no confidence in the Demon Beast Detector, were actually elaborated from the perspective of its creator, who was only a college student with barely any experience, and the perspective of its orientation, which was mixed and unclear. The perspectives indicated that they didn't find much useful materials to attack the Demon Beast Detector per se. The review on Magical Equipment World was the only one that lambasted the Demon Beast Detector. Li Yao was never a lenient man. He had been pissed off by the review upon reading it. How could he let go of someone who had vilified his dear magical equipment? He remembered clearly that the author of the review was Su Yu. The two of them stared at each other in the eyes and noticed the viciousness in the other's eyes at the same time. Su Yu was pissed off by Li Yao's panache, too. Su Yu had graduated from the refining department of Deep Sea University. He majored in history of refining and comparative refining. He had been working at Magical Equipment World all the time after graduation. After more than 10 years of hard work, he finally gained enough expertise and connections to establish a column in Magical Equipment World. Right then, a college classmate who had been working in the Zephyr Guild reached out to him, subtly asking him to write a just, objective, and professional review regarding the Demon Beast Detector. It was not unusual for reporters. Although Magical Equipment World had strict rules banning him from openly accepting commercial bribes, his friend had arranged parties and dinners where he really enjoyed himself and had been providing a strengthening drug for him to evaluate for a very long time. Besides, the Zephyr Guild was a giant in the business of refining. It would do him good for his future development if he could make some friends there. As for Li Yao, the refiner of the Demon Beast Detector, who was that guy? No one. He felt that there was no need to think twice. The moment he went back home, he wrote an article slamming the Demon Beast Detector fiercely. He thought that was it. He was only a second-rate critic of Magical Equipment World, and his column was on an unimportant page. The Demon Beast Detector was a piece of magical equipment that hardly anyone knew about, too. Never did he anticipate that a few months later, Twin Dragons Union, of which Li Yao was a shareholder, would invest in the Mountain Sea Sect, which then cooperated with the Moon-Splitting Sword Guild. With the nationwide commercials and the brand-new distribution network made up by flying swords, the Demon Beast Detector was on fire. Inevitably, the review that Suyu had written was dug out again. As the Demon Beast Detector became a fashion and many people had tested it themselves, they naturally discovered that the review was over-exaggerated, or rather, utter BS, if put more straightforwardly. Many netizens had left comments in his column decrying him to be a blind idiot who knew absolutely nothing about magical equipment. Even worse, many colleagues inside Magical Equipment World complained about him, too, accusing him of undermining the professionalism of Magical Equipment World. It was true that every reporter had friends and connections, and that the articles they wrote were not always neutral. But it was wrong of him to have been so obvious. Suyu is still too young and immature. He needs more practice. If anything were to move on smoothly, Suyu would have been promoted to host a renowned column of Magical Equipment World shortly. However, due to the incident, he was remarked as above when vetted by the leaders of the magazine. Not only did he blow the opportunity of hosting the renowned column, he even lost his personal column and was relegated to be a field reporter who had to travel busily all the time. Suyu had never been more furious. He was not angry at the Zephyr Guild, nor at his old friend, nor at the review that he had been fooled into writing. Instead, he was bent out of the shape when he thought of Li Yao, the refiner of the Demon Beast Detector. If Li Yao had not invented this wretched Demon Beast Detector in the first place, how would he have ended up like this with all his hard work in the past decade gone forever? When enemies meet, there is bound to be blood. Suyu hated Li Yao and was not particularly fond of the Grand Desolate War institution where Li Yao came from either. He had been nitpicking the mystic skeleton battle suit the whole time in the crowd. Now that he saw it was Li Yao who had been driving the suit, he was overwhelmed by madness and blurted these words out. However, he hit an iron plate this time, one that was barbed, poisonous, and heated. Li Yao smiled and replied, "I was wondering which experienced journalist could come up with such a brilliant satire, and I immediately thought of Mr. Suyu. And when I turned around, there you were. The 18,744th issue of your magazine, on which a review entitled with Demon Beast Detector, a crab that does not taste good, is still fresh in my memories. In the article, you proposed a lot of marvelous and mysterious insights. For example, wearing the Demon Beast Detector on one side of the head would lead to body imbalance. The pieces of the Demon Beast Detector would stab into the eyes if it was accidentally broken. Those sharp observation and extraordinary deductions proved that you are a well-deserved top expert of magical equipment." Li Yao's words triggered a round of whispers. The audience at the spot were experienced experts of the trade and magical equipment fans. Many of them had heard of the Demon Beast Detector before and knew that the criticism of body imbalance was cavil. What's going on? The two of them are targeting each other. Is there grudge between them? Of course there is. You didn't know anything about it? Come on, let me tell you. Most of the audience had heard of the background of the Demon Beast Detector. Now, with the introduction of the reporters who were never afraid of stirring up trouble, everyone had put on an face and were looking at Suyu in disgust. The reporters from Refiners, Home and Flying Sword and Battle Armor were gloating over Suyu's disgrace and glad that they did not catch much attention. Otherwise, it would be them who were being bashed by the public. Suyu did not expect that Li Yao knew who he was and remembered the article he wrote, and he did not expect that Li Yao's tongue was so sharp that it slapped his face like a thorny whip. He was rendered speechless for a long time with his face flushed and his neck bulging. Li Yao's eyes left him as if he were already a dead dog and then glanced at the crowds. The test just now can be repeated at any time. If you have any suspicion, we can rerun the test on a dynamometer provided by the organizer or any party that is willing to offer, except. Li Yao sneered and said, except Magical Equipment World. I personally have doubts about the position and professionalism of Magical Equipment World. Until I'm fully convinced, I'm not taking any interview or review from Magical Equipment World. Everyone gasped at what Li Yao just said, which was like a hellfire lightning that blew the crowds away. A typical refiner would always try to make friends with the 3 Magical Equipment magazines, which made Li Yao, who had fallen out openly with Magical Equipment World, a unique and eccentric one. No wonder he was Vulture Li Yao. Crack. Crack. For a moment, countless flash rune arrays were lit up in front of Li Yao's face. Many photos that were going to be popular on newspapers, magazines, and Nexus were taken. In the meantime, Suyu seemed to be caught by a raging fever. His body was shivering, and his teeth were chattering. The flames in his eyes seemed to be burning Li Yao to ash. He knew that he was in even bigger trouble now. Li Yao scoffed. Elite refining ideology was the mainstream among refiners. The 3 Magical Equipment magazines were dominated by the elite refiners, too. As a grassroots refiner, he wouldn't be welcomed by them even if he were to bow and kneel humbly. They were not going to judge the magical equipment of the grassroots refiners objectively, either. In light of that, he might as well go at loggerheads with the 3 magazines. That way, there would be a good chance that he would attract a lot of attention in the cultivation world. Meanwhile, the 3 Magical Equipment magazines would be taught a lesson that Vulture Li Yao, as well as the Grand Desolate War institution behind him, was not a pushover. Right then, Yuan Manchio walked forward and said with a smile, "Everyone, the booth of the Grand Desolate War institution is officially open now. Please enjoy yourselves inside. You can examine the broken Mystic Skeleton battle suit with your own hands. Also, we have an intact Mystic Skeleton battle suit here which is ready to be tested by fellow Taoists who have experience in wearing a crystal suit." Li Yao took a step back and spoke to Yuan Manchio in a low voice. "How about it, Professor? Did I do my job well?" "Yes, marvelously. You have outdone yourself." Yuan Manchio winked at him. "We have set off a firecracker that is loud enough. I'm pretty sure that all the media will report the news about the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit later. Maybe we'll even be able to kick Deep Sea University out of the headlines." I'm afraid I was too outspoken towards the end and ridiculed Magical Equipment World to their bones. Will they write something bad about us if they feel insulted? Li Yao was a little ill at ease. If we didn't ridicule them, would they write something good for us? Yuan Manchio patted his shoulder. "Rest assured. I picked you as our spokesman today because you are a student and it is not a big deal what you say. We'll be able to clean up the mess however you castigate them. Also, you didn't overstep any line just now. You just said that you would decline interviews and reviews of Magical Equipment World personally. Young men are always rash. Everyone understands that. Besides, there are still refiners, home and flying sword and battle armor. Even if the 3 Magical Equipment magazines are all against us, it is still unimportant. The Grand Desolate War Institution has its own media channels, too. The Grand Desolate War Institution was relatively weaker in regard to refining. However, as one of the 9 elite universities, it boasted great comprehensive capability and had a lot of connections both in the military and in the news industry. It was also in a good relationship with the Demon Hunters Association, whose magazine, Predator, had crystal suit sections, too. Besides, now that Li Yao had pointed out the conflict between Magical Equipment World and himself to the public, it would be questionable whether the 3 Magical Equipment magazines were bold enough to continue posting negative reviews about the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Chances were that they might have to return to a relatively neutral position due to the pressure. As it turned out, the news of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had appeared on the live stream of dozens of media outlets within the next hour, informing the entire Federation of its arrival. The mysterious promotional audio, the intimidating stage setting, the amazing stability and durability of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, the startling strength control of Li Yao, who had been engaged in a violent quarrel with a reporter from Magical Equipment World. All of these made the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and Li Yao a focus of public attention. The decorations of the Grand Desolate War Institution's booth are so unique. Their battle-scarred crystal suit is very interesting, too. They seem to be very confident about the quality of their crystal suit. The cultivator who was wearing the crystal suit was awesome. His subtle control over his fists is unbelievable. We've never heard that the Grand Desolate War Institution has such an ace exo before, have we? Wow! Publicly snubbing Magical Equipment World? That's so impressive. Such discussions were all over the Nexus. Grand Desolate War Institution, Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, Vulture Li Yao, became trending words of the day on many major forums. Back in the Magical Equipment Exposition, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit attracted more and more eyes, too. Visitors crowded to the Grand Desolate War Institution's booth. Every staff member was cornered by enthusiastic reporters. Li Yao didn't avoid his fate of being besieged, either. All those who came touched the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit in person to examine whether or not the damages were real. The competitors of the Grand Desolate War Institution felt great pressure. After watching Li Yao's astounding performance, the visitors had questioned the stability and the durability of other MP crystal suit models. This time, many sects were dripping cold sweat. Even the Mournful Mist battlesuit of the Star Nebula University and the Sword Torrent battlesuit of the three major sword training sects were not good enough for a performance of precision like Li Yao's due to different designing purposes, let alone the rest of the MP crystal suit models, which were basically pieces of previous models patched up together. Below Deep Sea University's booth, deep inside the Kingdom of Magical Equipment, in an enclosed testing room. Pa. Zhua Feijing was punching a dynamometer wearing the Tiger King battlesuit one time after another. The dynamometer was shaking violently. The light beam beside showed the reading of his strength, 999.99 kilograms. 888.88 kilograms. 999.99 kilograms. 888.87 kilograms. Zhua Feijing stopped. The helmet split, revealing a gloomy face, whose owner was deep in thought looking at the glittering reading in front of him. Behind him, Jiang Sheng, the supernova, remarked calmly, "Feijing, don't let it bother you too much." In order to be an instant hit, the Grand Desolate War Institution must have put a lot of thought into it before they finally figured out a test that could best demonstrate the characteristics of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. The test pilot must have practiced it many times, too. It's even possible that he did nothing but practice precisely punching over the past month. Besides, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit on the stage must have been adjusted to strengthen its stability and precision. This is your first try. It's perfectly normal that you didn't achieve the result you wanted, and it doesn't mean that Tiger King is worse than Mystic Skeleton, or that you are worse than the test pilot. You've read the specifications of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, which are poles apart from ours. This is just a gimmick. In a real battle, stability and precision are indeed important. But how will a 10-minute punching with a constant velocity help a soldier? God knows. So, we don't need to be distracted by the Grand Desolate War Institution and dance to their rhythm. There are 1,000 tests that the Tiger King battlesuit can do and the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit can't. Why do you cling on this particular test which is utterly absurd? Zhua Feijing was quiet for a while. Then he said, "Professor, I heard that the name of the Grand Desolate War Institution's test pilot was Li Yao. Is he the same Li Yao who defeated Jiang Shaoyang before?" Jiang Sheng nodded his head and sighed. "Correct. That's him. I'm not optimistic about the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. However, this Vulture Li Yao is indeed a good disciple of my beloved senior sister Yuan's. An exemplary young man of his age. Zhuofaging continued, is it true that he never touched crystal suits until last year in the Thunder training camp? Jiang Sheng paused for a moment. Then he replied, I have arranged someone to check it out. But I don't think they would lie about that. Besides, Li Yao was born in a magical equipment graveyard, which is not a decent place for anyone to grow up in. It's not unusual that he never touched crystal suits before. I got it. Zhuofaging nodded. His furrowed brows suddenly loosened as he put on a sunny smile. I was regretting that Mournful Mist and Sword Torrent were not enough to fulfill my hungry stomach. But with Vulture Li Yao joining the game, I think I might be able to enjoy a nice meal with Mystic Skeleton, Mournful Mist, and Sword Torrent on my tray. Schwa. The helmet wrapped up again. A hurricane suddenly appeared in front of Zhuofaging, who was punching at a much faster speed than Li Yao did. Hundreds of punches were completed within 10 seconds. 999.99 kilograms. 888.88 kilograms. 999.99 kilograms. 888.88 kilograms. This time, the readings were identical without the slightest flaw. Luo Jingang, leader of Thunderbolt Hall, was a high-level cultivator at the building foundation stage and a tough man who had gained his expertise through mountains of dead bodies and seas of blood. His soul was extremely solid. He didn't even wince when he fell into a trap made by more than 10 high-level demon generals. But as he went into the booth of Red Serpent Sect, he felt so dizzy that he was falling to the ground at any moment, partly because the advanced and splendid crystal suits inside dazzled him, and partly because he was shocked by the price tag below them. Damn it, why are crystal suits so expensive nowadays? Cold sweat was appearing on the forehead of Luo Jingang, who had never raised his eyebrow even when surging beast tide was coming at him. He was starting to realize that this shopping trip was not going to be as smooth as he had thought. Luo Jingang used to be an unaffiliated cultivator who often went to the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau with his brothers to hunt down demon beasts. Slashing the sharpest saber, drinking the strongest liquor, slaughtering the brutalest demon beasts. It had been quite an enjoyable life back then. However, as they grew older, they all started their own families and recruited many disciples. More and more mouths were counting on them to feed. Hunting demon beasts was a dangerous job. After decades in the wilderness, many of his friends had been seriously wounded. Some even perished, leaving broken families behind them. Wounds of the living had to be treated. Families of the deceased had to be attended to. As the team grew larger and larger, money became a top priority. It seemed irresponsible to be a free unaffiliated cultivator anymore. It happened that Luo Jingang discovered a mother lode of rare crystals while he was hunting demon beasts. According to the federal law, the exploitation right fell into their hands after they paid a huge amount of tax. After discussing with his brothers, Luo Jingang registered his own sect, Thunderbolt Hall, based on the mother lode. He had thought that with such a precious mother lode, they would be able to live a comfortable life for several years. However, development of the mother lode was not as easy as it sounded. What Luo Jingang discovered was a deep mother lode. The valuable resources were buried thousands of meters down in the ground, which required special mining magical equipment to dig out. The initial costs would be very high. But the yield when the resources were retrieved was promising, too. Luo Jingang's ambition was burning brighter than ever. He gritted his teeth and borrowed a large sum of money from the bank with the mother lode as the collateral. With the loan, he purchased the latest mining magical equipment and hired a research-type cultivator who was adept at Earth-class and Metal-class spiritual energy as the technical director of Thunderbolt Hall. His brothers and he had invested all their savings into the new sect. According to the estimation of the technical director, as long as the mother lode was mined normally, their initial input would be redeemed within 5 years. The mother lode had enough resources for the use of 100 years, which was long enough for the Thunderbolt Hall to develop into a middle-sized sect with around 100 cultivators. The promising project plan had elated both Luo Jinggang and his brothers. However, fortune is always fickle. Since last year, the demon beasts on the Grand Desolate Plateau grew more and more irritated. The mother lode of the Thunderbolt Hall had been frequented by them. The demon beasts murdered the miners and destroyed the mining magical equipment, resulting to a tremendous loss for the Thunderbolt Hall. The miners were panicked and refused to go down the wells anymore. Luo Jingang's life savings had been poured into the enterprise. Every day when he opened his eyes, the first thing that occurred to him was always the astronomical interest that he need to pay to the bank. He was counting on the mother lode to get rich someday. The miners' strike nearly choked his friends and him. As an old demon hunter, Luo Jinggang bothered little about the demon beasts before which had been jeopardizing his endeavor because they were not strong at all. However, the demon beasts were locals of the underground world. They were good at stealth and sneaking, as well as employing guerrilla warfare tactics. Luo Jinggang cleared the mother lode up twice, and even found 2 nests of the demon beasts deep in the underground which he demolished. However, it didn't help at all. The demon beasts crept back again, angrier and crazier than before. The only solution was to set up a patrol team in the mother lode 24 hours a day for the protection of the laborers. However, Thunderbolt Hall was a newly established sect. Only Luo Jinggang and several of his old friends were at the building foundation stage. Their disciples and children were mostly beginners who just arrived at the refinement stage. In the underground world which was dominated by darkness, their chances of winning were slim. After careful consideration, leader Luo had decided to bulk purchase a batch of magical equipment for his subordinates to better defend his sect. The initial costs to develop the mine were enormous and had nearly drained all the capital of Thunderbolt Hall. Due to recent demon beast invasions, not only had the Thunderbolt Hall suffered a tremendous loss from the worker strike, it needed to pay a huge amount of compensation to the miners who were killed, too. Right now, Thunderbolt Hall's cash flow was running dry. Luo Jinggang and a few elders of Thunderbolt Hall did their best and managed to raise almost 2 billion. But when they arrived at the Exposition and looked around, they noticed that it was enough to buy common magical equipment such as Chainsword, Storm Bolters, or Hellfire Lightnings. But the crystal suits, the kings of magical equipment, were too expensive for them. A disciple of Red Serpent's sect came up to them and greeted them with a smile. He quickly introduced himself. "Hello. I am Chao Huarong, a disciple of the Red Serpent sect. We are a renowned sect in refining, and our history can be dated back to hundreds of years ago. In regard to magical equipment of fire attributes, we are definitely top of the Federation. May I know what you're looking for?" Seeing that Luo Jinggang and his companions were gazing at a crystal suit, he continued, "You've picked a good one. This crystal suit is called Bursting Flame Battlesuit 17. It is the latest model of a classic crystal suit of our sect. It is mainly made of 1000 flame scale, 100 crimson stones, and phoenix dance gold, and is most suitable for the cultivators who are good at manipulating fiery spiritual energy, or the environments that were extremely hot. The fire dragon saber that it carries can automatically absorb the fiery spiritual energy floating in the air and transform it into unstoppable saber attack. Our super crystal processor, which boasts amazing computational ability, can store 5 ultimate skills beforehand. With a telepathic thought, the skills can be performed without the Exo doing anything. The God Slayer cannon on the crystal suit is even more powerful. It has 2 working modes. In the maximum mode, it takes 3 minutes for it to charge up with spiritual energy, and then it will perform a deadly attack like a volcano eruption that is equal to a full-strength strike of a core formation stage cultivator. Full-strength strike of a core formation stage cultivator. Luo Jinggang swallowed. He looked at Gu Feipeng, an elder of Thunderbolt Hall, and noticed that his companion was as tempted as himself. More than 30 different kinds of fiery crystals were buried in the mother lode of Thunderbolt Hall. The temperature of the underground mines was extremely high. Sometimes it could be hundreds of degrees. Meanwhile, the demon beasts that lived on the fiery crystals nearby mostly belonged to the fire class, too. Their burning attack could have a temperature as high as 1,000 degrees. Therefore, the purpose of their trip was to purchase a batch of magical equipment of fire attributes that was suitable for the high temperature and sweltering environment. Red Serpent Sect was best known for its fire-class magical equipment. Its classic crystal suit, Bursting Flame Battle Suit, was a heat-resistant heavy crystal suit specially designed to fight fiery demon beasts. The elegant outline and the intimidating plate armor, which seemed to be made of thousands of solidified flames, were indeed enticing. However, its price burned Leader Luo's heart like a fire of thousands of degrees, too. The price for a standard Bursting Flame Battlesuit 17 is 1.55 billion. With the latest attack modules, its price will be just over 2 billion. Every time it is used, the spiritual energy consumption and the erosion of magical equipment components will result to a cost of several million. If it is damaged in a battle, the repair fee. Cold sweat was dripping from Luo Jingyang's forehead as he was running the calculations. Actually, we are planning to purchase some magical equipment for the juniors of our sect. Do you have any crystal suit that is more suitable for refinement stage cultivators? Chao Huarong's face remained unchanged. He continued smiling as he replied, "That's no problem. Bursting Flame Battlesuit is indeed too advanced for refinement stage cultivators. It would be wasteful. Here, we have an MP crystal suit model named Flying Flame Battlesuit, which is the simplified version of the Bursting Flame Battlesuit. It is specially designed for the refinement stage cultivators. Please follow me." Chao Huarong led the two cultivators of the Thunderbolt Hall to a crystal suit that was smaller in size. The crystal suit looked alike to the Bursting Flame Battlesuit. It was also shining in incandescent brilliance, which was indicative of its supreme quality. But, of course, its specifications were far from those of the Bursting Flame Battlesuit. On the bright side, its price was much lower, too. The naked version without any additional magical equipment would cost 230 million. The fully equipped version was about 300 million apiece. Well, the price. Luo Jingyang stroked his beard. Chao Huarong was smiling brightly as he said, "Mister, judging from your outlook, I can tell that you must be a seasoned warrior from the Grand Desolate Plateau who knows a lot about the cost and performance of different crystal suits. The Flying Flame Battlesuit refined by us might not be the strongest of all MP crystal suit models. But it's definitely one of the best in regard of price-performance ratio. Also, it is particularly suitable for high-temperature environments where the fiery spiritual energy is abundant. In such cases, no crystal suit will be matched for the Flying Flame Battle Suit." Luo Jingyang nodded his head. As a demon hunter, he had worn a lot of crystal suits in his decades of hunting life. He knew very well the price of a decent crystal suit. In fact, he was quite surprised to see that the price for a fully equipped crystal suit was below 500 million, and he was embarrassed to negotiate over the price. According to the information that he gathered before he came, most of the MP crystal suit models provided by the major sects were of similar price. Few of them were cheaper than this one. Although there were several other renowned MP crystal suit models such as Tiger King, Sword Torrent, and Mournful Mist, they were much more expensive and not suitable for battles in the underground mines. Therefore, Luo Jingyang had never taken them into consideration since the beginning. The Flying Flame Battlesuit seemed to be their best choice right now. "Big Peng, what about it?" Luo Jingyang asked Gu Feipeng, elder of Thunderbolt Hall and also his lifelong brother, in a low voice. "We've visited a lot of booths. It seems that this model fits us best, doesn't it? It's still a little too expensive." Gu Feipeng frowned. 300 million apiece. Even if we put all our money into it, we can only buy 5 to 6, which would only be enough for one tactical squad. But we have 5 working sites and more than 30 mines being exploited in our mother lode. How can one tactical squad defend all of them at the same time? I guess we the old men have to do more work then. What other choices do we have? The king of magical equipment is always expensive. Luo Jingang sighed and said, if we want cheaper ones, we'll have to look for second-hand crystal suits. As experienced demon hunters, the two of them knew too well how messy the market of second-hand crystal suits was. A well-maintained second-hand crystal suit was less expensive than a new one, but its price could still be as high as 200 million. There were other second-hand crystal suits which had been used for more than 100 years with deep-buried problems due to battlefield damages. Sometimes the latter pretended to be the former. Such second-hand crystal suits looked splendid, but they might crack up any moment when the wearers were using them, which might lead to dire consequences. So, they were also known as walking coffins. There was no way that Luo Jingang and Go Feipeng would endanger the lives of their own disciples with such counterfeits. Having no other solution, Luo Jingang had to negotiate with Chao Huarong reluctantly. However, Chao Huarong had seen through that they didn't have alternative choices. Not only did he refuse to lower the price, he also came up with a series of rigorous conditions, including that they had to buy designated attack magical equipment and that the crystal suits they bought must be maintained by the refiners of Red Serpent Sect. As a battle-type cultivator, Luo Jingang always hated detailed and boring negotiations. While he was talking gloomily, a sharp voice shouted from behind him, "Dad, check the booth of the Grand Desolate War Institution out." Luo Jingang raised his eyebrow. "Ah Ling, where did you go? Come and see this crystal suit. Haven't you and your senior brothers been asking to go down the mines and hunt the demon beasts? Your Uncle Gu and I are planning to purchase crystal suits for you so that we'll be able to fight together in the mines." Luo Ling, Luo Jingang's daughter, stared at the crystal suit up and down. Then her lips twitched as she remarked, "The performance is not bad. But isn't it a little too expensive? We have more than 10 candidates in Thunderbolt Hall who are capable enough to wear the crystal suit. But we'll only be able to buy 5 or so back according to the price tag. The underground mines are too complicated. I'm afraid that the few crystal suits won't help much. We're in the middle of a financial crisis right now and we have to grit our teeth through it. Let's figure out what to do when the financial state is better next year," Luo Jingang replied hesitantly. "But we don't have to buy it here. Dad, Uncle Gu, the Grand Desolate War Institution's booth is exhibiting a crystal suit that is only 100 million apiece. Its price is below 150 million even if it is fully equipped. If we choose their crystal suit, we'll be able to buy 10 of them, which should be enough for 2 tactical squads. It will be much easier to deal with the underground situation with 2 squads," Luo Ling exclaimed. 100 million apiece? Luo Jingang's face changed. "Are you serious? Wait. Grand Desolate War Institution? That sounds familiar. I remember that it had an accident last year. Last year and today are different. From what I've seen, the crystal suit they provide is quite acceptable, at least in regard of stability and precision. What harm is there to check it out? This is only the first day of the military magical equipment exhibition. We don't need to place an order now. Let's just shop around first," Luo Ling replied disapprovingly. "That's true." Luo Jingang pondered for a moment. Then he waved his hand and said, "Let's go and see what drama the Grand Desolate War Institution is playing this year." While they were talking, they walked out of the booth of Red Serpent Sect. Chao Huarong was about to complete the deal, when the Grand Desolate War Institution jumped out of nowhere and wrecked his business. The cooked duck flew away. The Grand Desolate War Institution's booth was as lively as ever. Li Yao was as busy as bee. The moment he finished interpreting the specifications for a few visitors, he hurriedly put on the brand new Mystic Skeleton battlesuit to take a picture with a little girl at her request. Then he heard someone calling him, "Mr. Li Yao, I've brought my dad here. Please repeat what you just said to him." Thunderbolt Hall is really interested in the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. Turning back, he found Luo Ling, who was smiling brightly, followed by two cultivators with scarred faces which indicated their seniority in the trade. Before Li Yao was able to say anything, Luo Jinggang raised his eyebrow. Li Yao? The name sounds familiar. Of course it does. Luo Ling said, Dad, do you remember that we purchased a batch of magical equipment named Demon Beast Detector some time ago as labor protection appliances which proved to be very useful? Li Yao is its inventor. Oh. Luo Jinggang eyed Li Yao in a different way now. The Grand Desolate Plateau had become less and less peaceful over the past year. Not only were many strong demon beasts scourging the mother lode, even the ordinary pests were appearing more often than before, too. From he didn't know where, the miners heard of the magical equipment named Demon Beast Detector and demanded that Thunderbolt Hall provide it for them. Luo Jinggang had not been very interested in this daring, new magical equipment. However, the mines had been an unsettling place because of the various demon beast attacks. Since the Demon Beast Detector was not expensive anyway, he decided to purchase a batch, for nothing other than to increase the sense of security for the miners. As it turned out, the Demon Beast Detector was much more efficient than he thought. Snakes, insects, and rats that were hiding in the darkness were mostly discovered. The bites cases in the mines were reduced by 2/3. One other time, a miner was bitten by a rare 9-colored cardiac corrosion scorpion in a tunnel 1,300 meters below the ground, and it would have taken half an hour for the paramedic to arrive. If it were in the old days, the miner would have died for sure. However, with the Demon Beast Detector, first aid procedures were immediately presented after the accident. The miners' workmates did everything according to the instructions. They pierced the earlobe of the miner and squeezed the poisoned blood out, which was enough for him to survive the upcoming half hour for the medical staff to come. The incident left a deep impression on Luo Jinggang. Besides, he was also a member of the Demon Hunters Association and a subscriber of Predator. He had read the article about Li Yao and remembered the name clearly. Mr. Li Yao, nice to meet you. I am Luo Jinggang, leader of Thunderbolt Hall. We've been focusing on the mining industry. Your Demon Beast Detector has been a great help for us. Luo Jinggang smiled. His impression of Li Yao was good. However, as the leader of his sect, he was not going to purchase the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit just because of a good impression. After all, he had noticed that this was the first time that the Grand Desolate War Institution had refined a crystal suit. Although the place was lively, most people were only here for fun. Up until now, no order had been placed yet. It appeared that no one was willing to be the first person to taste the crab. While we were on our way here, Ah Ling briefed me on the basic specifications of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. I saw a few video clips of Mr. Li Yao's amazing performance, too. However, Thunderbolt Hall is just a startup. I'm afraid the younger generation of our sect is not as good as you. Although the other MP crystal suit models are a little more expensive, their specifications are much better. Take the Flying Flame battlesuit for example. It has been specially adjusted for high temperatures and scorching flames and is very suitable for us. The crystal suits I buy will be put into fierce battles immediately after I'm back. I need to be responsible for the juniors of my sect, as well as the safety of the miners, don't I? Li Yao listened carefully until Luo Jinggang finished his speech. Then he smiled and replied, Leader Luo, what you said does make sense. The crystal suit is the king of magical equipment and the main force on a battlefield. Countless lives are dependent on it. The top priority when picking a crystal suit is not the price but the performance. But I wonder whether or not you've thought about this. The average price of the MP crystal suit models in the Exposition here is around 260 million apiece. But will their performance be as good as they are claimed to be with such a low price? A seafood fried rice is being sold $100 per bowl. Guaranteed that it is full of the best lobsters, abalones, shark fins, etc. Beautiful promotional pictures, too. Do you think it's possible? With such a budget, if I indeed bring out a bowl of seafood fried rice that seems to be made of seafood, there are only two possibilities. First, the seafood was made from dead fish and lobsters, or counterfeits that are actually ordinary ingredients. Second, although the bowl of seafood fried rice is being sold at $100, there will be expensive service and miscellaneous fees that follow. All in all, business is always business. It's always about making money. I'm told that Leader Luo and Elder Gu used to be demon hunters. You must have worn crystal suits of various sorts before. So, why don't you recall the price and performance of those models and compare them with the MP models, and see if what you were told is plausible? Li Yao's words immediately dazzled Luo Jingang and Luo Jingang, who looked at each other in deep thought. After Li Yao pointed it out, they felt that it was odd, too. The performance of the MP crystal suit models seemed to be too good for their prices. Li Yao said solemnly, I'm not implying that these sects are lying. I am trying to say that to achieve such a high performance in such a short refining period with such a low cost, they might have employed a lot of radical technology that has not been tested yet. And no one can guarantee that this technology will function normally in a fierce battle. The Grand Desolate War Institution is different. Our MP Crystal Suit project was not started just now but 20 years ago. What we employed in the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit is mature technology that has been well tested. Although its general performance might not seem as charming as that of other MP Crystal Suit models, we guarantee that what you see here is what it will be like in a real battlefield, if not better. Leader Luo, you just mentioned that you are purchasing crystal suits for the juniors in your sect. In my opinion, for young cultivators who lack experience and skills, a solid, reliable crystal suit is much better than a defective, over-exaggerated one, isn't it? Luo Jingang and Gu Feipeng nodded their heads approvingly. Luo Jingang said, all right, Mr. Li Yao. Ling has told you our needs and the combat environment we're going to be in. Then, according to you, the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit is enough for our purpose? Absolutely. Li Yao answered unhesitatingly. As a basic MP Crystal Suit model, the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit is designed for middle-level and low-level cultivators. Its durability and stability in high-temperature environments have been tested multiple times. We have a lot of experiment videos for your reference. Ms. Luo Ling just mentioned that Thunderbolt Hall is exploiting a mother lode of fiery crystals. The temperature in the mines can be well above 300 degrees C. The place has been harassed by demon beasts of the fire class, too. Therefore, in my opinion, besides the standard components, you should add a set of heat-resistant plate armor which contain 20 frost rune arrays. Such a set of plate armor is not expensive. 10 million each, I believe. What's more, the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit has been refined with a modular architecture. By adding different extensions, different tactical purposes can be achieved. For example, if you are building up a tactical squad of 5 people, you can choose a commander extension which significantly enhances the computational ability of the suit, a heavy armor extension which brings up the defense ability exponentially, and a scout extension that contains high-speed power rune arrays. The other 2 cultivators of the squad will wear the standard Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. That way, you need only 700 to 800 million to establish a tactical squad of 5 refinement stage cultivators. 2 or 3 such squads should be enough to defend the mines. With nothing to worry about anymore, Leader Luo and other high-level cultivators in your sect will be able to explore the depths of the underground world and demolish the dens of the demon beasts. Luo Jingang's eyes were beaming with joy. With the same money, he could build up 1 squad according to Red Serpent's sect, but 2 according to the Grand Desolate War Institution. Besides, with the modular design, the specifications of the crystal suit for commander, scout, striker, and ordinary members were different from one another, which would be better for teamwork. It sounded a lot better than buying 5 of the same Flying Flame battle suits. Luo Jingang continued asking, does the price include all the attack magical equipment? Do we need to buy additional magical equipment components? Who will maintain the suits in the future? Li Yao replied, the price has already included the basic attack magical equipment. There are better attack modules and extensions, but they're not mandatory. According to your description, the crystal suits that you buy will mostly be used in zigzagged underground mines. I doubt that the powerful long-range attack magical equipment will be of much use. Besides, our Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is most distinguished for its universal compatibility. The magical equipment that you refine by yourself or purchase from elsewhere can easily be integrated into the suit. If it's okay with you, I can help you plug in the additional modules, too. I am a registered refiner of the Federation and I'm qualified for refining services. As for maintenance, we suggest you send them back to the Grand Desolate War Institution for maintenance in the next 3 years. But, as you know, the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution has always been the center of grassroots refiners. We value simplicity and directness more than anything else. If you have suitable candidates, you can send them to the Grand Desolate War Institution for a few weeks of training, and you will be good to maintain the crystal suits by yourself. We don't have any strict requirements in that regard. The more Luo Jingang listened, the more tempted he became. He was going to inquire more about the details, when a chilly voice called out from behind him, Mr. Li Yao, in light of the terrible accident that happened to your dear crystal suit last year, the crystal reactor of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is not satisfactory enough, isn't it? The crystal suits that Leader Luo is buying will be worn in the surroundings where the temperature can be hundreds of degrees. When confronted with a demon beast, they might be heated to more than 1,000 degrees. Is your crystal reactor good enough for such harsh environments? Your crystal suits will not explode again like they did last year, will they? Because if they do, it's going to be a nasty scene in the mines hundreds of meters below the ground. Luo Jingang and Gu Feipeng's expressions both changed as they heard the words. Cold brightness shined in Li Yao's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the newcomer. There was an emblem on the chest of the man's clothes, which was a hissing serpent condensed by flames whose forked tongue darted out greedily, indicating that the man came from Red Serpent Sect, the top sect in the refinement of fiery magical equipment. Li Yao was aware that Red Serpent Sect had also invented an MP crystal suit model and therefore was a competitor of his. Since Luo Jingang mentioned the name, Flying Flame Battlesuit, in the conversation before, it was quite possible that his first customer had been to the Red Serpent Sect's booth just now. The disciple of Red Serpent Sect apparently had been irritated, since he had come and spoken so rudely. Li Yao explained patiently, fellow Daoist, it's true that our Mystic Skeleton battlesuit has not been built up by heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, with the brand new high-pressure valve design and pressure system, the valve of the suit will automatically open and release the redundant spiritual energy when the spiritual energy pressure inside is too intense and surpasses the warning level. In the case of Leader Luo, we can add a set of large cooling system to the suit which is driven by the overflowing spiritual energy from the crystal reactor. It will be totally safe. Chao Huarong, disciple of Red Serpent Sect, sneered and said, but wouldn't that reduce the working time of the crystal suit? Li Yao nodded his head and admitted honestly, correct. In the worst-case scenario, the working time of the crystal suit might be reduced by half. However, we believe it's a price that we have to pay. There is no perfect crystal suit in the world. With such a low budget, we must abandon something to ensure the performance of the critical parts of the suit. He. It's because this is the first time that the Grand Desolate War Institution has ever refined any crystal suit that you're talking about, a price you have to pay. Chao Huarong smiled and proudly continued, Red Serpent Sect boasts hundreds of years of experience in the refinement of crystal suits and has produced more than 10 exceptional models. Take Flying Flame Battle Suit, our latest MP crystal suit model, for example. It is most suitable for scorching hot environments. Its specification in every regard is way better than that of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, not to mention that its working time is twice the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit's. We won't say that our crystal suit is perfect, but we never abandon anything. He intentionally raised his voice. Many visitors nearby saw the drama and came close to watch. Li Yao's eyes were twitching fast. Competition between magical equipment providers, especially those whose products are of the same type, was not unusual. There was nothing wrong with bragging about one's own magical equipment and belittling that of one's competitors in one's own booth. Li Yao himself was comparing the crystal suits of certain sects to be seafood fried rice made from dead fish and lobster, too. But such words were best to be kept within one's own territory. You came to the Grand Desolate War Institution's booth and nitpick the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and crow over your own crystal suit? Do you want some face slapping? Brutality shined in Li Yao's eyes. You are seeking your own death. Not my fault. Fellow Taoist from Red Serpent Sect, we've visited your booth just now. Both Bursting Flame Battlesuit 17 and Flying Flame Battlesuit are modern classics that we need to learn from. Li Yao squinted with a fake smile. Especially the Flying Flame Battlesuit. It employs the same framework and spiritual energy flowing system as those of the Bursting Flame Battlesuit 17. Most of the characteristics of Bursting Flame Battlesuit 17 can be found on it, too, which basically makes it a smaller-scale Bursting Flame Battlesuit 17. But its price is only 300 million, a fifth of the price of Bursting Flame Battlesuit 17. The price-performance ratio is really impressive. However, there is one thing that has been bothering me and I hope the fellow Taoist from Red Serpent Sect can enlighten me. As far as I know, the long working time of Bursting Flame Battlesuit 17 in extremely hot environments boils down to the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures that it uses, including heavenly sunstone and phantom snow crystal, and is not because there is anything special about its structure design. Heavenly sunstone can absorb heat and transform it into the purest spiritual energy. Phantom snow crystal is a natural heat-resistant material that can block hot waves if it is smeared out of a magical equipment component. The two heavenly materials and earthly treasures are very useful and very expensive. If we're going to cover a medium crystal suit with heavenly sunstone and phantom snow crystal from head to toe, the total weight of the materials to be used can be hundreds of kilograms, the cost of which alone will be well above 500 million. It's certainly fine to decorate the Bursting Flame Battlesuit 17 this way. However, the price of the Flying Flame Battlesuit is 300 million. Its cost will only be lower than that. May I ask how many heavenly sunstones and phantom snow crystals are used on the Flying Flame Battlesuit? In a cold smile, Chao Huarong's chin was protruding further and further as he heard Li Yao complimenting the Bursting Flame Battlesuit 17. He didn't expect that Li Yao had dug a big pit in the end waiting for him to jump in. Are you playing dumb? As a cheap MP crystal suit model, of course the Flying Flame Battlesuit does not use as many heavenly materials and earthly treasures as the Bursting Flame Battlesuit 17. Li Yao smiled. Are you indicating that there is no heavenly sunstone and phantom snow crystal on the Flying Flame Battlesuit? Chao Huarong blushed. Although we didn't use heavenly sunstone or phantom snow crystal, we have employed a new cooling technology by melting the powder of heavenly sunstone and phantom snow crystal into the icy moisture made of special materials which circulates among key magical equipment components. It is a very efficient way to reduce heat and bring down the temperature of the suit. So, icy moisture, Li Yao drawled, with a brutal smile. When he was visiting Red Serpent Sect's booth, he had watched the Flying Flame Battlesuit closely and guessed that it was made possible by a cooling liquid circulating system. Icy moisture was a very rare liquid material that was barely used in the modern cultivation world. However, it shared the same drawback as many other liquid materials recorded in the books of the 100 Smelting Clan, which was A special cooling liquid by melting the powder of heavenly sunstone and phantom snow crystal into icy moisture can bring down the cost as well as maintaining the normal functions of the suit in high-temperature environments, which is indeed a marvelous design. Li Yao smiled. However, have you sorted out the biggest problem of the icy moisture, which is that it becomes extremely volatile? The Flying Flame battlesuit of yours is designed according to the Bursting Flame battlesuit 17, which uses heavenly materials and earthly treasures to cool down and therefore is not distinguished for its airtightness. Now that the icy moisture needs to flow through all the circulation tubes in order to cool down the suit, the rate at which the icy moisture is used will increase. The Flying Flame battlesuit that you are demonstrating does not carry a pot to store the icy moisture, which means its entire cooling system is based on the little icy moisture inside the circulation tubes. I wonder, how long can the icy moisture work before it is completely gone? 3 to 5 days, isn't it? Icy moisture is not expensive. But if you are going to refill it every 3 to 5 days, the long-term cost can be quite startling after a few years, which will not be much less than buying the Bursting Flame battlesuit right now. Besides, if the crystal suit is to be used for a mission that lasts for more than 5 days, you'll have to carry a pot filled with icy moisture. Not only will it be a huge nuisance, it will also cause major trouble if it is blown apart by the enemy in a battle, won't it? If we take that into consideration, the working time of the Flying Flame battlesuit might not be much longer than that of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. In fact, it could be even shorter. Everyone watching the scene nodded their heads approvingly and looked at Chao Huarong suspiciously. Confused, Luo Jingang asked, "Fellow Daoist Chao, if the Flying Flame battlesuit is to be used to patrol and fight in underground mines that are 1,000 meters deep at a temperature of hundreds of degrees, how often will the suit need to be refilled with icy moisture and how much will it cost?" Well. Cold sweat was dripping off Chao Huarong's head. He felt his head was dizzy and his ears were humming, which made him unable to say anything. Li Yao's words had hit his critical part. It was true that the rate of the icy moisture consumption was extremely fast. Otherwise, the Bursting Flame battlesuit would have made use of it a long time ago, and they wouldn't have waited until right now to put it into the Flying Flame battlesuit. Meanwhile, in order to compete with other MP crystal suit models, the price of the Flying Flame battlesuit had been reduced to minimum, to the extent that there was barely any profit. Red Serpent's Sect had been planning to promote its product with a low initial price before making profits through post-sale services. According to the plan, Red Serpent's Sect would monopolize the components and the maintenance service of the Flying Flame battlesuit. For example, Red Serpent's Sect could sell the icy moisture at a high price and gain income from it over time. There wouldn't be an option if the buyer wanted to switch to another kind of icy moisture provided by other sects, since Red Serpent's Sect had added almost 20 microconstituents into its own icy moisture. Only with this particular icy moisture could the crystal suit function normally. Faults would occur if a different kind of icy moisture was to be used. The repair fee would be a huge source of income, too. Not just Red Serpent's Sect. Quite a few other sects who had invented their own MP crystal suit models were actually planning the same thing. Otherwise, it would be a miracle that almost 20 different MP crystal suit models could be produced within 1 year. Chao Huarong never expected that Li Yao would be able to point out the biggest problem of the Flying Flame battlesuit straight from the start. How can the boy know the details of such a scarce material as the icy moisture? He was startled and knew that he had been caught in a dilemma. If he was to go back just like that, when the news spread out, there was no chance that the Flying Flame battlesuit would be sold, let alone the military order that his sect was trying to bid for. His leader would tear him apart and eat him alive. Hearing the louder and louder discussions around and seeing many other cultivators shaking their heads, Chao Huarong's face was flushed in embarrassment and anger as he gnashed, "Talk is cheap. If you are so confident in your crystal suit, I challenge you to a duel to see which one is more suitable for high-temperature combats, Mystic Skeleton battlesuit or Flying Flame battlesuit." The crowds gasped at his words. A duel between two pieces of magical equipment was always in the repertoire of the magical equipment exposition and often the most amazing part of it. Generally speaking, if one party challenged someone else to a duel, the other party wouldn't say no, because it concerned the pride of the refiner as well as the honor of the sect or university behind him. Everybody was aware that the military was going to reveal the bidding plan at the magical equipment exposition. At that time, more than 20 MP crystal suit models would be engaged in a tremendous fight. But they did not anticipate that the first duel would take place so fast. Li Yao looked back at Yuan Manxiu. With a solemn expression, Yuan Manxiu bit her lips and nodded her head vigorously. Mystic Skeleton versus Flying Flame, the duel was about to begin. The news quickly spread to every corner of the convention center. Although all the MP crystal suit models would take part in the performance tests hosted by the organizers of the exposition in which there would be battle simulation tests, such 1-versus-1 duels were apparently more intriguing for cultivators who desired conflicts more than anything else. Everyone was crowding to the top floor of the convention center where the arena was located. The reporters were all jumping up and down as if they were on drugs. Seeing that he had caused a lot of trouble, Chao Huarong had to report the whole issue to the elders of Red Serpent Sect, and was, no doubt, berated by them, partly for his recklessness, and partly because they thought he had chosen the wrong opponent. Competition of the MP crystal suit models is so intense. Everyone is trying to promote their own product in order to gain a larger market share. It is not unacceptable to challenge someone to increase our popularity. But what kind of opponent have you picked? Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit of the Grand Desolate War Institution? Isn't it the well-known metal scraps? Even if we tear it into pieces, it won't be enough to prove anything at all. Elders of Red Serpent Sect bashed him as above. But now that the challenge had been accepted, there was no way that they were taking it back. Red Serpent Sect had done a lot of preparation for the magical equipment exposition. Ruan Honglai, test pilot of the Flying Flame battle suit, was a cultivator at the peak of the refinement stage, as well as an exo with more than 10 years of experience. At 3 p.m., in the arena on the top floor of the convention center. The arena was 300 meters long and 300 meters wide. It was surrounded by countless rune arrays and magical equipment which could simulate all kinds of extreme environments. It could switch from a snow world of -100 degrees Celsius to a sizzling inferno of 500 degrees Celsius in a flash. There were no empty seats in the auditorium. More people in the lower levels of the convention center were watching at the giant light beams floating in the air waiting for the fierce battle to begin. The ordinary tourists in the ground floor visiting the civil magical equipment exhibitions were also craning their heads eagerly. Before the match began, the auditorium was already humming with whispers. Flying Flame versus Mystic Skeleton. The former is the latest magical equipment of a major refining sect, while the latter has shown great durability and stability just now. Which side do you think will win? Flying Flame Battle Suit, of course. Flying Flame Battle Suit is a crystal suit most suitable for high-temperature environments. Besides, it is twice as expensive as its opponent, with abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It's impossible that it will lose. Correct. According to the brochure of Red Serpent Sect, the Flying Flame Battlesuit is basically a bursting flame battlesuit in a smaller scale. Its specifications and parameters are much better than the Mystic Skeleton battlesuits. Besides, the battlefield is a scorching one that is most favorable for it. This battle is going to be a one-sided slaughter. Their test pilot Ruan Honglai is a renowned exo who knows what he's doing. Although he is only at the peak of the refinement stage, he has been in real battlefields for more than 10 years. His experience is much more than a sophomore student's. All the circumstances are in support of Red Serpent Sect. I would say that the Grand Desolate War Institution will prove themselves capable enough if their crystal suit can survive 5 minutes. 5 minutes? I think 3 minutes will be miraculous enough. In the highest place of the auditorium, a tall and thin figure was standing straight like a spear. He was gazing at the arena. His name was Foggy, an EXO from the Battlesuit Department of Star Nebula University. He was the test pilot for the Mournful Mist battlesuit. Foggy, I didn't expect that you would be attracted by such a boring game. A teasing voice came from his back, as a smiling face gradually appeared in the darkness. A man that was not very tall but had two extremely long arms walked out slowly. Sha Yucheng. Foggy's pupils constricted violently. Although the newcomer seemed to be nice and friendly, he was the best sword trainer of the younger generation in the Rising Tide Sword Guild, as well as an ace EXO who boasted a lot of potential. The sword Torrent battlesuit that had been co-developed by the three major sword training sects would be driven by him. Sha Yucheng of Rising Tide Sword Guild and Zhua Feijing of Deep Sea University were two formidable enemies that Foggy had been preparing to deal with before the magical equipment exposition began. However, he couldn't help but notice that a new enemy needed to be added to the list. Foggy said casually, since the military announced that the standard crystal suit of the army would be outsourced, 21 organizations have released their own MP crystal suit models. However, until this day, no MP crystal suit models have ever been engaged in a real fight. I would definitely come and enjoy such a show. Not just me. Someone came even earlier. Foggy nodded his head to a direction. Sha Yucheng narrowed his eyes. Green lights beamed out of his eyes as his pupils shrank to the size of the tip of a sword. Then he saw a guy standing in the darkness far away. It was Zhua Feijing, test pilot of the Tiger King battlesuit as well as one of the Novum Stellae. Zhua Feijing saw the two of them, too. But he didn't show any sign that he did, as if greeting them was a complete waste of time. What an arrogant guy. Sha Yucheng's lips twitched. He has every reason to be. Both the performance of the Tiger King battlesuit and his skills of driving a crystal suit are extraordinary. Foggy's expression remained unchanged. Huh. We're going to find out whether or not the Tiger King battlesuit is as invincible as it claims to be tomorrow. Sha Yucheng licked his lips and said in confusion, back to this match. I have fought with Wan Honglai several times before, and I know he is quite an experienced expert. But who is this guy Li Yao? I understand that he is a refiner who invented a piece of magical equipment named Demon Beast Detector that has been quite popular. What, is he also an EXO? For old time's sake, I'll offer you a kind reminder. Don't look down upon Li Yao because you don't know him. You will regret it one day. Foggy continued with a vague smile, same as Zhua Feijing, the guy is a hybrid-type cultivator that is both talented in fighting and in creating. He has a nickname, Vulture, which is a hint of his brutality and cruelty. Rumors have it that he had never touched crystal suits until he studied in the Thunder training camp last year. But don't consider him some random newbie just because of that. There is a young rising star in the world of EXOs named Long Qianyue. Have you ever heard of her name before? Of course I have. She defeated 7 experts who had more than 10 years of experience in crystal suits last year and hence has become known as the strongest EXO below the age of 30. Sha Yucheng frowned. Does she have something to do with Li Yao? She and Li Yao were in the same class when they were in the Thunder training camp. According to Long Qianyue, Li Yao's skills in driving a crystal suit were as good as hers, if not better, and the reason why she is challenging expert EXOs crazily right now is because she wants to duel with Li Yao and see which of them is stronger someday. Is that so? Sha Yucheng was a little shocked. Then I'll have to watch this match closely. You should. Foggy said carefully, Vulture Li Yao is the biggest uncertainty in this magical equipment exposition. He is also the trickiest opponent other than Zhua Feijing to cope with for you and me. While they were talking, 2 crystal suits had risen up from the below of the arena. The arena simulated the environment of an underground mine. Under the heating of flame rune arrays, the temperature inside the arena had shockingly reached 700 degrees Celsius. Giant stone pillars were scattered all over the arena, which would spurt superhot fire as a simulation of underground magma. The flying flame battlesuit was standing on one side of the arena. In the background of boundless flames, it looked more majestic than ever, as if it were the king of the magma world. The mystic skeleton battlesuit had just added a layer of heat-resistant plate armor with a lot of frost rune arrays plugged in that looked like patches. It looked plain and shabby. Judging from the outlook, the flying flame battlesuit was definitely the winner. Swoosh! Frost rune arrays of both crystal suits started fully functioning to withstand the unbearable high temperature. The two crystal suits were immediately covered in a thin, white mist, which blocked the vision of the audience. Schwa! When the match began, the brightness of the flying flame battlesuit was 10 times more startling than before. It shot dazzling orange lasers which surged at the mystic skeleton battlesuit like burning feathers. For a moment, the sky seemed to have rained fire. The flying flame battlesuit didn't stop. Upon shooting, it squatted and sprinted, following closely behind the fire wave that it just sent out. Impressive. The high temperature has significantly increased the performance of the flying flame battlesuit. Ruan Honglai is an expert adept at fiery spiritual energy too. In such an environment, he is as good as a building foundation cultivator. The mystic skeleton battlesuit, on the other hand, seems a little sluggish. Maybe that's because of the heat-resistant plate armor. There's no time for it to react. In everyone's exclamation, Li Yao seemed too unprepared to do anything, except to turn his crystal cannon to two stone pillars in front of him and blow them into pieces. Boom! Pieces of the stone pillars were enough to block most of the fiery bullets. But the flying flame battlesuit was still charging at it like a mad bull. Bam! The flying flame battlesuit crushed into Li Yao as if it were a crystal train at the maximum speed. In the simulated underground mines, the space was restricted. Most of the long-range attack magical equipment was not of much use. Ruan Honglai did not want to tangle with Li Yao, whom he thought to be no one for long. He intended to crush the mystic skeleton battlesuit into pieces like a relentless lightning strike in order to better demonstrate the excellence of the flying flame battlesuit. Since he was the one taking the initiative, the high-speed collision was in his favor, too. Moreover, his opponent was wearing a layer of heat-resistant plate armor which was mostly made of ceramics. It was too weak to withstand a major strike. Boy, let me show you today what a real crystal suit should look like. Ruan Honglai was grinning hideously, until the collision took place, because an everlasting cracking noise came from his crystal suit. Countless magical equipment components had broken into pieces. He felt that he didn't crush into a layer of weak heat-resistant plate armor, but a steel wall that was embedded with long spikes. His head was like a giant bell being hit by a heavy hammer. He felt that surging tides were savaging inside his brain and he could not see nor hear a single thing, except for the shocking exclamations from the auditorium. He knew that the exclamations were not for him. All the audience had enjoyed an amazing scene. When the flying flame battlesuit crashed into the mystic skeleton battlesuit, everybody had thought that the mystic skeleton battlesuit would be blown away. Even if it could survive the hit and continue the match, the flying flame battlesuit would definitely dominate the game until it was over. After all, heat-resistant plate armor was best known for its weakness. But as it turned out, the plate armor of the mystic skeleton battlesuit was indeed shattered because of the explosion. However, from the broken armor burst out intensive spiritual waves which exploded around the flying flame battlesuit like 100 hellfire lightnings. The flying flame battlesuit was immediately caught in fire and thunderbolts. Although the flying flame battlesuit was remarkably heat-proof, its defense against explosions of thunder attributes was nothing special. It was unable to move for a long time due to the intensified electric shock. The mystic skeleton battlesuit took the opportunity to counterattack. After being kneed in the chest once, the body of the flying flame battlesuit was bent like a shrimp. Then, the mystic skeleton battlesuit waved its two arms and slashed down as if they were two axes, which put the flying flame battlesuit to the ground immediately. Then the crystal cannon on the back flipped up quickly and fired at the ground. The moment the spiritual energy inside the crystal cannon burst out, the mystic skeleton battlesuit put its hands on its waist where its fists took on a pair of boxing gloves that was full of three-edged needles. Electrical sparkles were dancing on the two gloves. Ruan Honglai fell into a passive position due to one reckless move. He gritted his teeth and tried to scramble to his feet against the cannon fire, only to be knocked over by Li Yao. The two of them rolled around on the ground for a while. Then Li Yao's heavy punches rained on Ruan Honglai's face like a thunderstorm. This time, the punches were not 888.88 kilograms and 999.99 kilograms. Two of them were enough to blow a lot of the components of the flying flame battlesuit away. Judging from the fierce attacks, the strength in each punch must be at least 10 times larger. Brutal. Looking at Li Yao sitting on the top of Ruan Honglai's chest and mauling his opponent's face one punch after another, every spectator felt astounded. The guy's melee combat ability is impressive. His defense ability is even stronger. Ruan Honglai has punched him in the face several times, but he didn't even flinch as if they were mosquito stings. The speed of his own attacks was not the least affected. Ruan Honglai is at a major disadvantage in such a combat. Where is this monster from? How come his defense ability is so strong? Feng Kai, what would you do if you were engaged in close combat with him? Smiles in Sha Yucheng's face were gradually gone. He patted his thigh somewhat anxiously. I won't give him the opportunity to get close to me, Feng Kai said firmly, one word after another. It sounded like a confident declaration. However, Sha Yucheng understood Feng Kai's meaning between the lines. If Vulture Li Yao got close to him, he did not have an effective solution either. Sha Yucheng looked at Zhuo Feijing, who was far away. Zhuo Feijing's face was hidden in the darkness. There was no telling what his expression was. But the veins on the back of his hands which were holding a handrail were bulging, like dragons that were ready to jump out of the water and pierce through the sky. A long, high-pitched shriek occurred inside the arena. Much greenish steam surged out of the flying flame battlesuit, as Li Yao had located its cooling tubes which he destroyed with a dagger. The icy moisture spurted out and immediately vaporized, forming a greenish, transparent smoke over the arena. End of the match. A high-level cultivator wearing a glamorous crystal suit rushed into the arena and separated the two of them. Winner of this match, Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit of the Grand Desolate War Institution. The auditorium was caught in a weird silence, which was broken by thunder-like applauses a moment later. Since the price of the Flying Flame Battlesuit was twice that of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, everybody had thought that the game would be its demonstration match and that the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit was going to be butchered ruthlessly. However, a ruthless butchering did take place, with the expected winner and the expected loser switching positions. In the end, the one standing in the middle of the arena accepting applauses and cheers from all the audience turned out to be the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, whose price was only half of its opponent. How did he do it? Why did his crystal suit explode in the first place? It was the key to his victory. If the Flying Flame Battlesuit wasn't caught off guard, the battle would have been much longer than this. Everyone was confused. 5 minutes later, the Exos were brought up to the arena by lifts. Despite the double protection of crystal suit and mustard suit, Ruan Honglai's face was still black and blue after the combat. Seething in anger, he pointed at Li Yao's nose and shouted, "You cheated. That was not heat-resistant plate armor at all." Li Yao eyed him with his face unchanged for a long time, before he said after a sigh, "It's true that while you were present, I complained to the judge that the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit was not a special model designed for superhot environments and, for the sake of fairness, I asked to add a layer of plate armor. You said casually that I could add however many layers of plate armor I wanted. 1 or 10 would be the same for you because you would tear them apart one layer after another. Eventually, the judge granted my request to add a layer of plate armor. But I never said that it would be heat-resistant plate armor from the beginning to the end. I merely said that I wanted to add a layer of plate armor. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance video. I definitely never said heat-resistant. Besides, all kinds of plate armor are permitted in such matches, aren't they? Plate armor can increase the defense ability, but it will also bring down the speed and agility. So, it's more of a personal choice whether or not to add plate armor and how many layers to add. I've never heard anyone blame their failure on the plate armor of their opponents before. What I added was of course not the heat-resistant plate armor, but the explosion-reacting plate armor for the defense of flying swords and long-range attacks from demon beasts. There are countless one-way mini crystal bombs inside the plate armor which will explode when it is crushed to offset the blast from the attack. However, as it turned out, you simply thrusted yourself into the plate armor, which almost equaled to you thrusting yourself into a pile of crystal bombs. Of course they blew the hell out of you. In fact, the explosion-reacting plate armor is quite easy to deal with. If you had just shot your gun at a long distance with your fire waves, you would have noticed that there was something wrong with my plate armor and you could have set off the mini crystal bombs in the armor before you reached me. But since your crystal suit is much more expensive than mine and you were in a super hot environment that was most suitable for you, you felt that it would be embarrassing if you couldn't beat me to a pulp within 1 minute, didn't you? That's why you dashed at me at the earliest chance you found. It's not my fault that you fell into the trap so easily. Li Yao's words froze Ruan Honglai to the ground as if they were superglue. He was dazed for a long time, before he screamed desperately, "That's not what explosion-reacting plate armor looks like." It had the coating of heat-resistant plate armor. And all those frost rune arrays. Li Yao smiled. Just now, I spent half an hour redecorating the plate armor and repainting it. Ruan Honglai was about to weep. He was speechless for a long time. Their conversation was transmitted to every corner of the arena through crystal microphones. Everyone was looking at each other in astonishment, failing to find a suitable word to express what was in their minds. Disguising explosion-reacting plate armor as heat-resistant plate armor, wasn't that a little sordid? However, it did reflect the excellence of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, which had worked for such a long time in a battleground of 700 degrees Celsius and even managed to put down a flying flame battlesuit. It was indeed sturdy and reliable. Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is indeed impressive. Above the arena, Sha Yucheng took a long breath. I never believed that a crystal suit at a cost of only 100 million and without any heavenly materials and earthly treasures could perform normally in a 700 degrees Celsius environment without the heat-resistant plate armor. It's not entirely the crystal suit's credit. Feng Kai squinted. The body hardiness of this vulture Li Yao is far beyond the refinement stage. Even many building foundation stage cultivators may not be as sturdy as him. I even have the feeling that this monster can fight in a 700 degrees Celsius environment without a crystal suit. The two of them looked at each other and noticed the fighting will in the other's eyes, before they walked out simultaneously. I'm going to fight the monster tomorrow. No. I need to start warming up right now. Below the arena, Yuan Manxiu and Luo Jingang, leader of Thunderbolt Hall, were shaking hands. Leader Luo, thank you for your trust in the Grand Desolate War Institution. We'll dedicate 10 best Mystic Skeleton battlesuits for your 2 squads. Please rest assured. We won't let the first client of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit down. Yuan Manxiu seemed to be smiling at ease, but the drop of sweat on her forehead exposed her thrill. After watching the combat just now, I'm pretty sure that the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is what Thunderbolt Hall needs. Luo Jingang grinned. However, the younger generation of Thunderbolt Hall is not as skilled as Mr. Li Yao. I'm afraid we'll have to ask for several instructors from the Grand Desolate War Institution to train them in order to maximize the performance of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. That's not a problem. Yuan Manchio replied without any hesitation. The Grand Desolate War Institution is a place that is never short of teachers and instructors. The school has been strongly supporting the project Mystic Skeleton, too. There will be training programs for the clients who purchase the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Their disciples can be sent to study in the Grand Desolate War Institution for free. In the case of Thunderbolt Hall, we can offer you several complementary fire-class martial arts and arrange the best experts and professors to teach you until the young disciples in your sect learn all of them. That would be wonderful. Luo Jingang's eyes were beaming in joy. He said hurriedly, "Let's sign the contract now." The contract between the Grand Desolate War Institution and Thunderbolt Hall caused a major riot in the Magical Equipment Exposition. Of the 21 MP crystal suit models provided by major organizations in the Federation, none had been sold so far, including the formidable Tiger King battlesuit. After all, most cultivators were still suspicious about MP crystal suits. As it turned out, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, which had been hiding in darkness and received few compliments before the exposition, was the first MP crystal suit model to secure an order of 10 pieces. Although the 10 Mystic Skeleton battlesuits combined together were still cheaper than one high-end crystal suit and their purchaser Thunderbolt Hall was a small sect that barely anyone knew, it was still the first official acknowledgement from cultivators for the MP crystal suits. For a moment, the booth of the Grand Desolate War Institution which just went quiet was crowded by reporters again. Since the booth was not very large, it easily brought the feeling that all the reporters in the Magical Equipment Exposition were here. In comparison, the vast booth of Deep Sea University seemed to be much more scarce and unfrequented. The video in which Li Yao took down Ruan Honglai briskly in an arena quickly spread among exos. Although his victory was based on the trap that he had set up in advance, the terrifying attacks in the latter half of the video were enough to prove his brutality and toughness. The exos who had watched the video all agreed that a young expert had entered into the world of crystal suits. If Li Yao had showed such combat ability before he arrived at the building foundation stage, he would certainly only be stronger later. The name Vulture was destined to resound in the world one day. Li Yao didn't know any of this, nor did he bother with it. After he got out of the arena, he headed directly to his personal training chamber. At 8 p.m., Who? Wearing the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, Li Yao was doing muscle training inside the personal chamber. He had been punching the dynamometer for an entire hour. Surprisingly, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit did not shed any light. The power rune arrays were quiet. The crystal reactor was in a dull silence, too. The crystal suit had not been activated at all. It was burdening Li Yao like a normal battle armor. Li Yao had been punching the target with tons of additional weight on his body for an hour without any pause or rest. His sweat gathered into a small pool on the ground, which soon evaporated due to the heat from his body, leaving nothing but a shallow trace. Aggravated by the sweat, Li Yao's eyes were bloody red. He found it hard to keep them open. Irritated, he shut his eyes. Then he continued punching in the darkness until his every muscle was exhausted. This was just his recovery training. Since there would be tests tomorrow, he was only doing the easiest exercises today. His usual training was 10 times more difficult. A 3-minute wonderful performance was based on countless 3-hour training sessions. Your opponent tomorrow won't be as weak as the Flying Flame battlesuit. Besides, your amazing performance must have alerted everyone who didn't know your actual ability before. All of them will target you tomorrow. Yuan Manchio entered the chamber. She watched quietly for a while and observed. Boom! Li Yao exerted his strength, leaving a clear footprint on the superalloy ground. The dynamometer leaned backwards and almost kissed the ground. The reading in the light beam was 10 times bigger than before. I don't like winning a match by disguises. Hiding the real ability and ambush the opponents when they're unprepared cannot prove the excellence of the mystic skeleton battle suit either. Li Yao wiped the sweat on his face. But more sweat appeared again only half a second later. It's better to be the target of everyone. If I can survive 20 minutes under the collective attack of 20 crystal suits, I bet I will leave a deep impression on the military. I know you will. Thunderbolt Hall has officially signed a contract with us. They will purchase 10 Mystic Skeleton battlesuits to build up 2 tactical squads. We've kicked off a good start. Yuan Manxiu continued, but the real game is tomorrow. Tomorrow, the delegates of the military will come to the exposition and inspect the latest development of magical equipment. The most important part of their inspection is of course MP crystal suits. According to what I've heard, of the 21 MP crystal suit models, the military will only choose 4 to 5 for the final bidding. Whether or not we are noticed by the military will depend on your performance tomorrow. Li Yao nodded his head. Taking a deep breath, he felt that the soul-condensing pendant which sealed the phantom entities was emitting infinite heat and seemed to be leaving a mark on his chest. That was the spiritual palpitation of his professors and senior brothers of the refining department who had felt the intense atmosphere before the final battle. Bam! Bam! Bam 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 bam. Li Yao stopped talking. He returned to the dull and boring training. The following morning was the second day of the military magical equipment exposition. The exhibitors all went out their own booths to the testing field that the organizers had set up for real battle tests. Flying swords, guns, bombs. All kinds of military magical equipment took turns to display their performance. The spiritual explosions resulted to undying smoke, which was indeed a lively scene. However, the most crowded place was still the crystal suit testing zone. Many cultivators had gathered here even before the sunrise waiting for the tests to begin. The left side of the auditorium was occupied by the delegates of the military who were wearing black military uniform. Among the hundreds of delegates, a gray-haired, hideous old man who had scars all over his face attracted everyone's eyesight. No one had expected that the military would pay so much attention to the bidding of the MP crystal suit models that Sheng Guansu would come in person. Sheng Guansu, a lieutenant general of the Federal Army and a cultivator at the peak of the corps formation stage, was one of the strongest men in the military. He was also a hardline hawk. He had joined the army when he was 17. As an ordinary soldier, he met a beast tide when he was stationed at the northernmost fortress of the Federation. He was the only one in his legion who survived the beast tide. But his face was ruined by the corrosive venom from the demon beasts, which was unrecoverable even with the use of strengthening drugs. From that day on, he seemed to have turned into a tireless paladin who had returned from the Valley of Death. He gained his unparalleled capabilities through mountains of bodies and seas of blood. He was especially good at special operations. He had established Red Lightning, one of the best special operation forces of the military, and led it deep into the Blood Demon sector for scouting and assassination missions multiple times. Sheng Guansu was most well known for slaying Peng Xian, a demon king, 47 years ago. 47 years ago, Peng Xian, commanding a large beast tide, invaded the Heaven's Origin sector and butchered a mining center where 7,000 people were killed. When he was retreating, Sheng Guansu caught up with him and chased him all the way from the Grand Desolate Plateau to the Dark Desolate Domain, and from the Dark Desolate Domain to the Blood Demon sector. In the end, surrounded by countless beasts, Sheng Guansu slayed Peng Xian easily and brought his head back to the Heaven's Origin sector. The morale of the Federal Army was greatly boosted because of Sheng Guansu's valiant behavior. He was respected as a hero of the Federation when he came back. Since then, his rank had soared, until he became one of the most influential officials in the military. Sheng Guansu had been the most fanatic hawk in the military who firmly believed that a great war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector would take place within the next 30 years. His theory was that the cultivation technology of human beings was developing at an exponential speed, which meant that the limit of current technologies would be broken in no time. By then, the Heaven's Origin sector would have an overwhelming advantage over the Blood Demon sector. The wise leaders of the Blood Demon sector would not let that happen. So, they would definitely launch the attack sooner. Therefore, human beings had to abandon the illusion that the demons would just sit around and wait for them to develop more advanced cultivation technologies. The only sensible choice was to enter the state of war immediately with whatever technology human beings had at hand and build up an iron army with all the resources available. Then, march into the Blood Demon sector and burn the war fire in the enemy's territory. It was better to attack aggressively than to defend passively. When thousands of beast tides were to surge into the humans' world, it would be a disaster for the Heaven's Origin sector even if they were defeated eventually. The military and the federal government had not been very interested in the theories of the Hawks and thought there was plenty of time for the human civilization to develop, until recent years when the unusual expansion of the Dark Desolate domain and the intelligence from the Blood Demon sector suggested otherwise. The Hawks had been winning more advocates since then. As an ordinary soldier in his early days and an ace exo at present, Shengguan Su knew the significance of crystal suits in a war all too well. Rumors had it that he was the biggest endorser of building up crystal suit legions with standard military crystal suits. Beside Shengguan Su sat a plain-looking, middle-aged man, who seemed to be a military consultant at first look. But the glaring electric sparks in his eyes indicated that the man was much more than what he looked. Guan Chao, a cultivator at the start of the core formation stage, was the second captain of Red Lightning, as well as a strong exo. He was known as King of Lightning in the world of cultivators. With these two strong cultivators of the military joining the exhibition, a grave scent of war was immediately brought into the field. The air seemed to be filled with smokes of battlefield. Bam! 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 21 crystal suits in various outlooks walked into the testing field slowly yet firmly. The tests today were designed for MP crystal suit models. All the crystal suits that took part in the competition had to meet 3 requirements. First, the total value of the crystal suit, including all the magical equipment that it carried, must be no higher than 500 million. Second, more than 90% of the components and the magical equipment of the crystal suit must be able to be mass-produced. Third, the exo of the crystal suit must be below the building foundation stage. Tiger King, Mournful Mist, Sword Torrent, Mystic Skeleton. The 4 crystal suits were standing in the center, surrounded by the other 17 crystal suits. After the match yesterday, most of the exos had come to the conclusion that the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit driven by Li Yao was as dangerous an opponent as Tiger King, Mournful Mist, and Sword Torrent were. Schwa. 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 Dozens of light beams lit up in the sky of the testing field, displaying the basic introduction and the specifications of the 21 crystal suits which were to be engaged in the tests. The tests for the MP crystal suit models had officially begun. Swoosh! A firecracker shot up into the sky and exploded, causing a crimson smoke the color of blood. Below the bloody smoke, the competition of the 21 crystal suits had begun. Tiger King! Tiger King! Tiger King! Deep Sea City was the home field for Deep Sea University. For the game today, the refining department of Deep Sea University had gathered thousands of students who wore the same uniform to cheer up for their team. Their thunder-like roars were almost as impressive as the solemnness of the military delegates. The Tiger King battlesuit didn't let them down. The moment it got its turn, it easily put down 3 beast puppets with an astonishing advantage and secured an unbelievably high score in the melee combat test. Zhua Feijing seemed to have been stimulated by Li Yao's performance yesterday. He was extremely vigorous right now. Immediately after the melee combat test, he walked on the platform for the long-range attack test and hit 999 targets without a single miss in less than 10 minutes, before he went on to the agility test without any rest. The rarely seen high scores lit up one after another on the light beam, triggering rounds of exclamations. The Tiger King battlesuit was like a majestic king and a rising sun, its glaring brilliance eclipsed all the other crystal suits and made them its background. The scores of the Tiger King battlesuit were almost the highest in every test, except for the long-range attack test and the stealth test, in which the Sword Torrent battlesuit and the Mournful Mist battlesuit got the highest score respectively, but only with a tiny advantage. The glamorous performance of the Tiger King battlesuit made every member of the audience at the scene its fan. The students from Deep Sea University were shouting so excitedly that their throats were going dry. Tiger King! Tiger King! Tiger King! In the overwhelming atmosphere that was as hot as fire, Li Yao stayed calm without being the least disturbed. He looked up at the light beam when he completed the long-range attack test. The 21 crystal suits had all finished the long-range attack test. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit ranked 8th, neither very good nor very bad. Li Yao was greatly relieved. The long-range attack was what he had been worst at. He was quite satisfied at the 8th place in a test that was most likely to drag him down. In other tests, his performance was very stable, and he was ranked among the top 5 in each of them. The Mournful Mist battlesuit and the Sword Torrent battlesuit, on the other hand, were terribly lopsided. They could score the first in the long-range attack test or in the stealth test, but their rank sometimes fell beyond 10th in other tests. Li Yao believed that the military wouldn't choose a crippled duck as the main force of a major war. What came next was resistance test. Boom. 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 In the testing field, thousands of crimson crystals with sharp spikes dashed at Li Yao like solidified fireballs and didn't explode until they reached Li Yao's face. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was hardly able to stay stable. The intense blasts hit Li Yao's stomach one wave after another like giant hammers. Li Yao gritted his teeth and walked forward slowly yet firmly. Greenish corrosive venom rained upon the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. A giant cluster of greenish mist rose up from its surface. But Li Yao continued walking on. Pa! 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 Dozens of alloy bullets hit the critical parts of the crystal suit at the sonic speed. The crystal suit was almost ripped open under the attack. But Li Yao took them for mosquito bites. He ran faster and faster against the stormy attacks until he passed the finish line. Schwa! The rank of the resistance test was displayed on the light beam. Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, Grand Desolate War Institution, appeared like ghosts sitting on the top of Tiger King battlesuit, Deep Sea University. There was a double-digit gap between the two scores. This was the first time that the Tiger King battlesuit had been exceeded by such a huge difference. Cheers from the students of Deep Sea University stopped abruptly. Li Yao opened his ragged helmet, clenched his fists and started roaring. The thousands of students of Deep Sea University were looking at each other in dead silence, their confidence suppressed by Li Yao's astounding shouts. All the other exos forgot their own tests and gazed at the light beam in bewilderment. They knew previously that the defense ability of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was amazing, but they didn't expect it to be so good. Subconsciously, they glanced at the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit's other test results. They were shocked to discover that in all the other tests except the resistance test, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was never the best, but it never fell beyond top 5 either. It seemed that the crystal suit had no shortcomings. Taking all the test results into consideration, in the perspective of comprehensive capability, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit seemed to be even better than Mournful Mist and Sword Torrent and was closely behind the Tiger King battlesuit. Considering the difference of price of the two crystal suits, it was not hard to say whose price-performance ratio was better. The delegates of the military were discussing its performance amongst themselves. Who's the wearer of the mystic skeleton battlesuit of the Grand Desolate War Institution? I never heard that there's such an excellent refinement stage exo. Li Yao? Who's that? I want all of his files. Sheng Guansu said to a staff officer beside him. Then he turned to Guan Chao, the incumbent captain of Red Lightning, and smiled. Which crystal suit do you think better meets the demand of the Federal Army? Red Lightning had been established by Sheng Guansu. Guan Chao was his favorite soldier when he was the captain. They had saved each other's lives multiple times in the battlefield, and they trusted each other more than anybody else. Guan Chao observed, if we are choosing a crystal suit for Red Lightning, Mournful Mist and Sword Torrent both have their advantages. I would say we need to purchase several sets of both of them. However, if we're going to equip every cultivator in the main troops with a crystal suit, I think Tiger King and Mystic Skeleton would be a better option. Honestly speaking, I didn't expect that the sword that the Grand Desolate War Institution had been whetting for 20 years could be so sharp and perfect. In the aspect of price-performance ratio, I'm more in favor of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. After all, we only have a limited budget. Many people in the government and in the military are still insisting on the route of railguns and warships. They maintain that more advanced crystal warships are the key to victory and have been criticizing crystal suits. If the crystal suits we purchase are too expensive, they're definitely going to kick up a fuss about it. Exactly. Sheng Guansu sighed. Everything about the Tiger King battlesuit is perfect, except that it is a little bit expensive. You've seen the report, too. The final battle is likely to happen earlier than we expected. Before the day comes, we have to equip every cultivator in the military with a crystal suit, otherwise. I understand. Guan Chao nodded his head. However, such tests can only partly demonstrate their performance. Maybe the more intense competitive test later can better reveal their actual performances. At 2 p.m., the 21 crystal suits finished all the tests. The comprehensive performance of Tiger King was unquestionably the best. Mystic Skeleton, Sword Torrent and Mournful Mist followed closely behind, with an almost indistinguishable gap amongst themselves. Other crystal suits were far away from them. However, in the eyes of real experts, such rigid tests could only be used as a reference for the performance of the crystal suits. They could not really prove that a crystal suit was good or bad. The competitive test coming next was the more convincing one. The 21 exos were in too much a hurry to have lunch. They each had a high-energy nutrition dose in order to refresh themselves faster. After the series of tests in the morning, especially the resistance test, their crystal suits were scarred with holes here and there, and therefore had to be maintained immediately. The organizer gave the exos half an hour for the maintenance of their crystal suits. 19 crystal suits were sent down to the workshops below the testing field. But 2 crystal suits remained on the testing field, the Tiger King and Mystic Skeleton. Li Yao and Zhuo Feijing stared at each other. Their equally sharp eyes clashed in the middle of the air with invisible sparkles. It was the tranquility before an earth-shaking hurricane. Shua. Li Yao took out a silver-gray glove and put it on his left hand. The glove was made of 7 different marrow crystals and took him an entire month to refine. It could magnify the sensitivity of fingers by up to 10 times, allowing the wearer to better perceive the problem in the magical equipment and the direction of the spiritual energy flow inside it. In the meantime, a dagger that had been refined out of the bones of the mutant lion dragon was already dancing in his right hand. Zhuo Feijing had put on a pair of bizarrely shaped gloves which were emitting intense spiritual waves, suggesting that it was also a piece of marvelous magical equipment. Both of their hands waved up and down like butterflies and started maintaining their crystal suits. Guan Chao was amazed and said in a low voice, "In a real battle, a workshop and a mechanic are not always readily available. When faults occur, it sometimes counts on the Exo to solve the problems. The two Exos know the logic very clearly. They are very confident in their crystal suits, too. The vast testing field went into an odd silence. Everyone held their breath, fearing that they might disturb the fluent and professional actions of the two Exos below them. The students of Deep Sea University put on an affectionate expression. They knew very well about Zhuofeijing's amazingly fast hand movement and super-professional maintenance skills. But when they saw it with their own eyes again, they still felt that it was dramatic and incredible. But when they glanced at Li Yao, who was standing in the opposite side of Zhuofeijing, they noticed that not only were Li Yao's hands as fast as Zhuofeijing's, his knowledge and maintenance skills of the crystal suit were also as good as Zhuofeijing's. Where is this monster from? No wonder he could drive Jiang Shaoyang, the 10th star, away and was bold enough to challenge the refining department of Deep Sea University. He is indeed arrogant. But he is truly strong, too. Half an hour passed in no time. The two crystal suits were reborn in the hands of Li Yao and Zhuofeijing. Although their surfaces were still well worn with bumps and hollows, they looked brutally charming on the other hand. Meanwhile, the other 19 crystal suits rose up slowly from below the testing field. I'm going to beat you all with an indisputable performance in the final competitive test. All the Exos gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. The competitive test was a popular game in the world of Exos called Flying Crystal Racing. A flying crystal was a piece of magical equipment that was a bit larger than a watermelon with a smooth surface which was carved with a lot of power rune arrays. The spiritual energy contained inside it was abundant, too. The flying crystal could drive the power rune arrays and flee in various directions with the surge of spiritual waves. It could also trigger violent electric shocks when touched. All in all, the sole purpose of a flying crystal was to escape control at an amazingly high speed. Even when it was caught by someone, it would always try to flee with arc blowout and high-frequency oscillation. The flying crystal used to be a piece of training magical equipment for battle-type cultivators when they were alone. For some strong cultivators, they could release 5 to 6 flying crystals and catch all of them at the same time. In the world of Exos, since most of the training was tedious, the game of flying crystal racing had been invented. In a flying crystal race, a frolicking flying crystal would be released on a designated racetrack, which would dash forward unpredictably under the control of the pre-input telepathic thoughts. All the crystal suits in the game would chase the flying crystal. While they were chasing, they were allowed to attack each other. Every once in a while, the crystal suit at the tail end of all the participants would be eliminated. Flying crystal racing was much more about speed and agility. The fast and agile crystal suits were naturally capable of catching the flying crystal before everyone else could. However, after grasping the target, they would turn into targets themselves whose back would be attacked by every other participant. Besides, the flying crystal was born with the ability to struggle violently and give out crazy electric shocks, which meant that no crystal suit would be able to contain the flying crystal for long. If their attention was focused on controlling the flying crystal, their combat ability would be greatly undermined. Their competitors would definitely seize the opportunity and launch their attacks. The winner of a flying crystal race was not the one who passed by the finish line with the flying crystal, but the one who was the first to keep the flying crystal for a designated length of time. For example, in the upcoming flying crystal race, which would be joined by the 21 crystal suits, all the participants would be teleported into a world fragment where a giant racetrack had been built. The circuit racetrack was 100 meters wide and 10,000 meters long, with traps of various types all the way to the end. The participants were allowed to use their weapons at their will. Every minute, the last participant in the line would be eliminated, until there were only 5 participants in the field. The participant that held the flying crystal for 100 seconds in total would be deemed to be the final winner. Flying crystal racing and super shuttle racing were the two most famous racing games in the Federation, both of which were popular among cultivators and among the ordinary people. The tricky rules made the game full of changes. Even the strongest crystal suit would be greatly impaired, and it controlled the flying crystal, and those weaker crystal suits might find the opportunity to take it down easily. No one could guarantee that they would be the winner until the last second of the game. Such uncertainty had made all the Exos crazy about flying crystal racing. When there were more than 3 Exos who wanted to challenge each other, a flying crystal race would always be their first choice. At 3 p.m., the convention center was devoid of any sound, even though hundreds of thousands of people were inside of it. The magical equipment booths that had been jam-packed were entirely empty now. All the cultivators and tourists went to the outdoors and gazed at the giant light beam in the sky anxiously with their mouths wide open. In the testing field, all the audience fell into silence, too. The students of Deep Sea University had sunk into a serene, bottomless ocean, which was even more appalling than the billowing roars in the morning. On the opposite side of them were the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution, who were apparently outnumbered. But the burning fire in Yuan Monchio alone seemed enough to vaporize all the water of Deep Sea University. She didn't hide her sharpness at all. Her eyes stared at the direction of Deep Sea University as if they were 2 flying swords. Then, she noticed that Supernova Jiangsheng was looking at herself at the same time. Junior brother, the war between the Grand Desolate War Institution and Deep Sea University has now begun. Senior sister, Deep Sea University is invincible. Give it up already. Invisible blast that seemed to be tearing the air apart spread from where their eyes met. On the racetrack inside the world fragment, the atmosphere was thousands of times more intense than outside. The 100-meter wide and 10,000-meter long racetrack was almost too large to fathom. Standing on it, humans were like ants that had fallen into a giant bowl. Their size was completely dwarfed by that of the sky and the earth. However, the fighting will of the 21 Exos seemed to be blocking the enormous racetrack. 1 minute before the match, all of the Exos were adjusting their mood and warming themselves up. Li Yao touched the soul-condensing pendant. Although the armor was too thick for him to actually sense the pendant, he still felt a fire burning inside his palm. The heat of the fire did not seem to be physical. It seemed to be mental existence that was burning directly inside his brain. Since the birth of the mystic skeleton battle suit, he had noticed that the phantom entities in the soul-condensing pendant seemed to have awoken from the protracted nightmare and were getting more and more active. Although they were still not able to communicate with each other freely, he could feel the hopeful, irresistible force, like a soft grass which had pierced through the stone pressing on it. Maybe, with a little more hard work, the phantom entities would be able to find their self-awareness and become spectral cultivators. Professors, senior brothers, I believe that the day we are actually fighting side by side is not far away. Half a minute before the match, all the Exos stood in the starting points that were decided by drawing lots. Coincidentally, Zhua Feijing was next to Li Yao. However, the two of them just exchanged glances without saying anything. Everything that needed to be said had been said with that. For 2 dangerous Exos such as themselves, trash talk before a game was of little significance. Whatever they had to say in their mind, just say them out with flying swords, thunderpalms, and crystal cannons. 10 seconds before the match, the 21 Exos were all in position like 21 solid statues. The air was so intense that it seemed to be exploding at any moment. A flying crystal landed before the start line slowly. It was emitting colorful brilliance and surging spiritual energy while it was bouncing without any pattern. 3 seconds before the match. Activated by the telepathic thought of a high-level cultivator, the flying crystal rushed forward like lightning while it was jumping up and down. 1 second before the match, all the Exos had brought the performance of their crystal reactors to maximum. Ear-splitting noises were echoing in every crystal suit, their backs unleashing glaring rainbows. The match began. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! The 21 crystal suits dashed forward like arrows just released from bows and lunged at the playful flying crystal one after another. The crystal suit leading the charge was not Tiger King, or Mystic Skeleton, or Sword Torrent, or Mournful Mist. It was a super-light crystal suit named Wild Skylark. The Wild Skylark battlesuit treaded gently on the racetrack like a dragonfly touching a river, then it accelerated as if it were a soft smoke and caught the flying crystal in the blink of an eye. The brightness on the flying crystal grew much more intense. The electric arcs which looked like serpents whipped the Wild Skylark battlesuit, making it stop briefly. In the meantime, more than 10 glaring lasers were coming at its back, which were the attacks of the crystal suits behind it when they noticed that the Wild Skylark was hamstrung by the flying crystal. The Wild Skylark battlesuit was immediately caught in a storm of spiritual energy. The flying crystal took the chance to free itself and bounded forward. When the spiritual energy dispersed, the Wild Skylark battlesuit was almost shattered. The spiritual waves behind its back became intermittent, like the dying coughs of an old man. Its speed was amazing, but its defense ability was too unsatisfactory. Under the interferences of the flying crystal, it suffered great damage from the collective attack of more than 10 opponents, which crippled it on the spot. Whoever snatched the flying crystal would be attacked by everyone. However, it wouldn't help if one just stood by and watched. The longer someone else held the flying crystal, the closer to victory they would be. Following behind others would mean that there was no chance of winning at all. The contradiction was also why flying crystal racing was so interesting. That guy was too rash. As Li Yao was passing by the Wild Skylark battlesuit, he glanced at it and noticed that it struggled to stand on its feet several times, only to collapse to the ground in the end. But on second thought, Li Yao realized that the Wild Skylark battlesuit had no advantage whatsoever other than its speed. If it hadn't tried its luck in the beginning period when everyone else was still prudent, it would have had barely any chance to touch the flying crystal in the remaining part of the game. At least now, the Wild Skylark battlesuit had held the flying crystal for €1 second. Right then, the crystal suits in the lead were suddenly broken into a mess because they had entered the first trap. In the sky of the racetrack, almost 100 winged mines were waiting for them patiently. They were magical equipment that had been designed based on landmines. Basically, they were thunder palms that could fly. They could sense the heat and vibration nearby and flew close to the source before setting themselves off. The explosion of the 100 winged mines immediately scattered the 21 crystal suits which had been very close to each other. However, as the explosion took place, thousands of flying swords were unleashed from a crystal suit. It was the Sword Torrent battle suit. The crystal suit co-developed by the 3 major sword training sects was like a steel hedgehog with flying swords all over its body. When everyone else was avoiding the explosion of the winged mines in a flurry, it suddenly attacked them without any hesitation. Many of the other crystal suits were caught unprepared and slowed down as their spiritual shields were blocking the incoming flying swords. The Sword Torrent battlesuit accelerated at this moment and dashed to the flying crystal which it locked in its chest easily. In the moment of mess, only 5 crystal suits were not interfered with by the winged mines and flying swords. They caught up from various directions. Sha Yucheng, Exo of the Sword Torrent battlesuit, grinned hideously. With a telepathic thought, dozens of flying swords dashed out and hovered around him at an amazing speed with deep blue electric arcs dancing here and there, which looked like a mincing machine. The first 2 crystal suits were not prepared for this. They stopped abruptly, only to be caught by the sword net and nearly cut into pieces. The following 3 crystal suits bothered little about it. They rushed into the sword net as if it were nothing. Chi! Several grey spiritual waves were released from the Mournful Mist battlesuit, wreathing it like a grey mist without any gap. It was weird that when the flying swords hit the grey mist, they started shaking violently as if they were drunk and missed their target. Not a single flying sword was able to hit the Mournful Mist battlesuit. The spiritual shield of the Tiger King battlesuit was suddenly brighter than ever. It didn't do anything while the flying swords hit the spiritual shield with glaring sparkles, but its speed was not the least affected. It had resisted the mincing of the sword net with nothing but its spiritual shield. Swoosh! Driven by Li Yao, the mystic skeleton battlesuit which seemed to be heavy and clumsy was like a tyrannosaur dancing gracefully on the tip of a sword. It shunned dozens of flying swords by twisting its body into inconceivable angles. The few flying swords that it failed to dodge passed by the armor without dealing any damage because of fast small-scale body movements. The 3 crystal suits cut into the middle of the sword net in different ways. Swoosh! 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 The Mournful Mist battlesuit launched mysterious and unpredictable soul attacks. The Devil Destroyer cannon on the chest of the Tiger King battlesuit roared. 2 crystal cannons flipped up on the shoulder of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, unleashing furious spiritual energy. Sha Yucheng, Exo of the Sword Torrent battlesuit, was caught by the soul attack from the Mournful Mist battlesuit and was dazed for 0.1 seconds. Then, he felt scorching, almost unbearable heat in his back. There was not enough time for him to jump away. He had to bring the spiritual shield of his suit to maximum, hoping to block the attacks. Boom! The collective attack knocked Sha Yucheng over. The Sword Torrent battlesuit leaned forward and fell on its face. The flying crystal immediately took off and bounced forward like a lightning. Li Yao was going to catch up with it, when an ear-splitting shriek boomed in his ears, as if a hellfire lightning had exploded right beside his ears. He immediately felt a strong headache, with all kinds of hallucinations appearing before his eyes. Soul attack! Li Yao shouted in his mind. The Mournful Mist battlesuit must have launched soul attack on Zhuo Feijing and him when they were too busy attacking the Sword Torrent battlesuit to notice anything else. However, since his soul had been cleansed by O Yezi for multiple times, his soul was far more solid than any other refinement stage cultivators. Shaking his head and taking a deep breath, he was back to himself again. The Mournful Mist battlesuit was hundreds of meters ahead of him, with the flying crystal in its hand. With a cold smile, Li Yao stomped on the racetrack, ran off, and sped up crazily. Within a moment, the distance between them was shortened to 20 meters. It was his favorite distance to launch an attack. Almost at the same time, a gold laser caught up and dashed forward in parallel with him, even though it had set off much later. It was the Tiger King battlesuit. Right then, the Mournful Mist was in the lead with the flying crystal under its control. Mystic Skeleton and Tiger King were following closely. The Sword Torrent battlesuit had recovered from the previous strike. Retrieving all the flying swords it had sent out, it turned into an invulnerable iron hedgehog again. The 4 crystal suits were at the vanguard. All the other crystal suits were chasing them furiously from far behind. Li Yao and Zhuo Feijing looked at each other and were about to attack the Mournful Mist battlesuit in front of them simultaneously, when it suddenly twisted weirdly in a dense smoke and split into 7. 7 identical Mournful Mist battlesuits, each of them holding a flying crystal, rushed forward in the same posture. Impressive hallucination skills. Hallucination skills were not complicated. They were just vivid shadows formed by optical camouflage and 3D projections. But the hallucination skills performed by the Mournful Mist battlesuit were not simply shadows. In Li Yao's probe magical equipment, 7 light spots were blinking clearly. Even spiritual waves can be simulated. The jamming magical equipment inside the Mournful Mist battlesuit is indeed marvelous. However, 3 bolts of lightning interrupted his thought. He squatted and accelerated into a vague smoke, dashing through the gaps between the lightning. The 4 crystal suits had entered the second trap of the racetrack, the lightning zone. The air in this zone would unleash high-intensity lightning unpredictably. If a crystal suit was to be accidentally hit by the lightning, it would risk being wrecked and eliminated out of the match immediately. In order to avoid the lightning, Mystic Skeleton, Tiger King, and Mournful Mist all performed wonderful small-scale movements. Of the 7 Mournful Mist battlesuits, only the real one was doing the movements, while the other 6 were simply mimicking it, which made them odd and easy to distinguish. Second from the left. Li Yao certainly wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He located his target without any trouble and accelerated again. More than 10 lightning bolts were dancing around him, yet all of them missed him as if he were insulated. Zhuo Feijing had identified the target at the same time. The Tiger King battlesuit lunged at its prey like a hungry tiger. The full-speed charge of itself was as intimidating as the march of an entire legion. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were already behind the Mournful Mist battlesuit. Their craziness seemed to be enough to tear Mournful Mist apart without them doing anything. Feng Kai, driver of the Mournful Mist battlesuit, was an experienced exo. Now that he was aware that his opponents had seen through the disguises, he made up his mind and threw the flying crystal to the front with his full strength. Li Yao and Zhuo Feijing launched their attack simultaneously, not at Feng Kai, but at each other. They were only 5 meters away from each other. Flying swords and crystal cannons were of little significance at such a short distance. Li Yao suddenly kicked at Zhuo Feijing's abdomen. With the enhancement of the power rune arrays on the leg, the kick had almost reached the sonic speed. A coldly shining spike stuck out from the tip of his foot. It seemed that if the kick was to arrive at its destination, not only would the crystal suit that Zhuo Feijing was wearing be broken through, Zhuo Feijing's stomach would be ripped open, too. Right then, 2 claws that were vibrating violently protruded on the back of Zhuo Feijing's hand. Zhuo Feijing waved his arms and snatched at Li Yao's ankle. Li Yao's kick seemed to be going to a dead end. Before it was to pierce through Zhuo Feijing's abdomen, Zhuo Feijing's tiger claws would mince his foot into pieces. Li Yao scoffed. The crystal reactor on his back was burning furiously. Every power run array was brought to maximum. His leg folded miraculously like a switchblade and avoided the attack of the tiger claws. Then, at the same speed, he kept his legs bent and kneed Zhuo Feijing's chest brutally. Zhuo Feijing roared and took the blow. In the meantime, the 2 tiger claws struck at Li Yao's ribs unstoppably. Boom! The 2 crystal suits clashed. Cracking noises were ringing in the waist of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, whose components were flying everywhere. Li Yao, how arrogant of you! Tiger King battlesuit of Deep Sea University has been co-developed with Gold Armor Clan. Much of its design is based on the Mystic Turtle battlesuit. Its defense ability is far beyond your expectation. You think you're tough? Idiot! After being hit by Li Yao, a shallow hollow had appeared the armor on Zhuo Feijing's chest. But it did not affect the normal functions of the crystal suit. The fact that he was laughing right now seemed to be evident enough that his crystal suit suffered much less damage than his opponents had. With the counterforce of the collision, Zhuo Feijing accelerated again and caught the flying crystal in less than 5 seconds. Right then, he heard the sound of wind. More exactly, the sound of tornadoes. Desperate alarms were ringing inside the Tiger King battlesuit. All the information in front of Zhuo Feijing was bloody red. The audience all exclaimed in bewilderment because they had seen something that was impossible to happen. Hit by the tiger claws, the most distinguished melee magical equipment of the Tiger King battlesuit, right in the critical part, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit regained balance only 1 second later and caught up with Tiger King, as if nothing had happened. The destruction of so many magical equipment components seemed to have had no effect on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit at all. At this moment, several expert cultivators realized what Li Yao was trying to do. The reason why he attacked Zhuo Feijing aggressively just now was to reduce Zhuo Feijing's attention and to enlarge the distance between them, so that he could perform what he was best at. The saber art. In lightning and thunder, Li Yao was only 10 meters away from his opponent. With the enhancement of the power of lightning in the air, Li Yao spun, unsheathed his saber, and slashed forward. The heavy battle saber, which he'd spent half a month refining and could bring the speed to maximum by the air paths on its surface that were as delicate as flowers, turned into a shocking flash and tore the sky apart. The thunderous tornado saber art. The saber art that absorbed the mysteries of the martial arts of Long Wenhui, a core formation cultivator, that had been created and improved in savaging dust storms, and that had slain tornadoes once before, first revealed itself ferociously in front of the world. So fast. So intimidating. So brutal. Those who witnessed the slash all shuddered in horror. Although they were in two different worlds, they felt their hearts nearly stop beating, as if the slash could break through the boundary of worlds out of the light beams and land at their own necks. Zhuo Feijing didn't expect Li Yao's defense ability to be so good as to be able to take his attack and still launch such an unstoppable slash, as if the damage on his crystal suit was nothing. Li Yao had calculated his speed, strength, and angle too well. He chose the timing when Zhuo Feijing just caught the flying crystal. Zhuo Feijing's attention was all focused on the flying crystal. He had nowhere to run and could only bring the spiritual shield of the crystal suit to the maximum for defense. In the meantime, he thought of dozens of counterattack plans. As long as he could take the slash, there were hundreds of ways he could turn around and cut Li Yao into pieces. Bow. Li Yao's saber slashed into the spiritual shield of the Tiger King battlesuit. The seemingly solid spiritual shield was shattered into pieces like an eggshell, which had been broken through by the heavy saber without any trouble. Astounded, Zhuo Feijing gritted his teeth and, having no time to consider his demeanor anymore, leaned forwards until his body reached the ground. Then he dashed forward like a giant lizard. The saber missed the target. But the saber aura that had been condensed by the dancing lightning nearby followed him and hit his back like a haunting ghost. Crack. The plate armor on the back of the Tiger King battlesuit, which looked like a giant turtle shell, was slashed into two halves by Li Yao's saber. Everybody seemed to be able to hear Zhuo Feijing's grunts. But a dead enemy is better than a wounded enemy. Li Yao didn't chase the flying crystal. Instead, he turned around, intending to kill the Tiger King battlesuit while he had the chance. But right then, hundreds of flying swords launched by the sword Torrent battlesuit rained down upon him. The Mournful Mist battlesuit sneaked by him and reached the flying crystal without bothering the two of them. The other 16 crystal suits were also coming close rapidly. Li Yao sniffed. The moment before the flying swords tangled him, he pulled back his saber and rushed at the flying crystal, leaving Zhuo Feijing behind. The auditorium was filled with dead silence in the beginning, which was then broken by louder and louder whispers that resembled the sound of a pot of boiling oil in which a block of ice was tossed. Students of Deep Sea University pulled their hair in bewilderment. Someone was repeatedly blinking their eyes in shock, trying to wake themselves up from the nightmare. They could not believe that Zhuo Feijing had been hit by Li Yao and wounded so badly. Supernova Jiangsheng was still inscrutable. But the metal ring that had been on his nose all the time suddenly turned brighter than ever. His eyes were 10 times sharper than before as he looked at Yuan Manxiu, his senior sister, who was sitting among the delegates of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Yuan Manxiu bit her lips and waved at him. Interesting. In the zone of the military delegates, Guan Chao, captain of Red Lightning, took over a crystal processor from General Shengguan Su and browsed through Li Yao's files. It's indeed marvelous that a boy no higher than the peak of the refinement stage was able to perform such a deadly slash, harnessing an air of the destructive dust storms and thunderbolts in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau. If he hits the critical part of an enemy with the same slash just now, he might even be able to put down a middle-level demon general instantly. Oh. He killed a demon general when he just entered the refinement stage? The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is tough enough, too. After a huge impact against the Tiger King battlesuit, not only did it remain intact, it even allowed its exo to perform such a splendid slash. This is going to be an interesting match. While they were talking, the situation on the racetrack was changing drastically. Li Yao dashed forward from the right. His saber slashed the flying crystal like a hurricane, which came to a halt. Li Yao took the opportunity to sheath his saber before holding the flying crystal in his arms. Crack! 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 The flying crystal was violently shaking in Li Yao's chest like a hellfire lightning that was going to explode. Meanwhile, deep blue electric arcs pierced into his body through the gaps in the crystal suit. Li Yao was grimacing because of the electric shock. Every one of his body cells were itching in pain, and he couldn't focus at all. He finally understood why Zhuo Feijing had taken the blow from him without counterattacking immediately just now. 1 second. 2 seconds. The longer he held it, the more violent the flying crystal became. The electric shocks it sent out were getting more and more intense, too. Li Yao almost gritted his teeth to pieces. He dashed forward, having no time to bother anything. Behind him, 19 crystal suits had crowded and launched their long-range attacks. Hundreds of flying swords, dozens of mystic lights and almost 100 thunderpalms were flying at him unstoppably. It was a tricky multiple-choice question. If he gave it up too early, his time of control over the flying crystal would not be long, and such a rare opportunity would be wasted. If he gave it up too late, he would have little time to prepare to defend himself, and he might be eliminated on the spot. Li Yao's pupils shrank to the size of the tip of a burning needle, as he had brought his computational ability to maximum. The crystal camera on the back of the helmet scrutinized every upcoming attack, before he analyzed the frequency, speed and trace of the weapons and the tiny gap between flying swords, mystic lights and thunderpalms. It was not until a flying sword exploded in the right corner of his spiritual shield that he thrusted the flying crystal away. Not forward, but backward. Boom! 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 Flying swords, mystic lights and thunderpalms enveloped the mystic skeleton battlesuit immediately. Bloody lotuses were blossoming one after another. But the stamens of the flowers were cut open by a flashing saber, through which the burning mystic skeleton battlesuit jumped out of the sea of flames. Up until now, Li Yao had kept the flying crystal for 5.3 seconds. Feng Kai, in the Mournful Mist battlesuit, was behind him. He had kept it for 3.7 seconds. Sha Yucheng, Exo of the Sword Torrent battlesuit, had kept the target for 3.5 seconds. To everyone's surprise, Zhuo Feijing, who had been driving the Tiger King battlesuit that had been deemed as the best of all the MP crystal suit models, had only kept the flying crystal for 0.1 seconds. Ho! The crystal reactor of the Tiger King battlesuit was engaged in the full-fire mode. It roared astoundingly like a dangerous tiger that had just come down the mountain. Thrown back by Li Yao, the flying crystal was in the middle of the other 16 crystal suits, which immediately caused major chaos. Colorful blasts occurred one wave after another. All kinds of magical equipment components were flying everywhere in the air. Explosions and screams were echoing non-stop. Right then, the Tiger King battlesuit finally caught up with the crowd. It charged at the other crystal suits as though they were goats and was not blocked by any of them at all. Then it snatched the flying crystal and held it in its arms. Li Yao, Feng Kai, and Sha Yucheng looked at each other. The three of them were like a squad that had been cooperating for a long time. They cornered the Tiger King battlesuit in a triangle with tacit mutual understanding. The remaining part of the match turned into a demonstration match for Tiger King, Mystic Skeleton, Sword Torrent, and Mournful Mist. For 90% of the time, the flying crystal was handed over amongst themselves. Hardly anybody else was able to touch the flying crystal. When another crystal suit was bold enough to seize the flying crystal, it would be crushed by all of them instantly. Even if the crystal suit did not explode immediately, it would suffer enough damage to get itself eliminated in the next minute because it would not be able to catch up with other crystal suits anymore. Meanwhile, whenever one of the four crystal suits had the flying crystal under control, it would be attacked by the other three crystal suits directly. Strong as the Tiger King battlesuit may be, it was not good enough to resist the collective attack from the other 3 crystal suits under the interferences of the flying crystal. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. The match was so intense that people had lost the sense of time. Although the racetrack was 10,000 meters long, every lap seemed to be as short as a 100-meter sprint. After 5 laps, most of the other crystal suits had been blown to pieces or had to withdraw from the match because of malfunctions. The time length that each of the 4 crystal suits gained in every handover had significantly increased, too. The advantages of the Tiger King battlesuit, which were that it had no major shortcomings and that its defense ability was remarkable, were gradually made best use of in the match. Sword Torrent and Mournful Mist, on the other hand, were terribly lopsided and therefore found it more and more difficult to keep up with the game. The Sword Torrent battlesuit was most distinguished for its flying swords and long-range attacks. But in the intense combat, most of its flying swords had been sent out, of which few were able to be retrieved. As a result, its attack ability was greatly undermined. The Mournful Mist battlesuit, although adept at stealth and soul attack, was not famous for its defense ability. After several collective attacks from the other 3 crystal suits, sparks were bursting out from all the critical parts of the crystal suit. The hallucinations that it created became fuzzy and shabby, too. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was the only one that could keep up with the Tiger King battlesuit. Ostensibly speaking, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was the most miserable crystal suit on the spot. It looked as if it had been soaked in the corrosive venom of demon beasts for a day and a night before being roasted on a fire. At first glance, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit seemed to be a pile of garbage. There was no charisma of a king of magical equipment in it whatsoever. But such a pile of garbage had tangled with the Tiger King battlesuit like an undying cockroach. They clashed and separated, again and again. The tornado-like saber was as bright as the very beginning. However, there is something wrong with the spiritual waves on the back of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Many experienced exos raised their eyebrows. Generally speaking, if a crystal suit was in a normal state, the transition of the colors of the spiritual waves would always be natural and smooth. There shouldn't be any abrupt changes. But right now, the surging spiritual waves behind the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit were fluctuating high and low, bright and dark. For a while, it was glaring in brilliance, a moment later, it turned into dull green, then, it turned as red as blood, suddenly, it was orange with purple sparkles dancing here and there. Such a phenomenon was often indicative of a problem with the crystal reactor, which was mostly because the telepathic thoughts of the exo were obstructed and were not able to trigger the spiritual energy in the crystal reactor normally. Could it be? The experienced exos and refiners looked at one another. Cold sweat was appearing on their forehead. No matter what the case was, they could see that the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had reached its limit. Beep! Right then, a brisk shriek rang in the sky of the racetrack. The Tiger King battlesuit's total time of keeping the flying crystal had surpassed 95 seconds. 5 more seconds, and the Tiger King battlesuit would be the final winner. At this moment, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit ranked the second, with a total time of 92 seconds. But the flying crystal fell into the hands of the Mournful Mist battlesuit. Swaphaging roared. He charged at the Mournful Mist battlesuit with his tiger claws shinning unnervingly. Li Yao and Sha Yucheng looked at each other. They made the sensible choice at the same time. Instead of attacking the Mournful Mist battlesuit with Swaphaging, they attacked Swaphaging from his left and his right. If the Tiger King battlesuit got the flying crystal, they would be doomed to fail. The Mournful Mist battlesuit, which had been seriously damaged in the previous fighting, ranked fourth among the 4 crystal suits, with a total time of 72 seconds. Their biggest threat right now was Tiger King. You two are not enough to stop me. Without the interferences of the flying crystal, Swaphaging was not afraid of their assault at all. His tiger claws scattered the last cluster of flying swords from the sword Torrent battlesuit into pieces. In the meantime, the Devil Destroyer cannon on his chest fired and blew Li Yao away like a volcano eruption. Then, he kicked the back of the Mournful mist battlesuit and knocked his opponent more than 30 meters away. The flying crystal was freed again and jumped into the sky. 1 versus 3, as easy as pie. The Tiger King battlesuit couldn't be more magnificent. Zhuo Feijing smiled and seized the flying crystal. But his attention was entirely focused on Li Yao, whom he had locked onto with the hidden crystal cameras on his back. He had set up a trap waiting for Li Yao to jump in. Before the final victory, he would blow the mystic skeleton battlesuit into pieces. But Li Yao simply squatted. For stabilizer fins suddenly protruded from the back of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, like a butterfly which had just grown out of the caterpillar. Everything had been covered in gray mist in his eyes, except for the Tiger King battlesuit and the flying crystal. But they soon turned into a series of figures, lines and angles in his insane calculations, too. The real world vanished. A pure computational world assumed its place. Brain cell activity, 200%. Brain cell activity, 300%. Super perceptive state, activated. Chi. Unimaginable brilliance burst out of the back of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, which seemed to have grown 2 fiery wings that were dozens of meters long. At its peak speed, the mystic skeleton battlesuit sprinted at the Tiger King battlesuit like a shooting star. How can it be? Zhuo Feijing didn't expect that Li Yao could still accelerate at the end of the game. He also realized that Li Yao was not going for the flying crystal, but for him. The traps that he had been preparing for were in vain. Li Yao crashed into him heavily. Crack! The Tiger King battlesuit was knocked more than 10 meters away. Its components were flying in the air like the petals of a flower being blown by raging wind. For Zhuo Feijing, the slash in the beginning only worked out because he wasn't paying much attention to it. This was the first time that the Tiger King battlesuit had been so severely damaged in a face-to-face confrontation. Are you crazy? Zhuo Feijing gritted his teeth and couldn't figure out why. In regard of structure hardiness, the Tiger King battlesuit, which had employed many synthesized heavenly materials and earthly treasures, should be much better than the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Li Yao would definitely suffer much more damage from the clash than he would. But why was this monster? Before he was able to finish his thought, Li Yao had dashed up to him once again like a psycho. The burning flames behind Li Yao's back was like a dragon who just jumped out of an abyss. The intense pressure twisted Zhuo Feijing's face. He had to give up thinking. With a surge of spiritual energy, his tiger claws were 10 times its previous size with reckless electric arcs dancing non-stop. They took the blow from Li Yao's heavy battle saber. Boom! 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 The earth-shaking and heaven-splitting sound seemed to be suggesting that this was not a match between 2 crystal suits, but an accident where 2 crystal warships crashed into each other. The auditorium was quiet. The convention center was quiet. Every spectator watching the live stream was quiet. The fists of the audience were clenched so hard that sweat on their palms seemed to be being pressed back into the skin. Their hearts were burning and exploding, unleashing enough heat to boil all their blood. The performance of the mystic skeleton battlesuit was beyond the wildest imaginations of the audience. Anyone with even a little knowledge of magical equipment would know that there was a huge gap between the specifications of the mystic skeleton battlesuit and those of the Tiger King battlesuit, since the price of mystic skeleton was only 1/3 of that of Tiger King. Theoretically speaking, the result of the match had been predestined even before the match began. But as it turned out, the mystic skeleton battlesuit was the only crystal suit that challenged Tiger King in a face-to-face confrontation and persisted for more than 10 seconds on the racetrack. Despite the most excellent framework design, the hardiness of ordinary materials was still far from that of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, even though the latter had been synthesized. After every clash, large clusters of sparks and multiple components would burst out from the mystic skeleton battle suit, as if it had been blown by a large-scale crystal railgun. 10 seconds later, there was no mystic skeleton battle suit anymore. There were only fragments of the mystic skeleton battle suit. But Li Yao gritted his teeth and continued on the match wearing what was no better than a pile of garbage. Every time the audience felt that he was never going to stand up again, more intense spiritual energy than the previous time would burst out inside the mystic skeleton battle suit, allowing him to sprint and charge at his opponent once more. Just stop. Such combat is evident enough of the performance of the mystic skeleton battle suit. Many people who were watching the game, even including the students of the refining department of Deep Sea University, couldn't bear to watch it anymore and thought to themselves. Stop now. The mystic skeleton battlesuit has exceeded its limit. Something bad is going to happen if you go on like this. Supernova Jiangsheng's face was not as tranquil as just now. The corner of his mouth twitched violently without him knowing. You are out of your mind. You really are. Under Li Yao's ferocious and endless attack, Zhua Feijing shouted, "Your exhaust flame is abnormal. There must be something wrong with your crystal reactor. The mystic skeleton battlesuit cannot handle such intense collisions at all. You're playing with fire." Boom! To better prove what he just said, a power rune array on the back of the mystic skeleton battlesuit exploded in a blaze due to overloading. Affected by the explosion, the crystal reactor of the mystic skeleton battlesuit stopped functioning briefly. Then, after strange cracking noises, colorful and weird smoke popped up from the inside of it. Everyone's blood almost froze. All the Exos knew that it was an ominous sign which indicated that the crystal reactor had entered an extremely unstable state and it had to be stopped immediately. But, in a frenzy, Li Yao roared, "The name of the mystic skeleton battlesuit shall be known by the entire world even if I am to be blown into pieces." The mystic skeleton battlesuit squatted, while its crystal reactor was overloading to the limit of its limit. The surging exhaust flame, together with dense smoke, was spurted almost 100 meters away. Li Yao was entirely melted into the flame, as he slashed forward as if he were going to cut the racetrack into two halves. Bam! Radiance brighter than the glowing sun burst out between the heavy battle saber and the tiger claws. The two pieces of ultra-solid magical equipment broke into pieces at the same time. Despite the overwhelming blast, Li Yao lowered his shoulder and dashed forward at the Tiger King battlesuit again. After the collision, another 3 power rune arrays exploded on the back of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. The right side of plate armor was almost entirely shattered. But the Tiger King battlesuit was pushed away for more than 10 meters. Li Yao took the opportunity and snatched the flying crystal. He was going to accelerate again, when a colorful swirl appeared behind him which was expanding rapidly. It was the ultimate omen that massive spiritual energy had been leaked and there was about to be an explosion. Everyone's eyes bulged as they exclaimed, "Not good. Something's wrong with the crystal reactor of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Doesn't it claim that it has a high-pressure valve system? Now's the time to release the redundant spiritual energy. The match must be stopped. You wouldn't want to see what's to come next." High-pressure valve system? Among the students of Deep Sea University, Supernova Jiangsheng sighed. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "A high-pressure valve is likely to malfunction, or even to be blown into pieces, any time in an intense combat. Gambling the safety of a crystal suit entirely on a small valve. Only the grassroots refiners are crazy enough to come with such an insane solution." Tiger King, Mournful Mist, and Sword Torrent all noticed the anomaly of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. The 3 Exos felt short of breath because of anxiety. They brought their spiritual shield to maximum without any hesitation. But it was too late to blow the whistle. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Li Yao accelerated again and again while his crystal reactor was overloading. At first, the mystic skeleton battlesuit broke into the supersonic speed and rushed for almost 1,000 meters like a laser. Then, another 8 of its power runa rays exploded at the same time, which bashed it to the ground like a giant hammer. Before Li Yao was able to stand up, a blazing, man-made sun rose from the middle of the racetrack and consumed him. The sun quickly turned into a giant orange fireball which was expanding exponentially, before a pale mushroom cloud popped up. There seemed to be a hideously grinning face of a devil in the smoke. As the fireball was expanding, the blast rippled to the faraway distance slowly like a giant swirl. The entire convention center was filled with gasps. No one had foreseen such a tragedy. The crystal reactor of the mystic skeleton battlesuit had exploded yet another time. Both the serene deep-sea university delegates and the tough military delegates were overwhelmed by whispers. It really puzzles me sometimes why those grassroots are trying so hard to prove themselves when they refuse to recant their wrong belief. Supernova Jiangsheng mumbled to himself, defeat deep-sea university? That's a lofty ideal. But doesn't an ant who wants to shake a tree and a mantis who tries to stop a shuttle by its forelegs have a lofty ideal, too? In fact, his performance was good enough already. Guan Chao, captain of Red Lightning, was in grief. His file suggests that he is a Class 1 Federation disabled soldier. At first, I didn't understand how a young college student was able to earn such an honor. But now I get it. The mystic skeleton battlesuit might not be the best crystal suit. But Vulture Li Yao deserves the title of Class 1 Federation disabled soldier. He is one of the best cultivators. Li Yao. Vulture Li Yao. Countless voices were sighing for the same name. Yuan Manchio fell back to her chair uncontrollably. The zone of the Grand Desolate War Institution was gravely quiet. Zhua Feijing, Sha Yucheng, and Feng Kai were astounded by the shocking scene, too, and were not back to themselves for a long time. Although they were competitors, Li Yao's idiotic insanity still aroused complicated feelings in their heart. Vulture Li Yao was going to be a name that would not be forgotten easily. However, it's not right. Zhua Feijing was the first to realize that something was not right. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the tip of his nose. My spiritual shield remains as intact as before, which means I was not affected by the blast of the explosion. An explosion of a crystal reactor equals to an explosion of at least 100 hellfire lightnings. Although I'm hundreds of meters away from the center of the explosion, my spiritual shield should have been undermined by at least a quarter. How come it is still intact? Look over there. Sha Yucheng shouted, pointing at the giant light beam floating in the sky which had been displaying each player's total time of keeping the flying crystal. The number behind Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, Grand Desolate War Institution, in other words, Li Yao, was still bouncing vigorously. 99 seconds. 99.5 seconds. End of the race. Winner, Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, Li Yao, Grand Desolate War Institution. What? Tiger King, Sword Torrent and Mournful Mist seemed to have been cast upon a spell which turned them into frozen statues. The 3 exos inside of them were not even able to lift their finger anymore. They could only shout in bafflement, Li Yao won? The Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit won? What's going on exactly? After a short silence, the convention center was in a much more chaotic mess than before. A large question mark and an even larger exclamation mark was jumping in everyone's eyes. They looked at each in utmost bewilderment. Why? The Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit exploded just now and Li Yao was blown to pieces. Why did the pre-input telepathic thought inside the flying crystal determine that he was the final winner? Speaking of which, where is the flying crystal? The flying crystal is refined out of the solidest and firmest heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The previous explosion should not be powerful enough to damage it. It should have flown out already. Crack, crack. From the gargantuan fireball, a black figure walked out slowly. Flames were still flowing through the gaps of the plate armor, as if 100 red roses that were blossoming at the same time. Since the match had ended, the abilities of the flying crystal were automatically turned off. It was nothing more than an ordinary metal ball now. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! The black figure lifted his index finger. The flying crystal was revolving fast on his fingertip meekly. Dazed, Zhuo Feijing, Feng Kai and Sha Yucheng gazed at the guy walking out of the fire who should have been blown to pieces 10 seconds ago, Vulture Li Yao. Chapter 320. Your opponent is a warship. Li Yao was like a ghost who had returned from the deepest level in the hell. The ragged crystal suit he was wearing did not seem lackluster, but full of deadly mysteries. Crack! Crack! Li Yao tore off his helmet, which had become too twisted to be opened automatically. He grimaced happily with his lips curled. To this moment, Zhuo Feijing finally understood everything. His face was so gloomy that one might have thought it was going to rain at any moment. He gnashed his teeth. There was nothing wrong with the crystal reactor of the mystic skeleton battle suit. It was just a pretense, wasn't it? Li Yao narrowed his eyes, which looked like two sharp sabers. Correct. Before I took part in the magical equipment exposition, I spent 1 month refining some gadgets which I added to the mystic skeleton battle suit. There's nothing special about them, except that they can block the spiritual waves coming out of the crystal reactor and make it look like that the crystal reactor is burning incompletely. Besides, I've carved a lot of radiance rune arrays on the surface of the mystic skeleton battle suit which can unleash dazzling brilliance and an intimidating fireball in a very short time. But in fact, they're nothing but visual effects without any damage at all. So, Zhuo Feijing bit his lips so hard that blood was flowing down from the corner of his mouth. You clashing with me so many times just now like a lunatic, and your nonsense like, the mystic skeleton battle suit shall be known by the world even if I'm to be blown to pieces, was all to mislead us into thinking you'd lost your mind? Fighting with you the hard way was partly to demonstrate the performance of the mystic skeleton battle suit, and partly because I need a reasonable explanation for the ostensible overloading of the crystal reactor. Li Yao grinned. But of course, I was joking about the blown to pieces part. This is just a game. We really shouldn't go that far. You. Speechless, Zhuo Feijing, Sha Yucheng and Feng Kai was clenching their fists and gaping at Li Yao. This was also the only thing they could do at the moment. The dialogue between Li Yao and Zhuo Feijing was transmitted to every corner of the convention center by the broadcasting power runes, which immediately raised a riot. So unscrupulous. So shameless. No one pretends that they have self-destructed. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. Students of Deep Sea University were all shouting excitedly. Whatever sympathy and admiration they had felt for Li Yao were completely gone now. Everyone was jumping to their feet. Gritting their teeth, many guys were rolling up their sleeves and planning to have a nice talk with Li Yao. Some girls even shed resentful tears for Zhuo Feijing's failure. Xiaoyang, I am starting to know what you were feeling back then. Supernova Jiangsheng was sitting peacefully. The metal ring before his eyes lost all its brightness. After a long time, vague greenish color crept out. His lips curled, he couldn't help but put on a self-mocking smile. Since the very beginning, Li Yao has successfully deluded everyone into thinking that he was on a furious rampage. Zhuo Feijing, Sha Yucheng, and Feng Kai all fell into his trap and danced to his rhythm, only to be led to a ditch by him in the end. Everything has been within his calculation. Vulture deserves his name. Many experienced exos were also talking to each with their faces flushed red in embarrassment. Before Li Yao walked out of the fireball, they had been fooled and failed to recognize that the self-explosion was but an act. Li Yao. Exhaling a long breath in relief, Yuan Manchio lost all her strength and leaned against the back of the chair. She covered her face with his hand. Joyful tears flowed out from the gaps of her fingers, as her plump body was shivering. What happened? What on earth has happened? Many ordinary tourists did not understand the situation. They looked at each other in confusion and dragged those around them asking for explanation. Breaking news. In the competitive test of the 21 MP crystal suit models, the Mystic Skeleton Battle Suit, the cheapest of all, defeated the high and mighty Tiger King Battle Suit of Deep Sea University and laughed last. With his dumbfounding performance, Vulture Li Yao has blown the horn in the war against the refining department of Deep Sea University. After this flying crystal race, no one will dare to look down upon the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution anymore. The reporters were thrilled, too. Countless articles were written on their light beams with telepathic thoughts and spread through the spiritual nexus out to every corner of the Star Glory Federation and the cultivation world. Half of an hour later, inside a med bay, Li Yao was soaking in a pool that had been filled with bright green recovery liquid. Wounds and bruises could be found in every part of his body. The game just now had not been as easy as he showed everyone to be. Out of pursuit of a lower cost, the buffer and defense systems of the Mystic Skeleton Battle Suit were far from those of Tiger King, Sword Torrent, and Mournful Mist. The high-intensity collision left many wounds that were deep to the bones. However, as he recalled the moment when he returned from the inferno to the racetrack and accepted the homage that the audience on the spot paid to him, he felt from the bottom of his heart that the pain was worth it. The soul-condensing pendant before his chest shivered with his breath. Li Yao sensed that the power inside the soul-condensing pendant was significantly greater than before the flying crystal race. Maybe, it wouldn't take long before the phantom entities hiding in it broke out of the cocoon and returned to reality. Right then, a middle-aged man, wearing a colonel's shoulder board, strode into the med bay. He was wearing a badge on his chest. It was made of a cracked skull with crossed red lightning bolts in the background, which looked cold and cruel. The middle-aged man stopped beside the pool. The dreadful injuries on Li Yao's body made the corner of his eyes twitch. Shock and appreciation appeared in his eyes. It seems that the Mystic Skeleton Battle Suit does not protect the Exo as well as it should, Colonel Guan Chao, captain of Red Lightning, observed unemotionally. Although unaware of who he was, Li Yao had guessed that he must have something to do with the military order. He stated, maybe. But I stood to the end and I won. Guan Chao squinted and said, your performance in the flying crystal race was indeed an eye-opener. However, the key to your victory was not free of cunning tricks. In a match, you can pretend that your crystal reactor has exploded by taking advantage of the inattentive blindness of your opponents, which can buy you the most crucial 10 seconds for your victory. It's completely understandable. But what significance does this approach have in a real battle? What the military need is not a crystal suit that can win a flying crystal race with fancy disguises, but a killing machine that can slaughter the enemies in a battlefield. Li Yao smiled, his sharp teeth glaring. He tried to lift one of his fingers as he said, firstly, since the high-level demons are as intelligent as human beings, if Zhuo and the other two Exos are fooled, the high-level demons might be fooled by the trick, too. In a real battle, if a high-level demon gets distracted by the idea that the crystal reactor of the Mystic Skeleton Battle Suit is going to explode, maybe for a single second, it will be the opportunity for the Exo to reverse victory and failure, or even life and death. Guan Chao remarked coldly, such deception can only be used once. You won't fool anyone a second time. Li Yao slowly lifted a second finger. The second point, and also the more important point, which I didn't tell Zhuo just now because he might be scared, is that this is not deception. The Mystic Skeleton Battle Suit can truly set itself off if I really want to. Guan Chao's pupils constricted violently. What did you say? Li Yao said, the crystal reactor of the Mystic Skeleton Battle Suit is devoid of any heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which makes it the most unstable crystal reactor of all the crystal reactors in the Federation. The high-pressure valve is far from enough to fix the issue thoroughly. After all, the valve might malfunction or even break down in a ferocious battlefield. My ability is too limited for me to change that. So, on second thought, I added a detonator power rune array on the crystal reactor. With a telepathic thought, the crystal reactor can be turned into a massive crystal bomb and unleash the power that equals to the explosion of 100 hellfire lightnings. So, don't presume that I was deceiving them just now. If I wanted, I had countless opportunities to die with Tiger King just now. In front of a world-shaking Big Bang, the performance gap between the two crystal suits is negligible. Of course, it's just my personal modification. But the modification process is not complicated and does not require any heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The self-destruction system can be added to the standard Mystic Skeleton battlesuit easily. Guan Chao was dazed for a long time. He stared at Li Yao in a perplexed way, before he opened his mouth after a long time. Do you think it's necessary to include the self-destruction system in the standard Mystic Skeleton battlesuit? Li Yao nodded. If a final war between human beings and the demon clan is to break out, I believe a self-destruction system is of paramount importance for every crystal suit. I don't know about other people, but for me, I would prefer dying with my enemies than being captured by the demons and tortured to death. Guan Chao didn't reply. He stared at Li Yao deeply before he walked out of the room without saying anything. Li Yao was ill at ease, wondering whether or not his answers had satisfied the mysterious colonel. 5 minutes later, Yuan Manchio walked inside, her eyes reddish. We've received the official invitation from the military to join with Tiger King, Sword Torrent, and Mournful Mist in a special bidding meeting for the Order of Standard Crystal Suits. Yuan Manchio briefly paused after every word, trying to calm herself down. But Li Yao was able to hear the passion that his professor had been burying under the tranquility for 20 years. The military thinks highly of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. The final competition will be between Mystic Skeleton and Tiger King. Mournful Mist and Sword Torrent would serve as supplementary equipment because they are too lopsided in their performance. The military will most likely buy some of them for special forces. But they will not be purchased as the standard crystal suit to equip the Federal Army. Yuan Manchio couldn't control herself anymore. Her voice was shaking in anxiety and excitement. However, the challenge that you will be faced with in the bidding meeting will be hundreds of times more difficult than the flying crystal racing. Your opponents are not just the Tiger King, Sword Torrent, and Mournful Mist. A crystal warship on active service in the Federal Army will be your enemy, too.